Section 18 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 continued. Beaumont and Fletcher. The work of these two men is so closely interwoven that, though Fletcher outlived Beaumont by 9 years, and the latter had no hand in some 40 of the plays that bear their joint names, we still class them together, and only scholars attempt to separate their works so as to give each writer his due share. Unlike most of the Elizabethan dramatists, they both came from noble and cultured families and were university trained. Their work, in strong contrast with Jonson's, is intensely romantic, and in it all, however coarse or brutal the scene, there is still, as Emerson pointed out, the subtle recognition of gentility. Beaumont, 1584 1616, was the brother of Sir John Beaumont of Leicestershire. From Oxford he came to London to study law, but soon gave it up to write for the stage. Fletcher, 1579 1625, was the son of the Bishop of London, and shows in all his work the influence of his high social position and of his Cambridge education. The two dramatists met at the Mermaid Tavern under Ben Jonson's leadership, and soon became inseparable friends, living and working together. Tradition has it that Beaumont supplied the judgment and the solid work of the play, while Fletcher furnished the high-colored sentiment and the lyric poetry, without which an Elizabethan play would have been incomplete. Of their joint plays, the two best known are Philaster, whose old theme, like that of Cymbeline and Griselda, is the jealousy of a lover and the faithfulness of a girl, and The Maid's Tragedy. Concerning Fletcher's work, the most interesting literary question is how much did he write of Shakespeare's Henry VIII, and how much did Shakespeare help him in The Two Noble Kinsmen? John Webster. Of Webster's personal history we know nothing except that he was well known as a dramatist under James I. His extraordinary powers of expression rank him with Shakespeare, but his talent seems to have been largely devoted to the blood and thunder play begun by Marlowe. His two best known plays are The White Devil, published 1612, and The Duchess of Malfi, published 1623. The latter, spite of its horrors, ranks him as one of the greatest masters of English tragedy. It must be remembered that he sought in this play to reproduce the Italian life of the 16th century, and for this no imaginary horrors are needed. The history of any Italian court or city in this period furnishes more vice and violence and dishonor than even the gloomy imagination of Webster could conceive. All the so-called blood tragedies of the Elizabethan period, from Thomas Kyd's Spanish tragedy down, however much they may condemn the brutal taste of the English audiences, are still only so many searchlights thrown upon a history of horrible darkness. Thomas Middleton, 1570 1627. Middleton is best known by two great plays. The Changeling. Note: in this and in A Fair Quarrel, Middleton collaborated with William Rowley, of whom little is known except that he was an actor from circa 1607 to 1627. End of note. And Women Beware Women. In poetry and diction they are almost worthy at times to rank with Shakespeare's plays. Otherwise, in their sensationalism and unnaturalness, they do violence to the moral sense and are repulsive to the modern reader. Two earlier plays, A Trick to Catch the Old One, his best comedy, and A Fair Quarrel, his earliest tragedy, are less mature in thought and expression, but more readable, because they seem to express Middleton's own idea of the drama rather than that of the corrupt court and playwrights of his later age. Thomas Heywood, 1580 1650 ? Heywood's life, of which we know little in detail, covers the whole period of the Elizabethan drama. To the glory of that drama he contributed, according to his own statement, the greater part, at least, of nearly 220 plays. It was an enormous amount of work, but he seems to have been animated by the modern literary spirit of following the best market and striking while the financial iron is hot. Naturally, good work was impossible, even to genius, under such circumstances, and few of his plays are now known. The two best, if the reader would obtain his own idea of Heywood's undoubted ability, are A Woman Killed with Kindness, a pathetic story of domestic life, and The Fair Maid of the West, a melodrama with plenty of fighting of the popular kind. Thomas Dekker, 1570 ? Dekker is in pleasing contrast with most of the dramatists of the time. All we know of him must be inferred from his works, which show a happy and sunny nature, pleasant and good to meet. The reader will find the best expression of Dekker's personality and erratic genius in The Shoemaker's Holiday, a humorous study of plain working people, and Old Fortunatus, a fairy drama of the wishing hat and no end of money. Whether intended for children or not, it had the effect of charming the elders far more than the young people, and the play became immensely popular. Massinger, Ford, Shirley. These three men mark the end of the Elizabethan drama. Their work, done largely while the struggle was on between the actors and the corrupt court on one side and the Puritans on the other, shows a deliberate turning away not only from Puritan standards, but from the high ideals of their own art, to pander to the corrupt taste of the upper classes. Philip Massinger, 1584 1640, was a dramatic poet of great natural ability, but his plot and situations are usually so strained and artificial that the modern reader finds no interest in them. In his best comedy, A New Way to Pay Old Debts, he achieved great popularity and gave us one figure, Sir Giles Overreach, which is one of the typical characters of the English stage. His best plays are The Great Duke of Florence, The Virgin Martyr, and The Maid of Honor. John Ford, 1586 1642 ? And James Shirley, 1596 1666, have left us little of permanent literary value, and their works are read only by those who wish to understand the whole rise and fall of the drama. An occasional scene in Ford's plays is as strong as anything that the Elizabethan age produced, but as a whole the plays are unnatural and tiresome. Probably his best play is The Broken Heart, 1633. Shirley was given to imitation of his predecessors, and his very imitation is characteristic of an age which had lost its inspiration. A single play, Hyde Park, with its frivolous, realistic dialogue, is sometimes read for its reflection of the fashionable, gossipy talk of the day. Long before Shirley's death, the actors said, "Farewell, Othello's occupation is gone." Parliament voted to close the theaters, thereby saving the drama from a more inglorious death by dissipation. Note: the reader will find wholesome criticism of these writers and selections from their works in Charles Lamb's Specimens of English Dramatic Poets, an excellent book which helps us to a better knowledge and appreciation of the lesser Elizabethan dramatists. End of section 18. Section 19 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, continued. Part 6. The Prose Writers. Francis Bacon, 1561 1626. In Bacon we see one of those complex and contradictory natures which are the despair of the biographer. If the writer be an admirer of Bacon, he finds too much that he must excuse or pass over in silence. If he takes his stand on the law to condemn the avarice and dishonesty of his subject, he finds enough moral courage and nobility to make him question the justice of his own judgment. On the one hand is rugged Ben Jonson's tribute to his power and ability, and on the other Hallam's summary that he was a man who, being entrusted with the highest gifts of heaven, habitually abused them for the poorest purposes of earth, hired them out for guineas, places, and titles in the service of injustice, covetousness, and oppression. Laying aside the opinions of others, and relying only upon the facts of Bacon's life, we find on the one side the politician, cold, calculating, selfish, and on the other the literary and scientific man, with an impressive devotion to truth for its own great sake. Here a man using questionable means to advance his own interests, and there a man seeking with zeal and endless labor to penetrate the secret ways of nature, with no other object than to advance the interests of his fellow men. So, in our ignorance of the secret motives and springs of the man's life, judgment is necessarily suspended. Bacon was apparently one of those double natures that only God is competent to judge, because of the strange mixture of intellectual strength and moral weakness that is in them. Life. Bacon was the son of Sir Nicholas Bacon, Lord Keeper of the Seal, and of the learned Anne Cook, sister-in-law to Lord Burleigh, greatest of the Queen's statesmen. From these connections, as well as from native gifts, he was attracted to the court, and as a child was called by Elizabeth her little Lord Keeper. At 12 he went to Cambridge, but left the university after 2 years, declaring the whole plan of education to be radically wrong, and the system of Aristotle, which was the basis of all philosophy in those days, to be a childish delusion, since in the course of centuries it had produced no fruit, but only a jungle of dry and useless branches. Strange, even for a sophomore of 14, thus to condemn the whole system of the universities, but such was the boy and the system. Next year, in order to continue his education, he accompanied the English ambassador to France, where he is said to have busied himself chiefly with the practical studies of statistics and diplomacy. 2 years later he was recalled to London by the death of his father. Without money, and naturally with expensive tastes, he applied to his uncle Burleigh for a lucrative position. It was in this application that he used the expression so characteristic of the Elizabethan age, that he had taken all knowledge for his province. Burleigh, who misjudged him as a dreamer and self-seeker, not only refused to help him at the court, but successfully opposed his advancement by Elizabeth. Bacon then took up the study of law, and was admitted to the bar in 1582. That he had not lost his philosophy in the mazes of the law is shown by his tract, written about this time, On the Greatest Birth of Time, which was a plea for his inductive system of philosophy, reasoning from many facts to one law, rather than from an assumed law to particular facts, which was the deductive method that had been used for centuries. In his famous plea for progress, Bacon demanded 3 things: the free investigation of nature, the discovery of facts instead of theories, and the verification of results by experiment rather than by argument. In our day, these are the ABC of science. but in Bacon's time they seemed revolutionary. As a lawyer he became immediately successful. His knowledge and power of pleading became widely known, and it was almost at the beginning of his career that Johnson wrote, "The fear of every one that heard him speak was that he should make an end." The publication of his essays added greatly to his fame. But Bacon was not content. His head was buzzing with huge schemes: the pacification of unhappy Ireland, the simplification of English law, the reform of the church, the study of nature, the establishment of a new philosophy. Meanwhile, sad to say, he played the game of politics for his personal advantage. He devoted himself to Essex, the young and dangerous favorite of the queen, won his friendship, and then used him skillfully to better his own position. When the earl was tried for treason, it was partly, at least through Bacon's efforts, that he was convicted and beheaded. And though Bacon claims to have been actuated by a high sense of justice, we are not convinced that he understood either justice or friendship in appearing as Queen's counsel against the man who had befriended him. His cold-bloodedness and lack of moral sensitiveness appear even in his essays on love and friendship. Indeed, we can understand his life only upon the theory that his intellectuality left him cold and dead to higher sentiments of our humanity. During Elizabeth's reign, Bacon had sought repeatedly for high office, but had been blocked by Burleigh, and perhaps also by the queen's own shrewdness in judging men. With the advent of James I, 1603, Bacon devoted himself to the new ruler and rose rapidly in favor. He was knighted, and soon afterwards attained another object of his ambition in marrying a rich wife. The appearance of his great work, The Advancement of Learning, in 1605, was largely the result of the mental stimulus produced by his change in fortune. In 1613 he was made Attorney General, and speedily made enemies by using the office to increase his personal ends. He justified himself in his course by his devotion to the king's cause, and by the belief that the higher his position and the more ample his means, the more he could do for science. It was in this year that Bacon wrote his series of State Papers, which show a marvelous grasp of the political tendencies of his age. Had his advice been followed, it would have certainly averted the struggle between king and parliament that followed speedily. In 1617 he was appointed to his father's office, Lord Keeper of the Seal, and the next year to the high office of Lord Chancellor. With this office he received the title of Baron Verulam, and later of Viscount St. Alban, which he affixed with some vanity to his literary work. 2 years later appeared his greatest work, the Novum Organum, called after Aristotle's famous Organon. Bacon did not long enjoy his political honors. The storm which had been long gathering against James's government broke suddenly upon Bacon's head. When Parliament assembled in 1621, it vented its distrust of James and his favorite, Villiers, by striking unexpectedly at their chief adviser. Bacon was sternly accused of accepting bribes, and the evidence was so great that he confessed that there was much political corruption abroad in the land, that he was personally guilty of some of it, and he threw himself upon the mercy of his judges. Parliament at that time was in no mood for mercy. Bacon was deprived of his office, and was sentenced to pay the enormous fine of £40,000, to be imprisoned during the king's pleasure, and thereafter to be banished forever from Parliament and court. Though the imprisonment lasted only a few days, and the fine was largely remitted, Bacon's hopes and schemes for political honors were ended. And it is at this point of appalling adversity that the nobility in the man's nature asserts itself strongly. If the reader be interested to apply a great man's philosophy to his own life, he will find the essay Of Great Place most interesting in this connection. Bacon now withdrew permanently from public life, and devoted his splendid ability to literary and scientific work. He completed the Essays, experimented largely, wrote history, scientific articles, and one scientific novel, and made additions to his Instauratio Magna, the great philosophical work which was never finished. In the spring of 1626, while driving in a snowstorm, it occurred to him that snow might be used as a preservative instead of salt. True to his own method of arriving at truth, he stopped at the first house, bought a fowl, and proceeded to test his theory. The experiment chilled him, and he died soon after from the effects of his exposure. As Macaulay wrote, the great apostle of experimental philosophy was destined to be its martyr. Works of Bacon. Bacon's philosophic works, The Advancement of Learning and the Novum Organum, will be best understood in connection with the Instauratio Magna, or the great institution of true philosophy, of which they were parts. The Instauratio was never completed, but the very idea of the work was magnificent. To sweep away the involved philosophy of the schoolmen and the educational systems of the universities, to substitute a single great work which should be a complete education, a rich storehouse for the glory of the Creator and for the relief of man's estate. The object of this education was to bring practical results to all the people, instead of a little selfish culture and much useless speculation, which he conceived were the only products of the universities. The Instauratio Magna. This was the most ambitious, though it is not the best known, of Bacon's works. For the insight it gives us into the author's mind, we note here a brief outline of his subject. It was divided into 6 parts as follows: 1. Partitiones Scientiarum. This was to be a classification and summary of all human knowledge. Philosophy and all speculation must be cast out, and the natural sciences established as the basis of all education. The only part completed was The Advancement of Learning, which served as an introduction. 2. Novum Organum, or the New Instrument, that is, the use of reason and experiment instead of the old Aristotelian logic. To find truth, one must do 2 things. A. Get rid of all prejudices, or idols, as Bacon called them. These idols are 4. Idols of the tribe, that is, prejudices due to common methods of thought among all races. Idols of the cave or den, that is, personal peculiarities and prejudices. Idols of the marketplace, due to errors of language. And idols of the theater, which are the unreliable traditions of men. B. After discarding the above idols, we must interrogate nature, must collect facts by means of numerous experiments, arrange them in order, and then determine the law that underlies them. It will be seen at a glance that the above is the most important of Bacon's works. The Organum was to be in several books, only 2 of which he completed, and these he wrote and rewrote 12 times until they satisfied him. 3. Historic Naturalis et Experimentalis, the study of all the phenomena of nature. Of 4 parts of this work which he completed, one of them at least, the Silva Silvarum, is decidedly at variance with his own ideas of fact and experiment. It abounds in fanciful explanations, more worthy of the poetic than of the scientific mind. Nature is seen to be full of desires and instincts. The air thirsts for light and fragrance. Bodies rise or sink because they have an appetite for height or depth. The qualities of bodies are the result of an essence, so that when we discover the essences of gold and silver and diamonds, it will be a simple matter to create as much of them as we may need. 4. Scala intellectus, or ladder of the mind, is the rational application of the organum to all problems. By it the mind should ascend step by step from particular facts and instances to general laws and abstract principles. 5. Prodromi, prophecies or anticipations, is a list of discoveries that men shall make when they have applied Bacon's methods of study and experimentation. 6. Philosophia secunda, which was to be a record of practical results of the new philosophy when the succeeding ages should have applied it faithfully. It is impossible to regard even the outline of such a vast work without an involuntary thrill of admiration for the bold and original mind which conceived it. "We may," said Bacon, "make no despicable beginnings. The destinies of the human race must complete the work, for upon this will depend not only a speculative good, but all the fortunes of mankind and all their power." There is the unconscious expression of one of the great minds of the world. Bacon was like one of the architects of the Middle Ages, who drew his plans for a mighty cathedral, perfect in every detail, from the deep foundation stone to the cross on the highest spire, and who gave over his plans to the builders, knowing that in his own lifetime only one tiny chapel would be completed, but knowing also that the very beauty of his plans would appeal to others, and that succeeding ages would finish the work which he dared to begin. The Essays. Bacon's famous Essays is the one work which will interest all students of our literature. His Instauratio was in Latin, written mostly by paid helpers from short English abstracts. He regarded Latin as the only language worthy of a great work, but the world neglected his Latin to seize upon his English. Marvelous English, terse, pithy, packed with thought, in an age that used endless circumlocutions. The first 10 essays, published in 1597, were brief notebook jottings of Bacon's observations. Their success astonished the author, but not till 15 years later were they republished and enlarged. Their charm grew upon Bacon himself, and during his retirement he gave more thought to the wonderful language which he had at first despised as much as Aristotle's philosophy. In 1612 appeared a second edition containing 38 essays, and in 1625, the year before his death, he republished the essays in their present form, polishing and enlarging the original 10 to 58, covering a wide variety of subjects suggested by the life of men around him. Concerning the best of these essays, there are as many opinions as there are readers, and what one gets out of them depends largely upon his own thought and intelligence. In this respect they are like that nature to which Bacon directed men's thoughts. The whole volume may be read through in an evening, but after one has read them a dozen times, he still finds as many places to pause and reflect as at the first reading. If one must choose out of such a storehouse, we would suggest Studies, Goodness, Riches, Atheism, Unity in Religion, Adversity, Friendship, and Great Place, as an introduction to Bacon's worldly-wise philosophy. Miscellaneous works. Other works of Bacon are interesting as a revelation of the Elizabethan mind, rather than because of any literary value. The New Atlantis is a kind of scientific novel, describing another utopia as seen by Bacon. The inhabitants of Atlantis have banished philosophy, and applied Bacon's method of investigating nature, using the results to better their own condition. They have a wonderful civilization, in which many of our later discoveries, academies of the sciences, observatories, balloons, submarines, the modification of species, and several others, were foreshadowed with a strange mixture of cold reason and poetic intuition. De Sapientia Veterum is a fanciful attempt to show the deep meaning underlying ancient myths, a meaning which would have astonished the myth makers themselves. The History of Henry VII is a calm, dispassionate, and remarkably accurate history, which makes us regret that Bacon did not do more historical work. Besides these are metrical versions of certain psalms, which are valuable in view of the controversy anent Shakespeare's plays, for showing Bacon's utter inability to write poetry, and a large number of letters and state papers showing the range and power of his intellect. Bacon's place and work. Although Bacon was for the greater part of his life a busy man of affairs, one cannot read his work without becoming conscious of two things: a perennial freshness, which the world insists upon in all literature that is to endure, and an intellectual power which marks him as one of the great minds of the world. Of late the general tendency is to give less and less prominence to his work in science and philosophy; but criticism of his Instauratio, in view of his lofty aim, is of small consequence. It is true that his science today seems woefully inadequate; true also that though he sought to discover truth, he thought perhaps to monopolize it, and so looked with the same suspicion upon Copernicus as upon the philosophers. The practical man who despises philosophy has simply misunderstood the things he despises. In being practical and experimental in a romantic age, he was not unique, as is often alleged, but only expressed the tendency of the English mind in all ages. 3 centuries earlier, the monk Roger Bacon did more practical experimenting than the Elizabethan sage, and the latter's famous Idylls are strongly suggestive of the former's 4 sources of human ignorance. Although Bacon did not make any of the scientific discoveries at which he aimed, yet the whole spirit of his work, especially of the Organum, has strongly influenced science in the direction of accurate observation and of carefully testing every theory by practical experiment. "He that regardeth the clouds shall not sow," said a wise writer of old, and Bacon turned men's thoughts from the heavens above, with which they had been too busy, to the earth beneath, which they had too much neglected. In an age when men were busy with romance and philosophy, he insisted that the first object of education is to make a man familiar with his natural environment. From books he turned to men, from theory to fact, from philosophy to nature, and that is perhaps his greatest contribution to life and literature. Like Moses upon Pisgah, he stood high enough above his fellows to look out over a promised land, which his people would inherit, but into which he himself might never enter. End of section 19. Section 20 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, continued. Richard Hooker, 1554 1600. In strong contrast with Bacon is Richard Hooker, one of the greatest prose writers of the Elizabethan age. One must read the story of his life, an obscure and lowly life animated by a great spirit, as told by Izaak Walton, to appreciate the full force of this contrast. Bacon took all knowledge for his province, but mastered no single part of it. Hooker, taking a single theme, the law and practice of the English Church, so handled it that no scholar, even of the present day, would dream of superseding it or of building upon any other foundation than that which Hooker laid down. His one great work is The Laws of Ecclesiastical Polity. Note: the first 5 books were published 1594 1597, and are as Hooker wrote them. The last 3 books, published after his death, are of doubtful authorship, but they are thought to have been completed from Hooker's notes. End of note. A theological and argumentative book, but entirely apart from its subject, it will be read wherever men desire to hear the power and stateliness of the English language. Here is a single sentence, remarkable not only for its perfect form, but also for its expression of the reverence for law, which lies at the heart of Anglo-Saxon civilization. Of law there can be no less acknowledged than that her seat is the bosom of God, her voice the harmony of the world. All things in heaven and earth do her homage, the very least as feeling her care, and the greatest as not exempted from her power. Both angels and men and creatures of what condition soever, though each in different sort and manner, yet all with uniform consent admiring her as the mother of their peace and joy. Sidney and Raleigh. Among the prose writers of this wonderful literary age there are many others that deserve passing notice, though they fall far below the standard of Bacon and Hooker. Sir Philip Sidney (1554 1586), who has already been considered as a poet, is quite as well known by his prose works, Arcadia, a pastoral romance, and The Defense of Poesy, one of our earliest literary essays. Sidney, whom the poet Shelley has eulogized, represents the whole romantic tendency of his age, while Sir Walter Raleigh (1552 1618) represents its adventurous spirit and activity. The life of Raleigh is an almost incomprehensible mixture of the poet, scholar, and adventurer, now helping the Huguenots or the struggling Dutch in Europe, and now leading an expedition into the unmapped wilds of the New World, busy here with court intrigues, and there with piratical attempts to capture the gold-laden Spanish galleons, one moment sailing the high seas in utter freedom, and the next writing history and poetry to solace his imprisonment. Such a life, in itself, is a volume far more interesting than anything that he wrote. He is the restless spirit of the Elizabethan age personified. Raleigh's chief prose works are The Discovery of Guiana, a work which would certainly have been interesting enough had he told simply what he saw, but which was filled with colonization schemes and visions of an El Dorado to fill the eyes and ears of the credulous; and The History of the World, written to occupy his prison hours. The history is a wholly untrustworthy account of events from creation to the downfall of the Macedonian Empire. It is interesting chiefly for its style, which is simple and dignified, and for the flashes of wit and poetry that break into the fantastic combination of miracles, traditions, hearsay, and state records which he called history. In the conclusion is the famous apostrophe to death, which suggests what Raleigh might have done had he lived less strenuously and written more carefully. O eloquent, just, and mighty Death, whom none could advise, thou hast persuaded. What none hath dared, thou hast done, and whom all the world hath flattered, thou only hast cast out of the world and despised. Thou hast drawn together all the star-stretched greatness, all the pride, cruelty, and ambition of man, and covered it all over with those 2 narrow words, Hic jacet. John Foxe, 1516 1587. Foxe will be remembered always for his famous Book of Martyrs, a book that our elders gave to us on Sundays when we were young, thinking it good discipline for us to afflict our souls when we wanted to be roaming the sunlit fields, or when in our enforced idleness we would, if our own taste in the matter had been consulted, have made good shift to be quiet and happy with Robinson Crusoe. So we have a gloomy memory of Fox, and something of a grievance, which prevent a just appreciation of his worth. Fox had been driven out of England by the Marian persecutions, and in a wandering but diligent life on the Continent he conceived the idea of writing a history of the persecutions of the Church from the earliest days to his own. The part relating to England and Scotland was published in Latin in 1559 under a title as sonorous and impressive as the Roman office for the dead. Rerum in ecclesia gestarum maximarumque per Europam persecutionum commentarii. On his return to England, Fox translated this work, calling it the Acts and Monuments, but it soon became known as the Book of Martyrs, and so it will always be called. Fox's own bitter experience causes him to write with more heat and indignation than his saintly theme would warrant, and the holy tone sometimes spoils a narrative that would be impressive in its bare simplicity. Nevertheless, the book has made for itself a secure place in our literature. It is strongest in its record of humble men like Rowland Taylor and Thomas Hawks, whose sublime heroism, but for this narrative, would have been lost amid the great names and the great events that fill the Elizabethan age. Camden and Knox. Two historians, William Camden and John Knox, stand out prominently among the numerous historical writers of the age. Camden's Britannia, 1586, is a monumental work which marks the beginning of true antiquarian research in the field of history, and his Annals of Queen Elizabeth is worthy of a far higher place than has thus far been given it. John Knox, the Reformer, in his History of the Reformation in Scotland, has some very vivid portraits of his helpers and enemies. The personal and aggressive elements enter too strongly for a work of history, but the autobiographical parts show rare literary power. His account of his famous interview with Mary, Queen of Scots, is clear-cut as a cameo, and shows the man's extraordinary power better than a whole volume of biography. Such scenes make one wish that more of his time had been given to literary work, rather than to the disputes and troubles of his own Scotch kirk. Hakluyt and Purchas. Two editors of this age have made for themselves an enviable place in our literature. They are Richard Hakluyt, 1552 (1616), and Samuel Purchas, 1575 (1626). Hakluyt was a clergyman who, in the midst of his little parish, set himself to achieve two great patriotic ends: to promote the wealth and commerce of his country, and to preserve the memory of all his countrymen who added to the glory of the realm by their travels and explorations. To further the first object, he concerned himself deeply with the commercial interests of the East India Company, with Raleigh's colonizing plans in Virginia, and with a translation of De Soto's Travels in America. To further the second, he made himself familiar with books of voyages in all foreign languages, and with the brief reports of explorations of his own countrymen. His Principal Navigations, Voyages, and Discoveries of the English Nation, in 3 volumes, appeared first in 1589, and a second edition followed in 1598 to 1600. The first volume tells of voyages to the north, the second to India and the East, the third, which is as large as the other two, to the New World. With the exception of the very first voyage, that of King Arthur to Iceland in 517, which is founded on a myth, all the voyages are authentic accounts of the explorers themselves, and are immensely interesting reading even at the present day. No other book of travels has so well expressed the spirit and energy of the English race, or better deserves a place in our literature. Samuel Purchas, who was also a clergyman, continued the work of Hakluyt, using many of the latter's unpublished manuscripts and condensing the records of numerous other voyages. His first famous book, Purchas, His Pilgrimage, appeared in 1613, and was followed by Hakluytus Posthumus, or Purchas His Pilgrims, in 1625. The very name inclines one to open the book with pleasure, and when one follows his inclination, which is, after all, one of the best guides in literature, he is rarely disappointed. Though it falls far below the standard of Hakluyt, both in accuracy and literary finish, there is still plenty to make one glad that the book was written, and that he can now comfortably follow Purchas on his pilgrimage. Thomas North. Among the translators of the Elizabethan Age, Sir Thomas North (1535?) 1601?) is most deserving of notice because of his version of Plutarch's Lives (1579), from which Shakespeare took the characters and many of the incidents for 3 great Roman plays. Thus in North we read: Caesar also had Cassius in great jealousy, and suspected him much. Whereupon he said on a time to his friends, What will Cassius do, think ye? I like not his pale looks. Another time, when Caesar's friends warned him of Antonius and Dolabella, he answered them again, I never reckon of them, but these pale-visaged and carrion lean people, I fear them most, meaning Brutus and Cassius. Shakespeare merely touches such a scene with the magic of his genius, and his Caesar speaks, Let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men, and such as sleep o' nights. Yon Cassius hath a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous. A careful reading of North's Plutarch, and then of the famous Roman plays, shows to how great an extent Shakespeare was dependent upon his obscure contemporary. North's translation, to which we owe so many heroic models in our literature, was probably made not from Plutarch, but from Amyot's excellent French translation. Nevertheless, he reproduces the spirit of the original, and notwithstanding our modern and more accurate translations, he remains the most inspiring interpreter of the great biographer, whom Emerson calls the historian of heroism. Summary of the Age of Elizabeth. This period is generally regarded as the greatest in the history of our literature. Historically, we note in this age the tremendous impetus received from the Renaissance, from the Reformation, and from the exploration of the New World. It was marked by a strong national spirit, by patriotism, by religious tolerance, by social content, by intellectual progress, and by unbounded enthusiasm. Such an age of thought, feeling, and vigorous action finds its best expression in the drama, and the wonderful development of the drama, culminating in Shakespeare, is the most significant characteristic of the Elizabethan period. Though the age produced some excellent prose works, it is essentially an age of poetry, and the poetry is remarkable for its variety, its freshness, its youthful and romantic feeling. Both the poetry and the drama were permeated by Italian influence, which was dominant in English literature from Chaucer to the Restoration. The literature of this age is often called the literature of the Renaissance, though, as we have seen, the Renaissance itself began much earlier, and for a century and a half added very little to our literary possessions. In our study of this great age we have noted 1. The non-dramatic poets, that is, poets who did not write for the stage. The center of this group is Edmund Spenser, whose Shepherd's Calendar (1579) marked the appearance of the first national poet since Chaucer's death in 1400. His most famous work is The Faery Queen, Associated with Spenser are the minor poets, Thomas Sackville, Michael Drayton, George Chapman, and Philip Sidney. Chapman is noted for his completion of Marlowe's poem, Hero and Leander, and for his translation of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. Sidney, besides his poetry, wrote his prose romance, Arcadia and the Defense of Poesy, one of our earliest critical essays. 2. The rise of the drama in England. The miracle plays, moralities, and interludes. Our first play, Ralph Royster Doyster. The first true English comedy, Gammer Gurton's Needle. And the first tragedy, Gorboduc. The conflict between classic and native ideals in the English drama. 3. Shakespeare's predecessors, Lyly, Kidd, Nash, Peele, Greene, Marlowe. The types of drama with which they experimented. The Marloesque, one-man type, or tragedy of passion. The popular chronicle plays. The domestic drama. The court or Lillian comedy. Romantic comedy and tragedy. Classical plays, and the melodrama. Marlowe is the greatest of Shakespeare's predecessors. His 4 plays are Tamburlaine, Faustus, The Jew of Malta, and Edward II. 4. Shakespeare, his life, work, and influence. 5. Shakespeare's successors, Ben Jonson, Beaumont and Fletcher, Webster, Middleton, Heywood, Dekker, and the rapid decline of the drama. Ben Jonson is the greatest of this group. His chief comedies are Every Man in His Humor, The Silent Woman, and The Alchemist. His 2 extant tragedies are Sejanus and Catiline. 6. The prose writers, of whom Bacon is the most notable. His chief philosophical work is the Instauratio Magna, incomplete, which includes The Advancement of Learning and the Novum Organum, but he is known to literary readers by his famous Essays. Minor prose writers are Richard Hooker, John Fox, the historians Camden and Knox, the editors Hakluyt and Purchas, who gave us the stirring records of exploration, and Thomas North, the translator of Plutarch's Lives. Suggestive questions. 1. What historical conditions help to account for the great literature of the Elizabethan age? What are the general characteristics of Elizabethan literature? What type of literature prevailed and why? What work seems to you to express most perfectly the Elizabethan spirit? 2. Tell briefly the story of Spenser's life. What is the story or argument of the Faery Queen? What is meant by the Spenserian stanza? Read and comment upon Spenser's Epithalamion. Why does the Shepherd's Calendar mark a literary epoch? What are the main qualities of Spenser's poetry? Can you quote or refer to any passages which illustrate these qualities? Why is he called the poet's poet? 3. For what is Sackville noted? What is the most significant thing about his Gorboduc? Name other minor poets and tell what they wrote. 4. Give an outline of the origin and rise of the drama in England. What is meant by miracle and mystery plays? What purposes did they serve among the common people? How did they help the drama? What is meant by cycles of miracle plays? How did the moralities differ from the miracles? What was the chief purpose of the interludes? What type of drama did they develop? Read a typical play like Noah's Flood or Everyman, and write a brief analysis of it. 5. What were our first plays in the modern sense? What influence did the classics exert on the English drama? What is meant by the dramatic unities? In what important respect did the English differ from the classic drama? 6. Name some of Shakespeare's predecessors in the drama. What types of drama did they develop? Name some plays of each type. Are any of these plays still presented on the stage? 7. What are Marlowe's chief plays? What is the central motive in each? Why are they called one-man plays? What is meant by Marlowe's mighty line? What is the story of Faustus? Compare Faustus and Goethe's Faust, having in mind the story, the dramatic interest, and the literary value of each play. 8. Tell briefly the story of Shakespeare's life. What fact in his life most impressed you? How does Shakespeare sum up the work of all his predecessors? What are the 4 periods of his work, and the chief plays of each? Where did he find his plots? What are his romantic plays, his chronicle or historical plays? What is the difference between a tragedy and a comedy? Name some of Shakespeare's best tragedies, comedies, and historical plays. Which play of Shakespeare's seems to you to give the best picture of human life? Why is he called the myriad-minded Shakespeare? For what reasons is he considered the greatest of writers? Can you explain why Shakespeare's plays are still acted, while other plays of his age are rarely seen? If you have seen any of Shakespeare's plays on the stage, how do they compare in interest with a modern play? 9. What are Ben Jonson's chief plays? In what important respects did they differ from those of Shakespeare? Tell the story of the alchemist or the silent woman. Name other contemporaries and successors of Shakespeare. Give some reasons for the preeminence of the Elizabethan drama. What causes led to its decline? 10. Tell briefly the story of Bacon's life. What is his chief literary work? His chief educational work? Why is he called a pioneer of modern science? Can you explain what is meant by the inductive method of learning? What subjects are considered in Bacon's essays? What is the central idea of the essay you like best? What are the literary qualities of these essays? Do they appeal to the intellect or the emotions? What is meant by the word essay, and how does Bacon illustrate the definition? Make a comparison between Bacon's essays and those of some more recent writer, such as Addison, Lamb, Carlyle, Emerson, or Stevenson, having in mind the subjects, style, and interest of both essayists. 11. Who are the minor prose writers of the Elizabethan age? What did they write? Comment upon any work of theirs which you have read. What is the literary value of North's Plutarch? What is the chief defect in Elizabethan prose as a whole? What is meant by euphuism? Explain why Elizabethan poetry is superior to the prose. Chronology. Last half of the 16th and first half of the 17th centuries. History. 1558. Elizabeth. Death 1603. 1571. Rise of English Puritans. 1577. Drake's voyage around the world. 1588. Defeat of the Armada. 1603. James I. Death 1625. 1604. Divine right of kings proclaimed. 1607. Settlement at Jamestown, Virginia. 1620. Pilgrim Fathers at Plymouth. 1625. Charles I. Literature. 1559. John Knox in Edinburgh. 1562 ? Gammer Gurton's Needle. Gorboduc. 1564. Birth of Shakespeare. 1576. First Theater. 1579. Spenser's Shepherd's Calendar. Lilly's Euphues. North's Plutarch. 1587. Shakespeare in London. Marlowe's Tamburlaine. 1590. Spenser's Faery Queen. Sidney's Arcadia. 1590 to 1595. Shakespeare's early plays. 1597 to 1625. Bacon's Essays. 1598 to 1614. Chapman's Homer. 1598. Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humor. 1600 to 1607. Shakespeare's Tragedies. 1605. Bacon's Advancement of Learning. 1608. Birth of Milton. 1611. Translation, King James Version of Bible. 1614. Raleigh's History. 1616, death of Shakespeare. 1620, 1642, Shakespeare's successors. End of drama. 1620, Bacon's Novum Organum. 1622, first regular newspaper, the Weekly News. 1626, death of Bacon. End of section 20. End of chapter 6. Section 21 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Puritan Age, 1620 1660. Part 1. Historical Summary. The Puritan Movement. In its broadest sense, the Puritan movement may be regarded as a second and greater Renaissance, a rebirth of the moral nature of man following the intellectual awakening of Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries. In Italy, whose influence had been uppermost in Elizabethan literature, the Renaissance had been essentially pagan and sensuous. It had hardly touched the moral nature of man, and it brought little relief from the despotism of rulers. One can hardly read the horrible records of the Medici or the Borgias, or the political observations of Machiavelli, without marveling at the moral and political degradation of a cultured nation. In the North, especially among the German and English peoples, the Renaissance was accompanied by a moral awakening, and it is precisely that awakening in England, that greatest moral and political reform which ever swept over a nation in the short space of half a century, which is meant by the Puritan movement. We shall understand it better if we remember that it had two chief objects. The first was personal righteousness. The second was civil and religious liberty. In other words, it aimed to make men honest and to make them free. Wrong ideas of the Puritans. Such a movement should be cleared of all the misconceptions which have clung to it since the Restoration, when the very name of Puritan was made ridiculous by the jeers of the gay courtiers of Charles II. Though the spirit of the movement was profoundly religious, the Puritans were not a religious sect. Neither was the Puritan a narrow-minded and gloomy dogmatist, as he is still pictured even in the histories. Pym and Hampden and Eliot and Milton were Puritans, and in the long struggle for human liberty there are few names more honored by freemen everywhere. Cromwell and Thomas Hooker were Puritans, yet Cromwell stood like a rock for religious tolerance, and Thomas Hooker, in Connecticut, gave to the world the first written constitution in which free men, before electing their officers, laid down the strict limits of the offices to which they were elected. That is a Puritan document, and it marks one of the greatest achievements in the history of government. From a religious viewpoint, Puritanism included all shades of belief. The name was first given to those who advocated certain changes in the form of worship of the Reformed English Church under Elizabeth. But as the ideal of liberty rose in men's minds, and opposed to it were the king and his evil counselors, and the band of intolerant churchmen, of whom Laud is the great example, then Puritanism became a great national movement. It included English churchmen, as well as extreme separatists, Calvinists, Covenanters, Catholic noblemen, all bound together in resistance to despotism in church and state, and with a passion for liberty and righteousness such as the world has never since seen. Naturally, such a movement had its extremes and excesses, and it is from a few zealots and fanatics that most of our misconceptions about the Puritans arise. Life was stern in those days, too stern perhaps, and the intensity of the struggle against despotism made men narrow and hard. In the triumph of Puritanism under Cromwell, severe laws were passed. Many simple pleasures were forbidden, and an austere standard of living was forced upon an unwilling people. So the criticism is made that the wild outbreak of immorality which followed the Restoration of Charles was partly due to the unnatural restrictions of the Puritan era. The criticism is just, but we must not forget the whole spirit of the movement. That the Puritan prohibited maypole dancing and horse racing is of small consequence beside the fact that he fought for liberty and justice, that he overthrew despotism and made a man's life and property safe from the tyranny of rulers. A great river is not judged by the foam on its surface, and certain austere laws and doctrines which we have ridiculed are but froth on the surface of the mighty Puritan current that has flowed steadily, like a river of life, through English and American history since the Age of Elizabeth. Changing ideals. The political upheaval of the period is summed up in the terrible struggle between the king and Parliament, which resulted in the death of Charles at the block and the establishment of the Commonwealth under Cromwell. For centuries the English people had been wonderfully loyal to their sovereigns, but deeper than their loyalty to kings was the old Saxon love for personal liberty. At times, as in the days of Alfred and Elizabeth, the two ideals went hand in hand, but more often they were in open strife, and a final struggle for supremacy was inevitable. The crisis came when James I, who had received the right of royalty from an act of Parliament, began by the assumption of divine right to ignore the Parliament which had created him. Of the civil war which followed in the reign of Charles I, and of the triumph of English freedom, it is unnecessary to write here. The blasphemy of a man's divine right to rule his fellow men was ended. Modern England began with the charge of Cromwell's brigade of Puritans at Naseby. Religious ideals. Religiously, the age was one of even greater ferment than that which marked the beginning of the Reformation. A great ideal, the ideal of a national church, was pounding to pieces like a ship in the breakers, and in the confusion of such an hour the action of the various sects was like that of frantic passengers, each striving to save his possessions from the wreck. The Catholic Church, as its name implies, has always held true to the ideal of a united church, a church which, like the great Roman government of the early centuries, can bring the splendor and authority of Rome to bear upon the humblest village church to the farthest ends of the earth. For a time that mighty ideal dazzled the German and English reformers, but the possibility of a united Protestant church perished with Elizabeth. Then, instead of the world-wide church, which was the ideal of Catholicism, came the ideal of a purely national Protestantism. This was the ideal of Laud and the reactionary bishops, no less than of the scholarly Richard Hooker, of the rugged Scotch Covenanters, and of the Puritans of Massachusetts Bay. It is intensely interesting to note that Charles called Irish rebels and Scotch Highlanders to his aid by promising to restore their national religions, and that the English Puritans, turning to Scotland for help, entered into the solemn covenant of 1643, establishing a national Presbyterianism, whose object was to bring the churches of God in the three kingdoms to uniformity in religion and government, to preserve the rights of Parliament and the liberties of the kingdom, that we and our posterity may, as brethren, live in faith and love, and the Lord may delight to live in the midst of us. In this famous covenant we see the national, the ecclesiastical, and the personal dream of Puritanism side by side in all their grandeur and simplicity. Years passed, years of bitter struggle and heartache, before the impossibility of uniting the various Protestant sects was generally recognized. The ideal of a national church died hard, and to its death is due all the religious unrest of the period. Only as we remember the national ideal and the struggle which it caused can we understand the amazing life and work of Bunyan, or appreciate the heroic spirit of the American colonists who left home for a wilderness in order to give the new ideal of a free church in a free state its practical demonstration. Literary characteristics. In literature also, the Puritan age was one of confusion, due to the breaking up of old ideals. Medieval standards of chivalry, the impossible loves and romances of which Spenser furnished the types, perished no less surely than the ideal of a national church. And in the absence of any fixed standard of literary criticism, there was nothing to prevent the exaggeration of the metaphysical poets, who are the literary parallels to religious sects like the Anabaptists. Poetry took new and startling forms in Donne and Herbert, and prose became as somber as Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. The spiritual gloom, which sooner or later fastens upon all writers of this age, and which is unjustly attributed to Puritan influence, is due to the breaking up of accepted standards in government and religion. No people, from the Greeks to those of our own day, have suffered the loss of old ideals without causing its writers to cry, "Ichabod, the glory has departed." That is the unconscious tendency of literary men in all times, who look backward for their golden age; and it need not concern the student of literature, who, even in the break-up of cherished institutions, looks for some foregleams of a better light which is to break upon the world. This so-called gloomy age produced some minor poems of exquisite workmanship, and one great master of verse whose work would glorify any age or people, John Milton, in whom the indomitable Puritan spirit finds its noblest expression. Puritan and Elizabethan literature. There are three main characteristics in which Puritan literature differs from that of the preceding age. 1. Elizabethan literature, with all its diversity, had a marked unity in spirit, resulting from the patriotism of all classes and their devotion to a queen who, with all her faults, sought first the nation's welfare. Under the Stuarts all this was changed. The kings were the open enemies of the people. The country was divided by the struggle for political and religious liberty, and the literature was as divided in spirit as were the struggling parties. 2. Elizabethan literature is generally inspiring. It throbs with youth and hope and vitality. That which follows speaks of age and sadness. Even its brightest hours are followed by gloom and by the pessimism inseparable from the passing of old standards. 3. Elizabethan literature is intensely romantic. The romance springs from the heart of youth, and believes all things, even the impossible. The great schoolman's credo, "I believe because it is impossible," is a better expression of Elizabethan literature than of medieval theology. In the literature of the Puritan period, one looks in vain for romantic ardor. Even in the lyrics and love poems, a critical, intellectual spirit takes its place, and whatever romance asserts itself is in form rather than in feeling, a fantastic and artificial adornment of speech rather than the natural utterance of a heart, in which sentiment is so strong and true that poetry is its only expression. Part II. Literature of the Puritan Period. The transition poets. When one attempts to classify the literature of the first half of the 17th century, from the death of Elizabeth (1603) to the Restoration (1660), he realizes the impossibility of grouping poets by any accurate standard. The classifications attempted here have small dependence upon dates or sovereigns, and are suggestive rather than accurate. Thus Shakespeare and Bacon wrote largely in the reign of James I, but their work is Elizabethan in spirit; and Bunyan is no less a Puritan because he happened to write after the Restoration. The name metaphysical poets, given by Dr. Johnson, is somewhat suggestive but not descriptive of the followers of Donne. The name Caroline or Cavalier poets brings to mind the careless temper of the royalists who followed King Charles with a devotion of which he was unworthy, and the name Spenserian poets recalls the little band of dreamers who clung to Spenser's ideal, even while his romantic medieval castle was battered down by science at the one gate and Puritanism at the other. At the beginning of this bewildering confusion of ideals expressed in literature, we note a few writers who are generally known as Jacobean poets, but whom we have called the transition poets because, with the later dramatists, they show clearly the changing standards of the age. Samuel Daniel, 1562-1619. Daniel, who is often classed with the first metaphysical poets, is interesting to us for two reasons: for his use of the artificial sonnet, and for his literary desertion of Spenser as a model for poets. His Delia, a cycle of sonnets modeled perhaps after Sidney's Astrophel and Stella, helped to fix the custom of celebrating love or friendship by a series of sonnets to which some pastoral pseudonym was affixed. In his sonnets, many of which rank with Shakespeare's, and in his later poetry, especially the beautiful Complaint of Rosamond and his Civil Wars, he aimed solely at grace of expression, and became influential in giving to English poetry a greater individuality and independence than it had ever known. In matter he set himself squarely against the medieval tendency. Let others sing of kings and paladins, in aged accents and untimely words, paint shadows in imaginary lines. This fling at Spenser and his followers marks the beginning of the modern and realistic school, which sees in life as it is enough poetic material without the invention of allegories and impossible heroines. Daniel's poetry, which was forgotten soon after his death, has received probably more homage than it deserves in the praises of Wordsworth, Southey, Lamb, and Coleridge. The latter says, "Read Daniel, the admirable Daniel. The style and language are just as any pure and manly writer of the present day would use. It seems quite modern in comparison with the style of Shakespeare." The songwriters. In strong contrast with the above are two distinct groups, the songwriters and the Spenserian poets. The close of the reign of Elizabeth was marked by an outburst of English songs as remarkable in its sudden development as the rise of the drama. Two causes contributed to this result: the increasing influence of French instead of Italian verse, and the rapid development of music as an art at the close of the 16th century. The two songwriters best worth studying are Thomas Campion (1567 1619) and Nicholas Breton (1545 1626 ? Like all the lyric poets of the age, they are a curious mixture of the Elizabethan and the Puritan standards, They sing of sacred and profane love with the same zest, and a careless love song is often found on the same page with a plea for divine grace. The Spenserian poets. Of the Spenserian poets, Giles Fletcher and Wither are best worth studying. Giles Fletcher (1588 1623) has at times a strong suggestion of Milton, who was also a follower of Spenser in his early years, in the noble simplicity and majesty of his lines. His best known work, Christ's Victory and Triumph (1610), was the greatest religious poem that had appeared in England since Piers Plowman, and is not an unworthy predecessor of Paradise Lost. The life of George Wither (1588 1667) covers the whole period of English history from Elizabeth to the Restoration, and the enormous volume of his work covers every phase of the literature of two great ages. His life was a varied one, now as a royalist leader against the Covenanters, and again announcing his Puritan convictions, and suffering in prison for his faith. At his best, Wither is a lyric poet of great originality, rising at times to positive genius, but the bulk of his poetry is intolerably dull. Students of this period find him interesting as an epitome of the whole age in which he lived, but the average reader is more inclined to note with interest that he published in 1623 Hymns and Songs of the Church, the first hymn book that ever appeared in the English language. The metaphysical poets. This name, which was given by Dr. Johnson in derision because of the fantastic form of Donne's poetry, is often applied to all minor poets of the Puritan age. We use the term here in a narrower sense, excluding the followers of Daniel and that later group known as the Cavalier poets. It includes Donne, Herbert, Waller, Denham, Cowley, Vaughan, Davenant, Marvell, and Crashaw. The advanced student finds them all worthy of study, not only for their occasional excellent poetry, but because of their influence on later literature. Thus, Richard Crashaw (1613 ? 1649), the Catholic mystic, is interesting because his troubled life is singularly like Donne's, and his poetry is at times like Herbert's set on fire. Note: see, for instance, the Hymn to Saint Teresa and the Flaming Heart. Abraham Cowley (1618 1667), who blossomed young and who at 25 was proclaimed the greatest poet in England, is now scarcely known even by name, but his Pindaric odes (note: so called from Pindar, the greatest lyric poet of Greece) set an example which influenced English poetry throughout the 18th century. Henry Vaughan (1622 1695) is worthy of study because he is in some respects the forerunner of Wordsworth. Note: see, for instance, Childhood, The Retreat, Corruption, The Bird, The Hidden Flower, for Vaughan's mystic interpretation of childhood and nature. And Andrew Marvell (1621 1678), because of his loyal friendship with Milton, and because his poetry shows the conflict between the two schools of Spenser and Donne. Edmund Waller (1606 1687) stands between the Puritan age and the Restoration. He was the first to use consistently the closed couplet, which dominated our poetry for the next century. By this, and especially by his influence over Dryden, the greatest figure of the Restoration, he occupies a larger place in our literature than a reading of his rather tiresome poetry would seem to warrant. Of all these poets, each of whom has his special claim, we can consider here only Donne and Herbert, who in different ways are the types of revolt against earlier forms and standards of poetry. In feeling and imagery both are poets of a high order, but in style and expression they are the leaders of the fantastic school whose influence largely dominated poetry during the half-century of the Puritan period. John Donne, 1573 1631. Life. The briefest outline of Donne's life shows its intense human interest. He was born in London, the son of a rich iron merchant, at the time when the merchants of England were creating a new and higher kind of princes. On his father's side he came from an old Welsh family, and on his mother's side from the Heywoods and Sir Thomas More's family. Both families were Catholic, and in his early life persecution was brought near, for his brother died in prison for harboring a proscribed priest, and his own education could not be continued in Oxford and Cambridge because of his religion. Such an experience generally sets a man's religious standards for life. But presently Donne, as he studied law at Lincoln's Inn, was investigating the philosophic grounds of all faith. Gradually he left the church in which he was born, renounced all denominations, and called himself simply Christian. Meanwhile he wrote poetry and shared his wealth with the needy Catholic relatives. He joined the expedition of Essex for Cadiz in 1596, and for the Azores in 1597, and on sea and in camp found time to write poetry. Two of his best poems, The Storm and The Calm, belong to this period. Next he traveled in Europe for 3 years, but occupied himself with study and poetry. Returning home, he became secretary to Lord Egerton, fell in love with the latter's young niece, Anne More, and married her, for which cause Donne was cast into prison. Strangely enough, his poetical work at this time is not a song of youthful romance, but The Progress of the Soul, a study of transmigration. Years of wandering and poverty followed, until Sir George More forgave the young lovers and made an allowance to his daughter. Instead of enjoying his new comforts, Donne grew more ascetic and intellectual in his tastes. He refused also the nattering offer of entering the Church of England and receiving a comfortable living. By his pseudo-martyr he attracted the favor of James I, who persuaded him to be ordained, yet left him without any place or employment. When his wife died, her allowance ceased, and Donne was left with 7 children in extreme poverty. Then he became a preacher, rose rapidly by sheer intellectual force and genius, and in 4 years was the greatest of English preachers and dean of St. Paul's Cathedral in London. There he carried some to heaven in holy raptures, and led others to amend their lives, and as he leans over the pulpit with intense earnestness is likened by Izaak Walton to an angel leaning from a cloud. Here is variety enough to epitomize his age, and yet in all his life, stronger than any impression of outward weal or woe, is the sense of mystery that surrounds Donne. In all his work one finds a mystery, a hiding of some deep thing which the world would gladly know and share, and which is suggested in his haunting little poem, The Undertaking. I have done one braver thing than all the worthies did, and yet a braver thence doth spring, which is to keep that hid. Donne's poetry. Donne's poetry is so uneven, at times so startling and fantastic, that few critics would care to recommend it to others. Only a few will read his works, and they must be left to their own browsing to find what pleases them, like deer which, in the midst of plenty, take a bite here and there and wander on, tasting 20 varieties of food in an hour's feeding. One who reads much will probably bewail Donne's lack of any consistent style or literary standard. For instance, Chaucer and Milton are as different as two poets could well be, yet the work of each is marked by a distinct and consistent style, and it is the style as much as the matter which makes the Tales or the Paradise Lost a work for all time. Donne threw style and all literary standards to the winds, and precisely for this reason he is forgotten, though his great intellect and his genius had marked him as one of those who should do things worthy to be remembered. While the tendency of literature is to exalt style at the expense of thought, the world has many men and women who exalt feeling and thought above expression, and to these Donne is good reading. Browning is of the same school, and compels attention. While Donne played havoc with Elizabethan style, he nevertheless influenced our literature in the way of boldness and originality, and the present tendency is to give him a larger place, nearer to the few great poets than he has occupied since Ben Jonson declared that he was the first poet of the world in some things, but likely to perish for not being understood. For to much of his poetry we must apply his own satiric verses on another's crudities. Infinite work, which doth so far extend that none can study it to any end. George Herbert, 1593–1633. O day most calm, most bright, sang George Herbert, and we may safely take that single line as expressive of the whole spirit of his writings. Professor Palmer, whose scholarly edition of this poet's works is a model for critics and editors, calls Herbert the first in English poetry who spoke face to face with God. That may be true, but it is interesting to note that not a poet of the first half of the 17th century, not even the gayest of the Cavaliers, but has written some noble verse of prayer or aspiration which expresses the underlying Puritan spirit of his age. Herbert is the greatest, the most consistent of them all. In all the others, the Puritan struggles against the Cavalier, or the Cavalier breaks loose from the restraining Puritan. But in Herbert the struggle is past, and peace has come. That his life was not all calm, that the Puritan in him had struggled desperately before it subdued the pride and idleness of the Cavalier, is evident to one who reads between his lines. I struck the board and cried, "No more! I will abroad." What? Shall I ever sigh and pine? My lines and life are free, free as the road, loose as the wind. There speaks the Cavalier of the university and the court, and as one reads to the end of the little poem, which he calls by the suggestive name of The Collar, he may know that he is reading condensed biography. Those who seek for faults, for strained imagery and fantastic verse forms in Herbert's poetry will find them in abundance, but it will better repay the reader to look for the deep thought and fine feeling that are hidden in these wonderful religious lyrics, even in those that appear most artificial. The fact that Herbert's reputation was greater at times than Milton's, and that his poems, when published after his death, had a large sale and influence, shows certainly that he appealed to the men of his age. And his poems will probably be read and appreciated, if only by the few, just so long as men are strong enough to understand the Puritan's spiritual convictions. Life. Herbert's life is so quiet and uneventful that to relate a few biographical facts can be of little advantage. Only as one reads the whole story by Izaak Walton can he share the gentle spirit of Herbert's poetry. He was born at Montgomery Castle. Note: there is some doubt as to whether he was born at the castle or at Blackhall. Recent opinion inclines to the latter view. End of note. Wales, 1593, of a noble Welsh family. His university course was brilliant, and after graduation he waited long years in the vain hope of preferment at court. All his life he had to battle against disease, and this is undoubtedly the cause of the long delay before each new step in his course. Not till he was 37 was he ordained and placed over the little church of Bemerton. How he lived here, among plain people, in this happy corner of the Lord's field, hoping all things and blessing all people, asking his own way to Zion and showing others the way, should be read in Walton. It is a brief life, less than 3 years of work, before being cut off by consumption, but remarkable for the single great purpose and the glorious spiritual strength that shine through physical weakness. Just before his death he gave some manuscripts to a friend, and his message is worthy of John Bunyan. "Deliver this little book to my dear brother Farrar, and tell him he shall find in it a picture of the many spiritual conflicts that have passed betwixt God and my soul before I could subject mine to the will of Jesus my Master, in whose service I have now found perfect freedom. Desire him to read it, and then, if he can think it may turn to the advantage of any dejected poor soul, let it be made public. If not, let him burn it, for I and it are less than the least of God's mercies." Herbert's poems. Herbert's chief work, The Temple, consists of over 150 short poems suggested by the Church, her holidays and ceremonials, and the experiences of the Christian life. The first poem, The Church Porch, is the longest, and though polished with a care that foreshadows the classic school, the least poetical. It is a wonderful collection of condensed sermons, wise precepts, and moral lessons, suggesting Chaucer's Good Counsel, Pope's Essay on Man, and Polonius's Advice to Laertes in Hamlet. Only it is more packed with thought than any of these. Of truth speaking, he says, "Dare to be true. Nothing can need a lie. A fault which needs it most grows two thereby. And of calmness in argument, calmness is great advantage. He that lets another chafe may warm him at his fire." Among the remaining poems of The Temple, one of the most suggestive is The Pilgrimage. Here, in 6 short stanzas, every line close packed with thought, we have the whole of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. The poem was written probably before Bunyan was born, but remembering the wide influence of Herbert's poetry, it is an interesting question whether Bunyan received the idea of his immortal work from this pilgrimage. Probably the best known of all his poems is the one called The Pulley, which generally appears, however, under the name Rest, or The Gifts of God. When God at first made man, having a glass of blessings standing by, "Let us," said he, "pour on him all we can. Let the world's riches, which dispersed lie, contract into a span." So strength first made a way, then beauty flowed, then wisdom, honor, pleasure. When almost all was out, God made a stay, perceiving that, alone of all his treasure, rest in the bottom lay. "For if I should," said he, "bestow this jewel also on my creature, he would adore my gifts instead of me, and rest in nature, not the God of nature. So both should losers be. Yet let him keep the rest, but keep them with repining restlessness, Let him be rich and weary, that at least, if goodness lead him not, yet weariness may toss him to my breast." Among the poems which may be read as curiosities of versification, and which arouse the wrath of the critics against the whole metaphysical school, are those like "Easter Wings" and "The Altar," which suggest, in the printed form of the poem, the thing of which the poet sings. More ingenious is the poem in which rhyme is made by cutting off the first letter of a preceding word, as in the 5 stanzas of Paradise. "I bless thee, Lord, because I grow among thy trees which in a row to thee both fruit and order owe." And more ingenious still are odd conceits like the poem Heaven, in which Echo, by repeating the last syllable of each line, gives an answer to the poet's questions. The Cavalier Poets. In the literature of any age there are generally found 2 distinct tendencies. The first expresses the dominant spirit of the times, the second a secret or an open rebellion. So in this age, side by side with the serious and rational Puritan, lives the gallant and trivial Cavalier. The Puritan finds expression in the best poetry of the period, from Donne to Milton, and in the prose of Baxter and Bunyan; the Cavalier in a small group of poets, Herrick, Lovelace, Suckling, and Carew, who writes songs generally in lighter vein, gay, trivial, often licentious, but who cannot altogether escape the tremendous seriousness of Puritanism. Thomas Carew, 1598 1639 ? Carew may be called the inventor of Cavalier love poetry, and to him more than any other is due the peculiar combination of the sensual and the religious which marked most of the minor poets of the 17th century. His poetry is the Spenserian pastoral, stripped of its refinement of feeling and made direct, coarse, vigorous. His poems, published in 1640, are generally like his life, trivial or sensual; but here and there is found one, like the following, which indicates that with the metaphysical and Cavalier poets a new and stimulating force had entered English literature. Ask me no more where Jove bestows, when June is past, the fading rose. For in your beauty's orient deep these flowers, as in their causes, sleep. Ask me no more where those stars light that downwards fall in dead of night, for in your eyes they sit, and there fixed become as in their sphere. Ask me no more if east or west the phoenix builds her spicy nest, for unto you at last she flies, and in your fragrant bosom dies. Robert Herrick, 1591 1674. Herrick is the true Cavalier, gay, devil-may-care in disposition, but by some freak of fate a clergyman of Dean Prior, in South Devon, a country made famous by him and Blackmore. Here, in a country parish, he lived discontentedly, longing for the joys of London and the Mermaid Tavern, his bachelor establishment consisting of an old housekeeper, a cat, a dog, a goose, a tame lamb, one hen, for which he thanked God in poetry because she laid an egg every day, and a pet pig that drank beer with Herrick out of a tankard. With admirable good nature, Herrick made the best of these uncongenial surroundings. He watched with sympathy the country life about him, and caught its spirit in many lyrics, a few of which, like Corinna's Maying, "Gather ye rosebuds while ye may," and "To Daffodils," are among the best known in our language. His poems cover a wide range, from trivial love songs, pagan in spirit, to hymns of deep religious feeling. Only the best of his poems should be read, and these are remarkable for their exquisite sentiment and their graceful, melodious expression. The rest, since they reflect something of the coarseness of his audience, may be passed over in silence. Late in life, Herrick published his one book, Hesperides and Noble Numbers, 1648. The latter half contains his religious poems, and one has only to read there the remarkable litany to see how the religious terror that finds expression in Bunyan's Grace Abounding could master even the most careless of Cavalier singers. Suckling and Lovelace. Sir John Suckling (1609 1642) was one of the most brilliant wits of the court of Charles I, who wrote poetry as he exercised a horse or fought a duel, because it was considered a gentleman's accomplishment in those days. His poems, struck from his wild life like sparks from his rapier, are utterly trivial, and even in his best known Ballad upon a Wedding rarely rise above mere doggerel. It is only the romance of his life, his rich, brilliant, careless youth, and his poverty and suicide in Paris, whither he fled because of his devotion to the Stuarts, that keeps his name alive in our literature. In his life and poetry, Sir Richard Lovelace (1618 1658) offers a remarkable parallel to Suckling, and the two are often classed together as perfect representatives of the followers of King Charles. Lovelace's Lucasta, a volume of love lyrics, is generally on a higher plane than Suckling's work, and a few of the poems, like To Lucasta and To Althea from Prison, deserve the secure place they have won. In the latter occur the oft-quoted lines, "Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet take that for an hermitage. If I have freedom in my love, and in my soul am free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty." End of Section 21. Section 22 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, continued. John Milton, 1608 1674. Thy soul was like a star and dwelt apart. Thou hadst a voice whose sound was like the sea, pure as the naked heavens, majestic, free. So didst thou travel on life's common way in cheerful godliness, and yet thy heart the lowliest duties on herself did lay. From Wordsworth's Sonnet on Milton. Shakespeare and Milton are the two figures that tower conspicuously above the goodly fellowship of men who have made our literature famous. Each is a representation of the age that produced him, and together they form a suggestive commentary upon the two forces that rule our humanity, the forces of impulse and the force of a fixed purpose. Shakespeare is the poet of impulse, of the loves, hates, fears, jealousies, and ambitions that swayed men of his age. Milton is the poet of steadfast will and purpose, who moves like a god amid the fears and hopes and changing impulses of the world, regarding them as trivial and momentary things that can never swerve a great soul from its course. It is well to have some such comparison in mind while studying the literature of the Elizabethan and the Puritan Age. While Shakespeare and Ben Jonson and their unequaled company of wits make merry at the Mermaid Tavern, there is already growing up on the same London street a poet who shall bring a new force into literature, who shall add to the Renaissance culture and love of beauty the tremendous moral earnestness of the Puritan. Such a poet must begin, as the Puritan always began, with his own soul, to discipline and enlighten it, before expressing its beauty in literature. He that would hope to write well hereafter in laudable things, says Milton, ought himself to be a true poem, that is, a composition and pattern of the best and most honorable things. Here is a new proposition in art which suggests the lofty ideal of Fra Angelico, that before one can write literature which is the expression of the ideal, he must first develop in himself the ideal man. Because Milton is human, he must know the best in humanity. Therefore he studies, giving his days to music, art, and literature, his nights to profound research and meditation. But because he knows that man is more than mortal, he also prays, depending, as he tells us, on devout prayer to that eternal Spirit who can enrich with all utterance and knowledge. Such a poet is already in spirit far beyond the Renaissance, though he lives in the autumn of its glory and associates with its literary masters. There is a spirit in man, says the old Hebrew poet, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth him understanding. Here, in a word, is the secret of Milton's life and writing. Hence his long silences, years passing without a word. And when he speaks, it is like the voice of a prophet who begins with the sublime announcement, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me." Hence his style, producing an impression of sublimity which has been marked for wonder by every historian of our literature. His style was unconsciously sublime because he lived and thought consciously in a sublime atmosphere. Life of Milton. Milton is like an ideal in the soul, like a lofty mountain on the horizon. We never attain the ideal, we never climb the mountain, but life would be inexpressibly poorer were either to be taken away. From childhood, Milton's parents set him apart for the attainment of noble ends, and so left nothing to chance in the matter of training. His father, John Milton, is said to have turned Puritan while a student at Oxford, and to have been disinherited by his family. Whereupon he settled in London, and prospered greatly as a scrivener, that is, a kind of notary. In character, the elder Milton was a rare combination of scholar and business man, a radical Puritan in politics and religion, yet a musician, whose hymn tunes are still sung, and a lover of art and literature. The poet's mother was a woman of refinement and social grace, with a deep interest in religion and in local charities. So the boy grew up in a home which combined the culture of the Renaissance with the piety and moral strength of early Puritanism. He begins, therefore, as the heir of one great age and the prophet of another. Apparently, the elder Milton shared Bacon's dislike for the educational methods of the time, and so took charge of his son's training, encouraging his natural tastes, teaching him music, and seeking out a tutor who helped the boy to what he sought most eagerly, not the grammar and mechanism of Greek and Latin, but rather the stories, the ideals, the poetry that hide in their incomparable literatures. At 12 years we find the boy already a scholar in spirit, unable to rest till after midnight because of the joy with which his study was rewarded. From boyhood, two great principles seem to govern Milton's career. One, the love of beauty, of music, art, literature, and indeed of every form of human culture. The other, a steadfast devotion to duty as the highest object in human life. A brief course at the famous St. Paul's School in London was the prelude to Milton's entrance to Christ's College, Cambridge. Here again he followed his natural bent, and, like Bacon, found himself often in opposition to the authorities. Aside from some Latin poems, the most noteworthy song of this period of Milton's life is his splendid ode On the Morning of Christ's Nativity, which was begun on Christmas Day, 1629. Milton, while deep in the classics, had yet a greater love for his native literature. Spenser was for years his master. In his verse we find every evidence of his loving study of Shakespeare, and his last great poems show clearly how he had been influenced by Fletcher's Christ's Victory and Triumph. But it is significant that this first ode rises higher than anything of the kind produced in the famous age of Elizabeth. While at Cambridge, it was the desire of his parents that Milton should take orders in the Church of England, but the intense love of mental liberty which stamped the Puritan was too strong within him, and he refused to consider the oath of servitude, as he called it, which would mark his ordination. Throughout his life, Milton, though profoundly religious, held aloof from the strife of sects. In belief, he belonged to the extreme Puritans, called Separatists, Independents, Congregationalists, of which our Pilgrim Fathers are the great examples. But he refused to be bound by any creed or church discipline. As ever in my great taskmaster's eye. In this last line of one of his sonnets, note, on his being arrived to the age of 23, end of note, is found Milton's rejection of every form of outward religious authority in face of the supreme Puritan principle, the liberty of the individual soul before God. A long period of retirement followed Milton's withdrawal from the university in 1632. At his father's country home in Horton, he gave himself up for 6 years to solitary reading and study, roaming over the wide fields of Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Spanish, French, Italian, and English literatures, and studying hard at mathematics, science, theology, and music, a curious combination. To his love of music we owe the melody of all his poetry, and we note it in the rhythm and balance which makes even his mighty prose arguments harmonious. In Lycidas, L'Allegro, Il Penseroso, Arcades, Comus, and a few sonnets, we have the poetic results of this retirement at Horton. Few indeed, but the most perfect of their kind that our literature has recorded. Out of solitude, where his talent was perfected, Milton entered the busy world, where his character was to be proved to the utmost. From Horton he traveled abroad, through France, Switzerland, and Italy, everywhere received with admiration for his learning and courtesy, winning the friendship of the exiled Dutch scholar Grotius in Paris, and of Galileo in his sad imprisonment in Florence. Note, it is remarkable, says Lamartine, how often in the libraries of Italian princes and in the correspondence of great Italian writers of this period you find mention of the name and fame of this young Englishman. End of note. He was on his way to Greece when news reached him of the break between king and Parliament. With a practical insight which never deserted him, Milton saw clearly the meaning of the news. His cordial reception in Italy, so chary of praise to anything not Italian, had reawakened in Milton the old desire to write an epic which England would not willingly let die. But at thought of the conflict for human freedom, all his dreams were flung to the winds. He gave up his travels and literary ambitions and hurried to England. "For I thought it base," he says, "to be traveling at my ease for intellectual culture, while my fellow countrymen at home were fighting for liberty." Then, for nearly 20 years, the poet of great achievement and still greater promise disappears. We hear no more songs, but only the prose denunciations and arguments, which are as remarkable as his poetry. In all our literature there is nothing more worthy of the Puritan spirit than this laying aside of personal ambitions in order to join in the struggle for human liberty. In his best-known sonnet, On His Blindness, which reflects his grief not at darkness, but at his abandoned dreams, we catch the sublime spirit of this renunciation. Milton's opportunity to serve came in the crisis of 1649. The king had been sent to the scaffold, paying the penalty of his own treachery, and England sat shivering at its own deed, like a child or a Russian peasant who in sudden passion resists unbearable brutality and is then afraid of the consequences. 2 weeks of anxiety, of terror and silence followed. Then appeared Milton's Tenure of Kings and Magistrates. To England it was like the coming of a strong man, not only to protect the child, but to justify his blow for liberty. Kings, no less than people, are subject to the eternal principle of law, the divine right of a people to defend and to protect themselves. That was the mighty argument which calmed a people's dread and proclaimed that a new man and a new principle had arisen in England. Milton was called to be Secretary for Foreign Tongues in the new government, and for the next few years, until the end of the Commonwealth, there were 2 leaders in England, Cromwell the man of action, Milton the man of thought. It is doubtful to which of the 2 humanity owes most for its emancipation from the tyranny of kings and prelates. 2 things of personal interest deserve mention in this period of Milton's life: his marriage and his blindness. In 1643 he married Mary Powell, a shallow, pleasure-loving girl, the daughter of a royalist, and that was the beginning of sorrows. After a month tiring of the austere life of a Puritan household, she abandoned her husband, who, with the same radical reasoning with which he dealt with affairs of state, promptly repudiated the marriage. His Doctrine and Discipline of Divorce and his Tetrachordon are the arguments to justify his position. But they aroused a storm of protest in England, and they suggest to a modern reader that Milton was perhaps as much to blame as his wife, and that he had scant understanding of a woman's nature. When his wife, fearing for her position, appeared before him in tears, all his ponderous arguments were swept aside by a generous impulse. And though the marriage was never a happy one, Milton never again mentioned his wife's desertion. The scene in Paradise Lost, where Eve comes weeping to Adam, seeking peace and pardon, is probably a reflection of a scene in Milton's own household. His wife died in 1653, and a few years later he married another, whom we remember for the sonnet, "Methought I saw my late despoused saint," in which she is celebrated. She died after 15 months, and in 1663 he married a third wife, who helped the blind old man to manage his poor household. From boyhood the strain on the poet's eyes had grown more and more severe. But even when his sight was threatened, he held steadily to his purpose of using his pen in the service of his country. During the king's imprisonment a book appeared called Eikon Basilicae, Royal Image, giving a rosy picture of the king's piety and condemning the Puritans. The book speedily became famous and was the source of all royalist arguments against the Commonwealth. In 1649 appeared Milton's Iconoclastes, Image Breaker, which demolished the flimsy arguments of the Eikon Basilicae, as a charge of Cromwell's Ironsides had overwhelmed the king's followers. After the execution of the king appeared another famous attack upon the Puritans, Defensio Regia pro Carlo Primus, instigated by Charles II, who was then living in exile. It was written in Latin by Salmasius, a Dutch professor at Leyden, and was hailed by the Royalists as an invincible argument. By order of the Council of State, Milton prepared a reply. His eyesight had sadly failed, and he was warned that any further strain would be disastrous. His reply was characteristic of the man and the Puritan. As he had once sacrificed his poetry, so he was now ready, he said, to sacrifice his eyes also on the altar of English liberty. His magnificent Defensio pro Populo Anglicano is one of the most masterly controversial works in literature. The power of the press was already strongly felt in England, and the new Commonwealth owed its standing partly to Milton's prose and partly to Cromwell's policy. The Defensio was the last work that Milton saw. Blindness fell upon him ere it was finished, and from 1652 until his death he labored in total darkness. The last part of Milton's life is a picture of solitary grandeur unequaled in literary history. With the Restoration, all his labors and sacrifices for humanity were apparently wasted. From his retirement he could hear the bells and the shouts that welcomed back a vicious monarch, whose first act was to set his foot upon his people's neck. Milton was immediately marked for persecution. He remained for months in hiding. He was reduced to poverty, and his books were burned by the public hangman. His daughters, upon whom he depended in his blindness, rebelled at the task of reading to him and recording his thoughts. In the midst of all these sorrows we understand in Samson the cry of the blind champion of Israel. Now blind, disheartened, shamed, dishonored, quelled, to what can I be useful, wherein serve my nation, and the work from heaven imposed? But to sit idle on the household hearth, a burdenous drone, to visitants a gaze or pitied object. Milton's answer is worthy of his own great life. Without envy or bitterness he goes back to the early dream of an immortal poem, and begins with superb consciousness of power to dictate his great epic. Paradise Lost was finished in 1665, after 7 years' labor in darkness. With great difficulty he found a publisher, and for the great work, now the most honored poem in our literature, he received less than certain verse makers of our day receive for a little song in one of our popular magazines. Its success was immediate, though like all his work it met with venomous criticism. Dryden summed up the impression made on thoughtful minds of his time when he said, "This man cuts us all out, and the ancients too." Thereafter a bit of sunshine came into his darkened home, for the work stamped him as one of the world's great writers, and from England and the Continent pilgrims came in increasing numbers to speak their gratitude. The next year Milton began his Paradise Regained. In 1671 appeared his last important work, Samson Agonistes, the most powerful dramatic poem on the Greek model which our language possesses. The picture of Israel's mighty champion, blind, alone, afflicted by thoughtless enemies, but preserving a noble ideal to the end, is a fitting close to the life work of the poet himself. For years he was silent, dreaming who shall say what dreams in his darkness, and saying cheerfully to his friends, "Still guides the heavenly vision." He died peacefully in 1674, the most sublime and the most lonely figure in our literature. End of section 22. Section 23 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, continued. Milton's early poetry. Note: in Milton's work we see plainly the progressive influence of the Puritan Age. Thus his Horton poems are joyous, almost Elizabethan in character. His prose is stern, militant, unyielding, like the Puritan in his struggle for liberty. His later poetry, following the apparent failure of Puritanism in the Restoration, has a note of sadness, yet proclaims the eternal principles of liberty and justice for which he had lived. End of note. In his early work Milton appears as the inheritor of all that was best in Elizabethan literature, and his first work, the ode On the Morning of Christ's Nativity, approaches the high water mark of lyric poetry in England. In the next 6 years, from 1631 to 1637, he wrote but little, scarcely more than 2,000 lines; but these are among the most exquisite and the most perfectly finished in our language. L'Allegro. L'Allegro and Il Penseroso are twin poems, containing many lines and short descriptive passages which linger in the mind like strains of music, and which are known and loved wherever English is spoken. L'Allegro, the joyous or happy man, is like an excursion into the English fields at sunrise. The air is sweet, birds are singing, a multitude of sights, sounds, fragrances fill all the senses, and to this appeal of nature the soul of man responds by being happy, seeing in every flower and hearing in every harmony some exquisite symbol of human life. Il Penseroso takes us over the same ground at twilight and at moonrise. The air is still fresh and fragrant. The symbolism is, if possible, more tenderly beautiful than before, but the gay mood is gone, though its memory lingers in the afterglow of the sunset. A quiet thoughtfulness takes the place of the pure joyous sensation of the morning, a thoughtfulness which is not sad, though, like all quiet moods, it is akin to sadness, and which sounds the deeps of human emotion in the presence of nature. To quote scattered lines of either poem is to do injustice to both. They should be read in their entirety the same day, one at morning, the other at eventide, if one is to appreciate their beauty and suggestiveness. Comus. The Masque of Comus is in many respects the most perfect of Milton's poems. It was written in 1634 to be performed at Ludlow Castle before the Earl of Bridgewater and his friends. There is a tradition that the Earl's 3 children had been lost in the woods, and whether true or not, Milton takes the simple theme of a person lost, calls in an attendant spirit to protect the wanderer, and out of this, with its natural action and melodious songs, makes the most exquisite pastoral drama that we possess. In form it is a masque, like those gorgeous products of the Elizabethan age of which Ben Jonson was the master. England had borrowed the idea of the masque from Italy, and had used it as the chief entertainment of all festivals until it had become to the nobles of England what the miracle play had been to the common people of a previous generation. Milton, with his strong Puritan spirit, could not be content with the mere entertainment of an idle hour. Comus has the gorgeous scenic effects, the music and dancing of other masques, but its moral purpose and its ideal teachings are unmistakable. The Triumph of Virtue would be a better name for this perfect little masque, for its theme is that virtue and innocence can walk through any peril of this world without permanent harm. This eternal triumph of good over evil is proclaimed by the attendant spirit, who has protected the innocent in this life, and who now disappears from mortal sight to resume its life of joy. Mortals that would follow me, love virtue. She alone is free. She can teach ye how to climb higher than the sphery chime. Or, if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her. While there are undoubted traces of Jonson and John Fletcher in Milton's Comus, the poem far surpasses its predecessors in the airy beauty and melody of its verses. Lycidas. In the next poem, Lycidas, a pastoral elegy written in 1637, and the last of his Horton poems, Milton is no longer the inheritor of the old age, but the prophet of a new. A college friend, Edward King, had been drowned in the Irish Sea, and Milton follows the poetic custom of his age by representing both his friend and himself in the guise of shepherds leading the pastoral life. Milton also uses all the symbolism of his predecessors, introducing fauns, satyrs, and sea nymphs. But again the Puritan is not content with heathen symbolism, and so introduces a new symbol of the Christian shepherd, responsible for the souls of men, whom he likens to hungry sheep that look up and are not fed. The Puritans and Royalists at this time were drifting rapidly apart, and Milton uses his new symbolism to denounce the abuses that had crept into the church. In any other poet this moral teaching would hinder the free use of the imagination, but Milton seems equal to the task of combining high moral purpose with the noblest poetry. In its exquisite finish and exhaustless imagery, Lycidas surpasses most of the poetry of what is often called the pagan Renaissance. Sonnets. Besides these well-known poems, Milton wrote in this early period a fragmentary masque called Arcades, several Latin poems which, like his English, are exquisitely finished, and his famous sonnets, which brought this Italian form of verse nearly to the point of perfection. In them he seldom wrote of love, the usual subject with his predecessors, but of patriotism, duty, music, and subjects of political interest, suggested by the struggle into which England was drifting. Among these sonnets each reader must find his own favorites. Those best known and most frequently quoted are On His Deceased Wife, To the Nightingale, On Reaching the Age of 23, The Massacre in Piedmont, and the two On His Blindness. Milton's prose. Of Milton's prose works there are many divergent opinions, ranging from Macaulay's unbounded praise to the condemnation of some of our modern critics. From a literary viewpoint, Milton's prose would be stronger if less violent, and a modern writer would hardly be excused for using his language or his methods. But we must remember the times and the methods of his opponents. In his fiery zeal against injustice, the poet is suddenly dominated by the soldier's spirit. He first musters his facts in battalions, and charges upon the enemy to crush and overpower without mercy. For Milton hates injustice, and because it is an enemy of his people, he cannot and will not spare it. When the victory is won, he exults in a paean of victory, as soul-stirring as the Song of Deborah. He is the poet again, spite of himself, and his mind fills with magnificent images, even with a subject so dull, so barren of the bare possibilities of poetry, as his animadversions upon the Remonstrant's defense. He breaks out into an invocation. O thou that sittest in light and glory unapproachable, parent of angels and men, which is like a chapter from the Apocalypse. In such passages Milton's prose is, as Taine suggests, an outpouring of splendors, which suggests the noblest poetry. Areopagitica. On account of their controversial character, these prose works are seldom read, and it is probable that Milton never thought of them as worthy of a place in literature. Of them all, Areopagitica has perhaps the most permanent interest, and is best worth reading. In Milton's time there was a law forbidding the publication of books until they were endorsed by the official censor. Needless to say, the censor, holding his office and salary by favor, was naturally more concerned with the divine right of kings and bishops than with the delights of literature, and many books were suppressed for no better reason than that they were displeasing to the authorities. Milton protested against this, as against every other form of tyranny, and his Areopagitica, so called from the Areopagus, or Forum of Athens, the place of public appeal, and the Mars Hill of St. Paul's address, is the most famous plea in English for the freedom of the press. End of Section 23. Section 24 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, continued. Milton's later poetry. Undoubtedly the noblest of Milton's works, written when he was blind and suffering, are Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained, and Samson Agonistes. The first is the greatest, indeed the only generally acknowledged epic in our literature since Beowulf. The last is the most perfect specimen of a drama after the Greek method in our language. Paradise Lost. Of the history of the great epic we have some interesting glimpses. In Cambridge there is preserved a notebook of Milton's containing a list of nearly 100 subjects. Note: of these, 60 were taken from the Bible, 33 from English, and 5 from Scotch history. End of note. For a great poem, selected while he was a boy at the university. King Arthur attracted him at first, but his choice finally settled upon the fall of man, and we have 4 separate outlines showing Milton's proposed treatment of the subject. These outlines indicate that he contemplated a mighty drama or miracle play, but whether because of Puritan antipathy to plays and players, or because of the wretched dramatic treatment of religious subjects which Milton had witnessed in Italy, he abandoned the idea of a play and settled on the form of an epic poem. Most fortunately, it must be conceded, for Milton had not the knowledge of men necessary for a drama. As a study of character, Paradise Lost would be a grievous failure. Adam, the central character, is something of a prig, while Satan looms up a magnificent figure, entirely different from the devil of the miracle plays, and completely overshadowing the hero, both in interest and in manliness. The other characters, the Almighty, the Son, Raphael, Michael, the angels, and fallen spirits, are merely mouthpieces for Milton's declamations, without any personal or human interest. Regarded as a drama, therefore, Paradise Lost could never have been a success. But as poetry, with its sublime imagery, its harmonious verse, its titanic background of heaven, hell, and the illimitable void that lies between, it is unsurpassed in any literature. In 1658 Milton, in his darkness, sat down to dictate the work which he had planned 30 years before. In order to understand the mighty sweep of the poem, it is necessary to sum up the argument of the 12 books as follows. Argument of Paradise. Lost, Book 1, opens with a statement of the subject, the fall of man, and a noble invocation for light and divine guidance. Then begins the account of Satan and the rebel angels, their banishment from heaven, and their plot to oppose the design of the Almighty by dragging down his children, our first parents, from their state of innocence. The book closes with a description of the land of fire and endless pain where the fallen spirits abide, and the erection of Pandemonium, the palace of Satan. Book 2 is a description of the council of evil spirits, of Satan's consent to undertake the temptation of Adam and Eve, and his journey to the gates of hell, which are guarded by sin and death. Book 3 transports us to heaven again. God, foreseeing the fall, sends Raphael to warn Adam and Eve, so that their disobedience shall be upon their own heads. Then the Son offers himself a sacrifice to take away the sin of the coming disobedience of man. At the end of this book, Satan appears in a different scene, meets Uriel, the angel of the sun, inquires from him the way to earth, and takes his journey thither disguised as an angel of light. Book 4 shows us Paradise and the innocent state of man. An angel guard is set over Eden, and Satan is arrested while tempting Eve in a dream, but is curiously allowed to go free again. Book 5 shows us Eve relating her dream to Adam, and then the morning prayer and the daily employment of our first parents. Raphael visits them, is entertained by a banquet, which Eve proposes in order to show him that all God's gifts are not kept in heaven, and tells them of the revolt of the fallen spirits. His story is continued in Book 6. In Book 7 we read the story of the creation of the world as Raphael tells it to Adam and Eve. In Book 8 Adam tells Raphael the story of his own life and of his meeting with Eve. Book 9 is the story of the temptation by Satan, following the account in Genesis. Book 10 records the divine judgment upon Adam and Eve, shows the construction of sin and death, of a highway through chaos to the earth, and Satan's return to pandemonium. Adam and Eve repent of their disobedience, and Satan and his angels are turned into serpents. In Book 11, the Almighty accepts Adam's repentance, but condemns him to be banished from paradise, and the archangel Michael is sent to execute the sentence. At the end of the book, after Eve's feminine grief at the loss of paradise, Michael begins a prophetic vision of the destiny of man. Book 12 continues Michael's vision. Adam and Eve are comforted by hearing of the future redemption of their race. The poem ends as they wander forth out of paradise, and the door closes behind them. It will be seen that this is a colossal epic, not of a man or a hero, but of the whole race of men, and that Milton's characters are such as no human hand could adequately portray. But the scenes, the splendors of heaven, the horrors of hell, the serene beauty of paradise, the sun and planets suspended between celestial light and gross darkness, are pictured with an imagination that is almost superhuman. The abiding interest of the poem is in these colossal pictures, and in the lofty thought and the marvelous melody with which they are impressed on our minds. The poem is in blank verse, and not until Milton used it did we learn the infinite variety and harmony of which it is capable. He played with it, changing its melody and movement on every page. As an organist out of a single theme develops an unending variety of harmony. Lamartine has described Paradise Lost as the dream of a Puritan fallen asleep over his Bible. And this suggestive description leads us to the curious fact that it is the dream, not the theology or the descriptions of Bible scenes, that chiefly interests us. Thus Milton describes the separation of earth and water, and there is little or nothing added to the simplicity and strength of Genesis. But the sunset which follows is Milton's own dream, and instantly we are transported to a land of beauty and poetry. Now came still evening on, and twilight gray had in her sober livery all things clad. Silence accompanied, for beast and bird, they to their grassy couch, these to their nests, were slunk. All but the wakeful nightingale. She all night long her amorous descant sung. Silence was pleased. Now glowed the firmament with living sapphires. Hesperus, that led the starry host, rode brightest, till the moon, rising in clouded majesty, at length, apparent queen, unveiled her peerless light, and o'er the dark her silver mantle threw. So also Milton's Almighty, considered purely as a literary character, is unfortunately tinged with the narrow and literal theology of the time. He is a being enormously egotistic, the despot rather than the servant of the universe, seated upon a throne with a chorus of angels about him, eternally singing his praises and ministering to a kind of divine vanity. It is not necessary to search heaven for such a character. The type is too common upon the earth. But in Satan, Milton breaks away from crude medieval conceptions. He follows the dream again, and gives us a character to admire and understand. Is this the region, this the soil, the clime? Said then the lost archangel. This the seat that we must change for heaven? This mournful gloom for that celestial light? Be it so, since he, who now is sovereign, can dispose and bid what shall be right. Farthest from him is best, whom reason hath equalled, force hath made supreme above his equals. Farewell, happy fields, where joy forever dwells. Hail, horrors! Hail, infernal world! And thou, profoundest hell, receive thy new possessor, one who brings a mind not to be changed by place or time. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. What matter where, if I be still the same, and what I should be, all but less than he whom thunder hath made greater? Here at least we shall be free. The Almighty hath not built here for his envy, will not drive us hence. Here we may reign secure, and in my choice to reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. In this magnificent heroism, Milton has unconsciously immortalized the Puritan spirit, the same unconquerable spirit that set men to writing poems and allegories when in prison for the faith, and that sent them over the stormy sea in a cockle-shell to found a free commonwealth in the wilds of America. For a modern reader, the understanding of Paradise Lost presupposes two things: a knowledge of the first chapters of the Scriptures and of the general principles of Calvinistic theology. But it is a pity to use the poem, as has so often been done, to teach a literal acceptance of one or the other. Of the theology of Paradise Lost the least said the better. But to the splendor of the Puritan dream and the glorious melody of its expression no words can do justice. Even a slight acquaintance will make the reader understand why it ranks with the Divina Commedia of Dante, and why it is generally accepted by critics as the greatest single poem in our literature. Paradise Regained. Soon after the completion of Paradise Lost, Thomas Ellwood, a friend of Milton, asked one day after reading the Paradise manuscript, "But what hast thou to say of Paradise Found?" It was in response to this suggestion that Milton wrote the second part of the great epic, known to us as Paradise Regained. The first tells how mankind, in the person of Adam, fell at the first temptation by Satan and became an outcast from paradise and from divine grace. The second shows how mankind, in the person of Christ, withstands the tempter and is established once more in the divine favor. Christ's temptation in the wilderness is the theme, and Milton follows the account in the 4th chapter of Matthew's Gospel. Though Paradise Regained was Milton's favorite, and though it has many passages of noble thought and splendid imagery equal to the best of Paradise Lost, the poem as a whole falls below the level of the first, and is less interesting to read. Samson. In Samson Agonistes, Milton turns to a more vital and personal theme, and his genius transfigures the story of Samson, the mighty champion of Israel, now blind and scorned, working as a slave among the Philistines. The poet's aim was to present in English a pure tragedy, with all the passion and restraint which marked the old Greek dramas. That he succeeded where others failed is due to two causes. First, Milton himself suggests the hero of one of the Greek tragedies. His sorrow and affliction give to his noble nature that touch of melancholy and calm dignity which is in perfect keeping with his subject. Second, Milton is telling his own story. Like Samson, he had struggled mightily against the enemies of his race. He had taken a wife from the Philistines and had paid the penalty. He was blind, alone, scorned by his vain and thoughtless masters. To the essential action of the tragedy Milton could add, therefore, that touch of intense yet restrained personal feeling which carries more conviction than any argument. Samson is in many respects the most convincing of his works. Entirely apart from the interest of its subject and treatment, one may obtain from it a better idea of what great tragedy was among the Greeks than from any other work in our language. Nothing is here for tears, nothing to wail or knock the breast, no weakness, no contempt, dispraise, or blame, nothing but well and fair, and what may quiet us in a death so noble. End of section 24. Section 25 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 continued. Part 3. Prose writers of the Puritan period. John Bunyan, 1628-1688. As there is but one poet great enough to express the Puritan spirit, so there is but one commanding prose writer, John Bunyan. Milton was the child of the Renaissance, inheritor of all its culture, and the most profoundly educated man of his age. Bunyan was a poor, uneducated tinker. From the Renaissance he inherited nothing, but from the Reformation he received an excess of that spiritual independence which had caused the Puritan struggle for liberty. These two men, representing the extremes of English life in the 17th century, wrote two works that stand today for the mighty Puritan spirit. One gave us the only epic since Beowulf. The other gave us our only great allegory, which has been read more than any other book in our language save the Bible. Life of Bunyan. Bunyan is an extraordinary figure. We must study him as well as his books. Fortunately, we have his life story in his own words, written with the same lovable modesty and sincerity that marked all his work. Reading that story now, in Grace Abounding, we see two great influences at work in his life. One, from within, was his own vivid imagination, which saw visions, allegories, parables, revelations in every common event. The other, from without, was the spiritual ferment of the age, the multiplication of strange sects, Quakers, Free Willers, Ranters, Anabaptists, Millenarians, and the untempered zeal of all classes, like an engine without a balance wheel, when men were breaking away from authority and setting up their own religious standards. Bunyan's life is an epitome of that astonishing religious individualism which marked the close of the English Reformation. He was born in the little village of Elstow, near Bedford, in 1628, the son of a poor tinker. For a little while the boy was sent to school, where he learned to read and write after a fashion. But he was soon busy in his father's shop, where, amid the glowing pots and the fire and smoke of his little forge, he saw vivid pictures of hell and the devils, which haunted him all his life. When he was 16 years old, his father married the second time, whereupon Bunyan ran away and became a soldier in the Parliamentary army. The religious ferment of the age made a tremendous impression on Bunyan's sensitive imagination. He went to church occasionally, only to find himself wrapped in terrors and torments by some fiery itinerant preacher, and then he would rush violently away from church to forget his fears by joining in Sunday sports on the village green. As night came on, the sports were forgotten, but the terrors returned, multiplied like the evil spirits of the parable. Visions of hell and the demons swarmed in his brain. He would groan aloud in his remorse, and even years afterwards he bemoans the sins of his early life. When we look for them fearfully, expecting some shocking crimes and misdemeanors, we find that they consisted of playing ball on Sunday and swearing. The latter sin, sad to say, was begun by listening to his father cursing some obstinate kettle which refused to be tinkered, and it was perfected in the parliamentary army. One day his terrible swearing scared a woman, a very loose and ungodly wretch, as he tells us, who reprimanded him for his profanity. The reproach of the poor woman went straight home, like the voice of a prophet. All his profanity left him. He hung down his head with shame. "I wished with all my heart," he says, "that I might be a little child again, that my father might learn me to speak without this wicked way of swearing." With characteristic vehemence Bunyan hurls himself upon a promise of Scripture, and instantly the Reformation begins to work in his soul. He casts out the habit, root and branch, and finds to his astonishment that he can speak more freely and vigorously than before. Nothing is more characteristic of the man than this sudden seizing upon a text, which he had doubtless heard many times before, and being suddenly raised up or cast down by its influence. With Bunyan's marriage to a good woman, the real reformation in his life began. While still in his teens, he married a girl as poor as himself. "We came together," he says, "as poor as might be, having not so much household stuff as a dish or spoon between us both." The only dowry which the girl brought to her new home was 2 old threadbare books, The Plain Man's Pathway to Heaven and The Practice of Piety. Note: the latter was by Lewis Bailey, Bishop of Bangor. It is interesting to note that this book, whose very title is unfamiliar to us, was speedily translated into 5 different languages. It had an enormous sale and ran through 50 editions soon after publication. End of note. Bunyan read these books, which instantly gave fire to his imagination. He saw new visions and dreamed terrible new dreams of lost souls. His attendance at church grew exemplary. He began slowly and painfully to read the Bible for himself, but because of his own ignorance on the contradictory interpretations of Scripture, which he heard on every side, he was tossed about like a feather by all the winds of doctrine. The record of the next few years is like a nightmare, so terrible is Bunyan's spiritual struggle. One day he feels himself an outcast, the next the companion of angels, the third he tries experiments with the Almighty in order to put his salvation to the proof. As he goes along the road to Bedford he thinks he will work a miracle like Gideon with his fleece. He will say to the little puddles of water in the horses' tracks, "Be ye dry," and to all the dry tracks he will say, "Be ye puddles." As he is about to perform the miracle, a thought occurs to him. "But go first under yonder hedge and pray that the Lord will make you able to perform a miracle." He goes promptly and prays. Then he is afraid of the test, and goes on his way more troubled than before. After years of such struggle, chased about between heaven and hell, Bunyan at last emerges into a saner atmosphere, even as Pilgrim came out of the horrible valley of the shadow. Soon, led by his intense feelings, he becomes an open-air preacher, and crowds of laborers gather about him on the village green. They listen in silence to his words. They end in groans and tears. Scores of them amend their sinful lives. For the Anglo-Saxon people are remarkable for this, that however deeply they are engaged in business or pleasure, they are still sensitive as barometers to any true spiritual influence, whether of priest or peasant. They recognize what Emerson calls the accent of the Holy Ghost, and in this recognition of spiritual leadership lies the secret of their democracy. So this village tinker, with his strength and sincerity, is presently the acknowledged leader of an immense congregation, and his influence is felt throughout England. It is a tribute to his power that, after the return of Charles II, Bunyan was the first to be prohibited from holding public meetings. Concerning Bunyan's imprisonment in Bedford jail, which followed his refusal to obey the law prohibiting religious meetings without the authority of the established church, there is a difference of opinion. That the law was unjust goes without saying, but there was no religious persecution as we understand the term. Bunyan was allowed to worship when and how he pleased. He was simply forbidden to hold public meetings, which frequently became fierce denunciations of the established church and government. His judges pleaded with Bunyan to conform with the law. He refused, saying that when the Spirit was upon him he must go up and down the land, calling on men everywhere to repent. In his refusal we see much heroism, a little obstinacy, and perhaps something of that desire for martyrdom which tempts every spiritual leader. That his final sentence to indefinite imprisonment was a hard blow to Bunyan is beyond question. He groaned aloud at the thought of his poor family, and especially at the thought of leaving his little blind daughter. "I found myself a man encompassed with infirmities. The parting was like pulling the flesh from my bones. Oh, the thoughts of the hardship I thought my poor blind one might go under would break my heart to pieces. Poor child, thought I, what sorrow thou art like to have for thy portion in this world! Thou must be beaten, must beg, suffer hunger, cold, nakedness, and 1,000 calamities, though I cannot now endure that the wind should blow upon thee." And then, because he thinks always in parables and seeks out most curious texts of Scripture, he speaks of the 2 milk kine that were to carry the ark of God into another country and leave their calves behind them. Poor cows, poor Bunyan! Such is the mind of this extraordinary man. With characteristic diligence, Bunyan set to work in prison making shoelaces, and so earned a living for his family. His imprisonment lasted for nearly 12 years, but he saw his family frequently, and was for some time a regular preacher in the Baptist church in Bedford. Occasionally he even went about late at night, holding the proscribed meetings and increasing his hold upon the common people. The best result of this imprisonment was that it gave Bunyan long hours for the working of his peculiar mind and for study of his 2 only books, the King James Bible and Fox's Book of Martyrs. The result of his study and meditation was Pilgrim's Progress, which was probably written in prison, but which for some reason he did not publish till long after his release. The years which followed are the most interesting part of Bunyan's strange career. The publication of Pilgrim's Progress in 1678 made him the most popular writer, as he was already the most popular preacher in England. Books, tracts, sermons, nearly 60 works in all, came from his pen. And when one remembers his ignorance, his painfully slow writing, and his activity as an itinerant preacher, one can only marvel. His evangelistic journeys carried him often as far as London, and wherever he went crowds thronged to hear him. Scholars, bishops, statesmen went in secret to listen among the laborers, and came away wondering and silent. At Southwark, the largest building could not contain the multitude of his hearers. And when he preached in London, thousands would gather in the cold dusk of the winter morning, before work began, and listen until he had made an end of speaking. Bishop Bunyan he was soon called on account of his missionary journeys and his enormous influence. What we most admire in the midst of all this activity is his perfect mental balance, his charity and humor in the strife of many sects. He was badgered for years by petty enemies, and he arouses our enthusiasm by his tolerance, his self-control, and especially by his sincerity. To the very end he retained that simple modesty which no success could spoil. Once, when he had preached with unusual power, some of his friends waited after the service to congratulate him, telling him what a sweet sermon he had delivered. "Aye," said Bunyan, "you need not remind me. The devil told me that before I was out of the pulpit." For 16 years this wonderful activity continued without interruption. Then one day, when riding through a cold storm on a labor of love, to reconcile a stubborn man with his own stubborn son, he caught a severe cold and appeared, ill and suffering, but rejoicing in his success, at the house of a friend in Reading. He died there a few days later, and was laid away in Bunhill Fields burial ground, London, which has been ever since a Campo Santo to the faithful. Works of Bunyan. The world's literature has three great allegories: Spenser's Faery Queen, Dante's Divina Commedia, and Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. The first appeals to poets, the second to scholars, the third to people of every age and condition. Here is a brief outline of the famous work. Argument of Pilgrim's Progress. As I walked through the wilderness of this world, I lighted on a certain place where there was a den, Bedford Jail, and laid me down in that place to sleep. And as I slept I dreamed a dream. So the story begins. He sees a man called Christian setting out with a book in his hand and a great load on his back from the city of destruction. Christian has two objects: to get rid of his burden, which holds the sins and fears of his life, and to make his way to the holy city. At the outset, Evangelist finds him weeping because he knows not where to go, and points him to a wicket gate on a hill far away. As Christian goes forward, his neighbors, friends, wife, and children call to him to come back. But he puts his fingers in his ears, crying out, "Life, life, eternal life," and so rushes across the plain. Then begins a journey in 10 stages, which is a vivid picture of the difficulties and triumphs of the Christian life. Every trial, every difficulty, every experience of joy or sorrow, of peace or temptation, is put into the form and discourse of a living character. Other allegorists write in poetry, and their characters are shadowy and unreal. But Bunyan speaks in terse, idiomatic prose, and his characters are living men and women. There are Mr. Worldly Wiseman, a self-satisfied and dogmatic kind of man; youthful Ignorance; sweet Piety; courteous Demas; garrulous Talkative; honest Faithful; and a score of others who are not at all the bloodless creatures of the Romance of the Rose, but men real enough to stop you on the road and to hold your attention. Scene after scene follows, in which are pictured many of our own spiritual experiences. There is the Slough of Despond, into which we all have fallen, out of which Pliable scrambles on the hither side and goes back grumbling, but through which Christian struggles mightily, till Helpful stretches him a hand and drags him out on solid ground and bids him go on his way. Then come Interpreter's House, the Palace Beautiful, the Lions in the Way, the Valley of Humiliation, the hard fight with the demon Apollyon, the more terrible Valley of the Shadow, Vanity Fair, and the Trial of Faithful. The latter is condemned to death by a jury made up of Mr. Blindman, Mr. No Good, Mr. Heady, Mr. Live Loose, Mr. Hate Light, and others of their kind, to whom questions of justice are committed by the jury system. Most famous is Doubting Castle, where Christian and Hopeful are thrown into a dungeon by giant Despair, and then at last the Delectable Mountains of Youth, the deep river that Christian must cross, and the city of all delight, and the glorious company of angels that come singing down the streets. At the very end, when in sight of the city, and while he can hear the welcome with which Christian is greeted, Ignorance is snatched away to go to his own place, and Bunyan quaintly observes, "Then I saw that there was a way to hell, even from the gates of heaven as well as from the city of destruction. So I awoke, and behold, it was a dream." Such, in brief, is the story, the great epic of a Puritan's individual experience in a rough world, just as Paradise Lost was the epic of mankind as dreamed by the great Puritan who had fallen asleep over his Bible. Success of Pilgrim's Progress. The chief fact which confronts the student of literature as he pauses before this great allegory is that it has been translated into 75 languages and dialects, and has been read more than any other book save one in the English language. As for the secret of its popularity, Taine says, next to the Bible, the book most widely read in England is The Pilgrim's Progress. Protestantism is the doctrine of salvation by grace, and no writer has equaled Bunyan in making this doctrine understood. And this opinion is echoed by the majority of our literary historians. It is perhaps sufficient answer to quote the simple fact that Pilgrim's Progress is not exclusively a Protestant study. It appeals to Christians of every name, and to Mohammedans and Buddhists in precisely the same way that it appeals to Christians. When it was translated into the languages of Catholic countries, like France and Portugal, only one or two incidents were omitted, and the story was almost as popular there as with English readers. The secret of its success is probably simple. It is, first of all, not a procession of shadows repeating the author's declamations, but a real story, the first extended story in our language. Our Puritan fathers may have read the story for religious instruction, but all classes of men have read it because they found in it a true personal experience told with strength, interest, humor. In a word, with all the qualities that such a story should possess. Young people have read it, first for its intrinsic worth, because the dramatic interest of the story lured them on to the very end, and second, because it was their introduction to true allegory. The child with his imaginative mind, the man also, who has preserved his simplicity, naturally personifies objects, and takes pleasure in giving them powers of thinking and speaking like himself. Bunyan was the first writer to appeal to this pleasant and natural inclination in a way that all could understand. Add to this the fact that Pilgrim's Progress was the only book having any story interest in the great majority of English and American homes for a full century, and we have found the real reason for its wide reading. Other works of Bunyan. The Holy War, published in 1665, is the first important work of Bunyan. It is a prose Paradise Lost, and would undoubtedly be known as a remarkable allegory, were it not overshadowed by its great rival. Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners, published in 1666, 12 years before Pilgrim's Progress, is the work from which we obtain the clearest insight into Bunyan's remarkable life, and to a man with historical or antiquarian tastes it is still excellent reading. In 1682 appeared The Life and Death of Mr. Badman, a realistic character study which is a precursor of the modern novel. And in 1684 the second part of Pilgrim's Progress, showing the journey of Christiana and her children to the city of all delight. Besides these, Bunyan published a multitude of treatises and sermons, all in the same style, direct, simple, convincing, expressing every thought and emotion perfectly in words that even a child can understand. Many of these are masterpieces, admired by working men and scholars alike for their thought and expression. Take, for instance, The Heavenly Footman. Put it side by side with the best work of Latimer, and the resemblance in style is startling. It is difficult to realize that one work came from an ignorant tinker and the other from a great scholar, both engaged in the same general work. As Bunyan's one book was the Bible, we have here a suggestion of its influence in all our prose literature. End of section 25. Section 26 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, continued. Minor prose writers. The Puritan period is generally regarded as one destitute of literary interest, but that was certainly not the result of any lack of books or writers. Says Burton in his Anatomy of Melancholy, "I have new books every day, pamphlets, curantos, stories, whole catalogues of volumes of all sorts, new paradoxes, opinions, schisms, heresies, controversies in philosophy and religion. Now come tidings of weddings, maskings, entertainments, jubilees, embassies, sports, plays. Then again, as in a new ship scene, treasons, cheatings, tricks, robberies, enormous villainies in all kinds, funerals, deaths, new discoveries, expeditions, now comical, then tragical matters." So the record continues, till one rubs his eyes and thinks he must have picked up by mistake the last literary magazine. And for all these kaleidoscopic events there were waiting a multitude of writers ready to seize the abundant material and turn it to literary account for a tract, an article, a volume, or an encyclopedia. Three good books. If one were to recommend certain of these books as expressive of this age of outward storm and inward calm, there are three that deserve more than a passing notice, namely the Religio Medici, Holy Living, and the Complete Angler. The first was written by a busy physician, a supposedly scientific man at that time; the second by the most learned of English churchmen; and the third by a simple merchant and fisherman. Strangely enough, these three great books, the reflections of nature, science, and revelation, all interpret human life alike and tell the same story of gentleness, charity, and noble living. If the age had produced only these three books, we could still be profoundly grateful to it for its inspiring message. Robert Burton, 1577 1640. Burton is famous chiefly as the author of the Anatomy of Melancholy, one of the most astonishing books in all literature, which appeared in 1621. Burton was a clergyman of the Established Church, an incomprehensible genius, given to broodings and melancholy, and to reading every conceivable kind of literature. Thanks to his wonderful memory, everything he read was stored up for use or ornament, till his mind resembled a huge curiosity shop. All his life he suffered from hypochondria, but curiously traced his malady to the stars rather than to his own liver. It is related of him that he used to suffer so from despondency that no help was to be found in medicine or theology. His only relief was to go down to the river and hear the bargemen swear at one another. Burton's Anatomy was begun as a medical treatise on morbidness, arranged and divided with all the exactness of the schoolmen's demonstration of doctrines. but it turned out to be an enormous hodgepodge of quotations and references to authors, known and unknown, living and dead, which seemed to prove chiefly that much study is a weariness to the flesh. By some freak of taste it became instantly popular, and was proclaimed one of the greatest books in literature. A few scholars still explore it with delight as a mine of classic wealth. But the style is hopelessly involved, and to the ordinary reader most of his numerous references are now as unmeaning as a hyper-Jacobean surface. Sir Thomas Browne, 1605 1682. Browne was a physician who, after much study and travel, settled down to his profession in Norwich. But even then he gave far more time to the investigation of natural phenomena than to the barbarous practices which largely constituted the art of medicine in his day. He was known far and wide as a learned doctor and an honest man, whose scientific studies had placed him in advance of his age, and whose religious views were liberal to the point of heresy. With this in mind, it is interesting to note, as a sign of the times, that this most scientific doctor was once called to give expert testimony in the case of two old women who were being tried for the capital crime of witchcraft. He testified under oath that the fits were natural, but heightened by the devil's cooperating with the witches, at whose instance he, the alleged devil, did the villainies. Religio Medici. Browne's great work is the Religio Medici, i.e., the Religion of a Physician, 1642, which met with most unusual success. "Hardly ever was a book published in Britain," says Oldys, a chronicler who wrote nearly a century later, "that made more noise than the Religio Medici." Its success may be due largely to the fact that, among thousands of religious works, it was one of the few which saw in nature a profound revelation, and which treated purely religious subjects in a reverent, kindly, tolerant way, without ecclesiastical bias. It is still, therefore, excellent reading, but it is not so much the matter as the manner, the charm, the gentleness, the remarkable prose style, which has established the book as one of the classics of our literature. Two other works of Browne are Vulgar Errors, 1646, a curious combination of scientific and credulous research in the matter of popular superstition, and Urn Burial, a treatise suggested by the discovery of Roman burial urns at Walsingham. It began as an inquiry into the various methods of burial, but ended in a dissertation on the vanity of earthly hope and ambitions. From a literary point of view it is Browne's best work, but is less read than the Religio Medici. Thomas Fuller, 1608 1661. Fuller was a clergyman and royalist, whose lively style and witty observations would naturally place him with the gay Caroline poets. His best-known works are The Holy War, The Holy State and the Profane State, Church History of Britain, and The History of the Worthies of England. The Holy and Profane State is chiefly a biographical record, the first part consisting of numerous historical examples to be imitated, the second of examples to be avoided. The Church History is not a scholarly work, notwithstanding its author's undoubted learning, but is a lively and gossipy account which has at least one virtue, that it entertains the reader. The Worthies, the most widely read of his works, is a racy account of the important men of England. Fuller traveled constantly for years, collecting information from out-of-the-way sources and gaining a minute knowledge of his own country. This, with his overflowing humor and numerous anecdotes and illustrations, makes lively and interesting reading. Indeed, we hardly find a dull page in any of his numerous books. Jeremy Taylor, 1613 1667. Taylor was the greatest of the clergymen who made this period famous, a man who, like Milton, upheld a noble ideal in storm and calm, and himself lived it nobly. He has been called the Shakespeare of divines, and a kind of Spenser in a cassock, and both descriptions apply to him very well. His writings, with their exuberant fancy and their noble diction, belong rather to the Elizabethan than to the Puritan age. From the large number of his works, two stand out as representative of the man himself: The Liberty of Prophesying, 1646, which Hallam calls the first plea for tolerance in religion, on a comprehensive basis and on deep-seated foundations; and The Rules and Exercises of Holy Living, 1650. To the latter might be added its companion volume, Holy Dying, published in the following year. The Holy Living and Dying, as a single volume, was for many years read in almost every English cottage. With Baxter's Saints' Rest, Pilgrim's Progress, and the King James Bible, it often constituted the entire library of multitudes of Puritan homes. And as we read its noble words and breathe its gentle spirit, we cannot help wishing that our modern libraries were gathered together on the same thoughtful foundations. Richard Baxter, 1615 1691. This busiest man of his age strongly suggests Bunyan in his life and writings. Like Bunyan, he was poor and uneducated, a nonconformist minister, exposed continually to insult and persecution; and like Bunyan, he threw himself heart and soul into the conflicts of his age, and became by his public speech a mighty power among the common people. Unlike Jeremy Taylor, who wrote for the learned, and whose involved sentences and classical allusions are sometimes hard to follow, Baxter went straight to his mark, appealing directly to the judgment and feeling of his readers. The number of his works is almost incredible when one thinks of his busy life as a preacher and the slowness of manual writing. In all, he left nearly 170 different works, which, if collected, would make 50 or 60 volumes. As he wrote chiefly to influence men on the immediate questions of the day, most of his work has fallen into oblivion. His two most famous books are The Saints' Everlasting Rest and A Call to the Unconverted, both of which were exceedingly popular, running through scores of successive editions, and have been widely read in our own generation. Izaak Walton, 1593 1683. Walton was a small tradesman of London who preferred trout, brooks, and good reading to the profits of business and the doubtful joys of a city life. So at 50 years, when he had saved a little money, he left the city and followed his heart out into the country. He began his literary work, or rather his recreation, by writing his famous Lives, kindly and readable appreciations of Donne, Wotton, Hooker, Herbert, and Sanderson, which stand at the beginning of modern biographical writing. The Complete Angler. In 1653 appeared The Complete Angler, which has grown steadily in appreciation, and which is probably more widely read than any other book on the subject of fishing. It begins with a conversation between a falconer, a hunter, and an angler; but the angler soon does most of the talking, as fishermen sometimes do. The hunter becomes a disciple, and learns by the easy method of hearing the fisherman discourse about his art. The conversations, it must be confessed, are often diffuse and pedantic, but they only make us feel more comfortably sleepy, as one invariably feels after a good day's fishing. So kindly is the spirit of the angler, so exquisite his appreciation of the beauty of the earth and sky, that one returns to the book as to a favorite trout stream, with the undying expectation of catching something. Among 1,000 books on angling, it stands almost alone in possessing a charming style, and so it will probably be read as long as men go fishing. Best of all, it leads to a better appreciation of nature, and it drops little moral lessons into the reader's mind as gently as one casts a fly to a wary trout, so that one never suspects his better nature is being angled for. Though we have sometimes seen anglers catch more than they need, or sneak ahead of brother fishermen to the best pools, we are glad, for Walton's sake, to overlook such unaccountable exceptions, and agree with the milkmaid that we love all anglers, they be such honest, civil, quiet men. Summary of the Puritan Period. The half century between 1625 and 1675 is called the Puritan period for two reasons. First, because Puritan standards prevailed for a time in England, and second, because the greatest literary figure during all these years was the Puritan, John Milton. Historically, the age was one of tremendous conflict. The Puritan struggled for righteousness and liberty, and because he prevailed, the age is one of moral and political revolution. In his struggle for liberty, the Puritan overthrew the corrupt monarchy, beheaded Charles I, and established the Commonwealth under Cromwell. The Commonwealth lasted but a few years, and the restoration of Charles II in 1660 is often put as the end of the Puritan period. The age has no distinct limits, but overlaps the Elizabethan period on one side and the Restoration period on the other. The age produced many writers, a few immortal books, and one of the world's great literary leaders. The literature of the age is extremely diverse in character, and the diversity is due to the breaking up of the ideals of political and religious unity. This literature differs from that of the preceding age in three marked ways. 1. It has no unity of spirit, as in the days of Elizabeth, resulting from the patriotic enthusiasm of all classes. 2. In contrast with the hopefulness and vigor of Elizabethan writings, much of the literature of this period is somber in character. It saddens rather than inspires us. 3. It has lost the romantic impulse of youth and become critical and intellectual. It makes us think rather than feel deeply. In our study we have noted 1. The transition poets, of whom Daniel is chief. 2. The songwriters, Campion and Breton. 3. The Spenserian poets, Wither and Giles Fletcher. 4. The metaphysical poets, Donne and Herbert. 5. The Cavalier poets, Herrick, Carew, Lovelace, and Suckling. 6. John Milton, his life, his early or Horton poems, his militant prose, and his last great poetical works. 7. John Bunyan, his extraordinary life, and his chief work, The Pilgrim's Progress. 8. The minor prose writers, Burton, Browne, Fuller, Taylor, Baxter, and Walton. 3 books selected from this group are Browne's Religio Medici, Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, and Walton's Complete Angler. Suggestive questions. 1. What is meant by the Puritan period? What were the objects and the results of the Puritan movement in English history? 2. What are the main characteristics of the literature of this period? Compare it with Elizabethan literature. How did religion and politics affect Puritan literature? Can you quote any passages or name any works which justify your opinion? 3. What is meant by the terms Cavalier poets, Spenserian poets, metaphysical poets? Name the chief writers of each group. To whom are we indebted for our first English hymn book? Would you call this a work of literature? Why? 4. What are the qualities of Herrick's poetry? What marked contrasts are found in Herrick and in nearly all the poets of this period? 5. Who was George Herbert? For what purpose did he write? What qualities are found in his poetry? 6. Tell briefly the story of Milton's life. What are the three periods of his literary work? What is meant by the Horton poems? Compare l'Allegro and il Penseroso. Are there any Puritan ideals in Comus? Why is Lycidas often put at the summit of English lyrical poetry? Give the main idea or argument of Paradise Lost. What are the chief qualities of the poem? Describe in outline Paradise Regained and Samson Agonistes. What personal element entered into the latter? What quality strikes you most forcibly in Milton's poetry? What occasioned Milton's prose works? Do they properly belong to literature? Why? Compare Milton and Shakespeare with regard to 1. Knowledge of men, 2. Ideals of life, 3. Purpose in writing. 7. Tell the story of Bunyan's life. What unusual elements are found in his life and writings? Give the main argument of the Pilgrim's Progress. If you read the story before studying literature, tell why you liked or disliked it. Why is it a work for all ages and for all races? What are the chief qualities of Bunyan's style? 8. Who are the minor prose writers of this age? Name the chief works of Jeremy Taylor, Thomas Browne, and Izaak Walton. Can you describe from your own reading any of these works? How does the prose of this age compare in interest with the poetry? Milton is, of course, accepted in this comparison. Chronology, 17th century. History. 1625, Charles I. Parliament dissolved. 1628, Petition of Right. 1630-1640, King rules without Parliament. Puritan migration to New England. 1640, Long Parliament. 1642, Civil War begins. 1643, Scotch Covenant. 1643, Press censorship. 1645, Battle of Naseby, triumph of Puritans. 1649, execution of Charles I. Cavalier migration to Virginia. 1649-1660, Commonwealth. 1653-1658, Cromwell, Protector. 1658-1660, Richard Cromwell. 1660, Restoration of Charles II. Literature. 1621, Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. 1623, Wither's Hymn Book. 1629, Milton's Ode on the Nativity. 1630-1633, Herbert's Poems. 1632-1637, Milton's Horton Poems. 1642, Browne's Religio Medici. 1644, Milton's Areopagitica. 1649, Milton's Tenure of Kings. 1650, Baxter's Saints' Rest. Jeremy Taylor's Holy Living. 1651, Hobbes' Leviathan. 1653, Walton's Complete Angler. 1663-1694, Dryden's Dramas. In parentheses, next chapter. 1666, Bunyan's Grace Abounding. 1667, Paradise Lost. 1674, Death of Milton. 1678, Pilgrim's Progress published. Parentheses, written earlier. End of section 26. End of chapter 7. Section 27 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Period of the Restoration, 1660-1700. The Age of French Influence. History of the period. It seems a curious contradiction at first glance to place the return of Charles II at the beginning of modern England, as our historians are wont to do, for there was never a time when the progress of liberty which history records was more plainly turned backwards. The Puritan regime had been too severe. It had repressed too many natural pleasures. Now, released from restraint, society abandoned the decencies of life and the reverence for law itself, and plunged into excesses more unnatural than had been the restraints of Puritanism. The inevitable effect of excess is disease, and for almost an entire generation following the Restoration in 1660, England lay sick of a fever. Socially, politically, morally, London suggests an Italian city in the days of the Medici, and its literature, especially its drama, often seems more like the delirium of illness than the expression of a healthy mind. But even a fever has its advantages. Whatever impurity is in the blood is burnt and purged away, and a man rises from fever with a new strength and a new idea of the value of life, like King Hezekiah, who after his sickness and fear of death resolved to go softly all his days. The Restoration was the great crisis in English history, and that England lived through it was due solely to the strength and excellence of that Puritanism which she thought she had flung to the winds when she welcomed back a vicious monarch at Dover. The chief lesson of the Restoration was this, that it showed by awful contrast the necessity of truth and honesty, and of a strong government of free men, for which the Puritan had stood like a rock in every hour of his rugged history. Through fever, England came slowly back to health. Through gross corruption in society and in the state, England learned that her people were at heart sober, sincere, religious folk, and that their character was naturally too strong to follow after pleasure and be satisfied. So Puritanism suddenly gained all that it had struggled for, and gained it even in the hour when all seemed lost, when Milton in his sorrow unconsciously portrayed the government of Charles and his cabal in that tremendous scene of the Council of the Infernal Peers in Pandemonium, plotting the ruin of the world. The King and His Followers. Of the king and his followers it is difficult to write temperately. Most of the dramatic literature of the time is atrocious, and we can understand it only as we remember the character of the court and society for which it was written. Unspeakably vile in his private life, the king had no redeeming patriotism, no sense of responsibility to his country for even his public acts. He gave high offices to blackguards, stole from the exchequer like a common thief, played off Catholics and Protestants against each other, disregarding his pledges to both alike, broke his solemn treaty with the Dutch and with his own ministers, and betrayed his country for French money to spend on his own pleasures. It is useless to paint the dishonor of a court which followed gaily after such a leader. The first Parliament, while it contained some noble and patriotic members, was dominated by young men who remembered the excess of Puritan zeal, but forgot the despotism and injustice which had compelled Puritanism to stand up and assert the manhood of England. These young politicians vied with the king in passing laws for the subjugation of church and state, and in their thirst for revenge upon all who had been connected with Cromwell's iron government. Once more a wretched formalism, that perpetual danger to the English Church, came to the front and exercised authority over the free churches. The House of Lords was largely increased by the creation of hereditary titles and estates for ignoble men and shameless women who had flattered the king's vanity. Even the bench, that last strong refuge of English justice, was corrupted by the appointment of judges like the brutal Jeffreys, whose aim, like that of their royal master, was to get money and to exercise power without personal responsibility. Amid all this dishonor, the foreign influence and authority of Cromwell's strong government vanished like smoke. The valiant little Dutch navy swept the English fleet from the sea, and only the thunder of Dutch guns in the Thames, under the very windows of London, awoke the nation to the realization of how low it had fallen. Revolution of 1688. Two considerations must modify our judgment of this disheartening spectacle. First, the king and his court are not England. Though our histories are largely filled with the records of kings and soldiers, of intrigues and fightings, these no more express the real life of a people than fever and delirium express a normal manhood. Though king and court and high society arouse our disgust or pity, records are not wanting to show that private life in England remained honest and pure even in the worst days of the Restoration. While London society might be entertained by the degenerate poetry of Rochester and the dramas of Dryden and Wycherley, English scholars hailed Milton with delight, and the common people followed Bunyan and Baxter with their tremendous appeal to righteousness and liberty. Second, the king, with all his pretensions to divine right, remained only a figurehead; and the Anglo-Saxon people, when they tire of one figurehead, have always the will and the power to throw it overboard and choose a better one. The country was divided into two political parties: the Whigs, who sought to limit the royal power in the interests of Parliament and the people, and the Tories, who strove to check the growing power of the people in the interests of their hereditary rulers. Both parties, however, were largely devoted to the Anglican Church, and when James II, after 4 years of misrule, attempted to establish a national Catholicism by intrigues which aroused the protest of the Pope, note Guizot's History of the Revolution in England, as well as of Parliament. Then Whigs and Tories, Catholics and Protestants, united in England's last great revolution. The complete and bloodless revolution of 1688, which called William of Orange to the throne, was simply the indication of England's restored health and sanity. It proclaimed that she had not long forgotten, and could never again forget, the lessons taught her by Puritanism in its 100 years of struggle and sacrifice. Modern England was firmly established by the Revolution, which was brought about by the excesses of the Restoration. French influence. Literary characteristics. In the literature of the Restoration we note a sudden breaking away from old standards, just as society broke away from the restraints of Puritanism. Many of the literary men had been driven out of England with Charles and his court, or else had followed their patrons into exile in the days of the Commonwealth. On their return they renounced old ideals and demanded that English poetry and drama should follow the style to which they had become accustomed in the gaiety of Paris. We read with astonishment in Pepys's diary, 1660-1669, that he has been to see a play called Midsummer Night's Dream, but that he will never go again to hear Shakespeare, for it is the most insipid, ridiculous play that ever I saw in my life. And again we read in the diary of Evelyn, another writer who reflects with wonderful accuracy the life and spirit of the Restoration: I saw Hamlet played, but now the old plays begin to disgust this refined age, since his Majesty's being so long abroad. Since Shakespeare and the Elizabethans were no longer interesting, literary men began to imitate the French writers, with whose works they had just grown familiar. And here begins the so-called period of French influence, which shows itself in English literature for the next century, instead of the Italian influence which had been dominant since Spenser and the Elizabethans. One has only to consider for a moment the French writers of this period: Pascal, Bossuet, Fénelon, Malherbe, Corneille, Racine, Molière, all that brilliant company which makes the reign of Louis XIV the Elizabethan age of French literature. To see how far astray the early writers of the Restoration went in their wretched imitation. When a man takes another for his model, he should copy virtues, not vices. But unfortunately many English writers reverse the rule, copying the vices of French comedy without any of its wit or delicacy or abundant ideas. The poems of Rochester, the plays of Dryden, Wycherley, Congreve, Vanbrugh, Farquhar, all popular in their day, are mostly unreadable. Milton's Sons of Belial, flown with insolence and wine, is a good expression of the vile character of the court writers and of the London theaters for 30 years following the Restoration. Such work can never satisfy a people, and when Jeremy Collier, note Jeremy Collier, 1650–1726, a clergyman and author, noted for his scholarly Ecclesiastical History of Great Britain, 1708–1714, and his Short View of the Immorality and Profaneness of the English Stage, 1698. The latter was largely instrumental in correcting the low tendency of the Restoration drama. End of note. In 1698 published a vigorous attack upon the evil plays and playwrights of the day. All London, tired of the coarseness and excesses of the Restoration, joined the literary revolution, and the corrupt drama was driven from the stage. New tendencies. With the final rejection of the Restoration drama, we reach a crisis in the history of our literature. The old Elizabethan spirit, with its patriotism, its creative vigor, its love of romance, and the Puritan spirit, with its moral earnestness and individualism, were both things of the past, and at first there was nothing to take their places. Dryden, the greatest writer of the age, voiced a general complaint when he said that in his prose and poetry he was drawing the outlines of a new art, but had no teacher to instruct him. But literature is a progressive art, and soon the writers of the age developed two marked tendencies of their own: the tendency to realism, and the tendency to that preciseness and elegance of expression which marks our literature for the next 100 years. Realism. In realism, that is, the representation of men exactly as they are, the expression of the plain, unvarnished truth without regard to ideals or romance, the tendency was at first thoroughly bad. The early Restoration writers sought to paint realistic pictures of a corrupt court and society, and, as we have suggested, they emphasized the vices rather than virtues, and gave us coarse, low plays without interest or moral significance. Like Hobbes, they saw only the externals of man, his body and appetites, not his soul and its ideals. And so, like most realists, they resemble a man lost in the woods, who wanders aimlessly around in circles, seeing the confusing trees but never the whole forest, and who seldom thinks of climbing the nearest high hill to get his bearings. Later, however, this tendency to realism became more wholesome. While it neglected romantic poetry, in which youth is eternally interested, it led to a keener study of the practical motives which govern human action. Formalism. The second tendency of the age was toward directness and simplicity of expression, and to this excellent tendency our literature is greatly indebted. In both the Elizabethan and the Puritan ages, the general tendency of writers was towards extravagance of thought and language. Sentences were often involved and loaded with Latin quotations and classical allusions. The Restoration writers opposed this vigorously. From France they brought back the tendency to regard established rules for writing, to emphasize close reasoning rather than romantic fancy, and to use short, clean-cut sentences without an unnecessary word. We see this French influence in the Royal Society. Note: the Royal Society for the Investigation and Discussion of Scientific Questions was founded in 1662, and soon included practically all the literary and scientific men of the age. It encouraged the work of Isaac Newton, who was one of its members, and its influence for truth, at a time when men were still trying to compound the philosopher's stone, calculating men's action from the stars, and hanging harmless old women for witches, can hardly be overestimated. End of note. Which had for one of its objects the reform of English prose by getting rid of its swellings of style, and which bound all its members to use a close, naked, natural way of speaking, as near to mathematical plainness as they can. Dryden accepted this excellent rule for his prose, and adopted the heroic couplet as the next best thing for the greater part of his poetry. As he tells us himself, "And this unpolished, rugged verse I chose as fittest for discourse and nearest prose." It is largely due to him that writers developed that formalism of style, that precise, almost mathematical elegance, miscalled classicism, which ruled English literature for the next century. Note: if the reader would see this in concrete form, let him read a paragraph of Milton's prose, or a stanza of his poetry, and compare its exuberant, melodious diction with Dryden's concise method of writing. End of note. The couplet. Another thing which the reader will note with interest in Restoration literature is the adoption of the heroic couplet, that is, two iambic pentameter lines which rhyme together, as the most suitable form of poetry. Waller, note: Edmund Waller, 1606–1687, the most noted poet of the Restoration period until his pupil Dryden appeared. His works are now seldom read. End of note. Who began to use it in 1623, is generally regarded as the father of the couplet, for he is the first poet to use it consistently in the bulk of his poetry. Chaucer had used the rhymed couplet wonderfully well in his Canterbury Tales, but in Chaucer it is the poetical thought more than the expression which delights us. With the Restoration writers, form counts for everything. Waller and Dryden made the couplet the prevailing literary fashion, and in their hands the couplet becomes closed. That is, each pair of lines must contain a complete thought, stated as precisely as possible. Thus Waller writes: "The soul's dark cottage, battered and decayed, lets in new light through chinks that time has made." That is a kind of aphorism such as Pope made in large quantities in the following age. It contains a thought, is catchy, quotable, easy to remember, and the Restoration writers delighted in it. Soon this mechanical closed couplet, in which the second line was often made first, note: following the advice of Boileau, 1676-1711, a noted French critic, whom Voltaire called the lawgiver of Parnassus), almost excluded all other forms of poetry. It was dominant in England for a full century, and we have grown familiar with it and somewhat weary of its monotony in such famous poems as Pope's Essay on Man and Goldsmith's Deserted Village. These, however, are essays rather than poems. That even the couplet is capable of melody and variety is shown in Chaucer's Tales and in Keats's exquisite Endymion. These four things, the tendency to vulgar realism in the drama, a general formalism which came from following set rules, the development of a simpler and more direct prose style, and the prevalence of the heroic couplet in poetry, are the main characteristics of Restoration literature. They are all exemplified in the work of one man, John Dryden. John Dryden, 1631–1700. Dryden is the greatest literary figure of the Restoration, and in his work we have an excellent reflection of both the good and the evil tendencies of the age in which he lived. If we can think for a moment of literature as a canal of water, we may appreciate the figure that Dryden is the lock by which the waters of English poetry were let down from the mountains of Shakespeare and Milton to the plain of Pope. That is, he stands between two very different ages, and serves as a transition from one to the other. Life. Dryden's life contains so many conflicting elements of greatness and littleness that the biographer is continually taken away from the facts, which are his chief concern, to judge motives which are manifestly outside his knowledge and business. Judged by his own opinion of himself, as expressed in the numerous prefaces to his works, Dryden was the soul of candor, writing with no other master than literature, and with no other object than to advance the welfare of his age and nation. Judged by his acts, he was apparently a time-server, catering to a depraved audience in his dramas, and dedicating his work with much flattery to those who were easily cajoled by their vanity into sharing their purse and patronage. In this, however, he only followed the general custom of the time, and is above many of his contemporaries. Dryden was born in the village of Aldwinkle, Northamptonshire, in 1631. His family were prosperous people who brought him up in the strict Puritan faith, and sent him first to the famous Westminster School and then to Cambridge. He made excellent use of his opportunities and studied eagerly, becoming one of the best educated men of his age, especially in the classics. Though of remarkable literary taste, he showed little evidence of literary ability up to the age of 30. By his training and family connections he was allied to the Puritan party, and his only well-known work of this period, the Heroic Stanzas, was written on the death of Cromwell. His grandeur he derived from heaven alone, for he was great ere fortune made him so. And wars, like mists that rise against the sun, made him but greater seem, not greater grow. In these 4 lines, taken almost at random from the Heroic Stanzas, we have an epitome of the thought, the preciseness, and the polish that mark all his literary work. This poem made Dryden well known, and he was in a fair way to become the new poet of Puritanism when the Restoration made a complete change in his methods. He had come to London for a literary life, and when the Royalists were again in power he placed himself promptly on the winning side. His Astrea Redux, a poem of welcome to Charles II, and his panegyric to his sacred majesty, breathe more devotion to the old goat, as the king was known to his courtiers, than had his earlier poems to Puritanism. In 1667 he became more widely known and popular by his Annus Mirabilis, a narrative poem describing the terrors of the Great Fire in London and some events of the disgraceful war with Holland. But with the theaters reopened and nightly filled, the drama offered the most attractive field to one who made his living by literature, so Dryden turned to the stage and agreed to furnish 3 plays yearly for the actors of the King's Theater. For nearly 20 years, the best of his life, Dryden gave himself up to this unfortunate work. Both by nature and habit he seems to have been clean in his personal life, but the stage demanded unclean plays, and Dryden followed his audience. That he deplored this is evident from some of his later work, and we have his statement that he wrote only 1 play, his best, to please himself. This was All for Love, which was written in blank verse, most of the others being in rhymed couplets. During this time Dryden had become the best known literary man of London, and was almost as much a dictator to the literary set which gathered in the taverns and coffee houses as Ben Jonson had been before him. His work, meanwhile, was rewarded by large financial returns, and by his being appointed poet laureate and collector of the Port of London. The latter office, it may be remembered, had once been held by Chaucer. At 50 years of age, and before Jeremy Collier had driven his dramas from the stage, Dryden turned from dramatic work to throw himself into the strife of religion and politics, writing at this period his numerous prose and poetical treatises. In 1682 appeared his Religio Laici, Religion of a Layman, defending the Anglican Church against all other sects, especially the Catholics and Presbyterians. But 3 years later, when James II came to the throne with schemes to establish the Roman faith, Dryden turned Catholic and wrote his most famous religious poem, The Hind and the Panther, beginning, "A milk-white hind, immortal and unchanged, fed on the lawns and in the forest ranged, without unspotted, innocent within, she feared no danger, for she knew no sin." This hind is a symbol for the Roman Church, and the Anglicans as a panther are represented as persecuting the faithful. Numerous other sects, Calvinists, Anabaptists, Quakers, were represented by the wolf, boar, hare, and other animals, which gave the poet an excellent chance for exercising his satire. Dryden's enemies made the accusation, often since repeated, of hypocrisy in thus changing his church. But that he was sincere in the matter can now hardly be questioned, for he knew how to suffer for the faith, and to be true to his religion, even when it meant misjudgment and loss of fortune. At the Revolution of 1688 he refused allegiance to William of Orange. He was deprived of all his offices and pensions, and as an old man was again thrown back on literature as his only means of livelihood. He went to work with extraordinary courage and energy, writing plays, poems, prefaces for other men, eulogies for funeral occasions, every kind of literary work that men would pay for. His most successful work at this time was his translations, which resulted in the complete Aeneid and many selections from Homer, Ovid, and Juvenal, appearing in English rhymed couplets. His most enduring poem, the splendid ode called Alexander's Feast, was written in 1697. 3 years later he published his last work, Fables, containing poetical paraphrases of the tales of Boccaccio and Chaucer, and the miscellaneous poems of his last years. Long prefaces were the fashion in Dryden's day, and his best critical work is found in his introductions. The preface to the Fables is generally admired as an example of the new prose style developed by Dryden and his followers. From the literary viewpoint, these last troubled years were the best of Dryden's life, though they were made bitter by obscurity and by the criticism of his numerous enemies. He died in 1700 and was buried near Chaucer in Westminster Abbey. Works of Dryden. The numerous dramatic works of Dryden are best left in that obscurity into which they have fallen. Now and then they contain a bit of excellent lyric poetry, and in All for Love, another version of Antony and Cleopatra, where he leaves his cherished heroic couplet for the blank verse of Marlowe and Shakespeare, he shows what he might have done had he not sold his talents to a depraved audience. On the whole, reading his plays is like nibbling at a rotting apple. Even the good spots are affected by the decay, and one ends by throwing the whole thing into the garbage can, where most of the dramatic works of this period belong. Poems. The controversial and satirical poems are on a higher plane, though it must be confessed Dryden's satire often strikes us as cutting and revengeful rather than witty. The best known of these, and a masterpiece of its kind, is Absalom and Achitophel, which is undoubtedly the most powerful political satire in our language. Taking the Bible story of David and Absalom, he uses it to ridicule the Whig party, and also to revenge himself upon his enemies. Charles II appeared as King David. His natural son, the Duke of Monmouth, who was mixed up in the Rye House plot, paraded as Absalom. Shaftesbury was Achitophel, the evil counselor, and the Duke of Buckingham was satirized as Zimri. The poem had enormous political influence and raised Dryden, in the opinion of his contemporaries, to the front rank of English poets. Two extracts from the powerful characterizations of Achitophel and Zimri are given here to show the style and spirit of the whole work. Shaftesbury. Of these the false Achitophel was first, a name to all succeeding ages cursed, for close designs and crooked counsels fit, sagacious, bold, and turbulent of wit, restless, unfixed in principles and place, in power unpleased, impatient of disgrace, a fiery soul which, working out its way, fretted the pygmy body to decay, a daring pilot in extremity, pleased with the danger when the waves went high, he sought the storms, but for a calm unfit, would steer too nigh the sands to boast his wit. Great wits are sure to madness near allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide. Else why should he, with wealth and honor blest, refuse his age the needful hours of rest? Punish a body which he could not please, bankrupt of life, yet prodigal of ease, and all to leave what with his toil he won to that unfeathered two-legged thing, a son. In friendship false, implacable in hate, resolved to ruin or to rule the state. Then seized with fear, yet still affecting fame, usurped a patriot's all-atoning name. So easy still it proves in factious times with public zeal to cancel private crimes. The Duke of Buckingham. Some of their chiefs were princes of the land. In the first rank of these did Zimri stand, a man so various that he seemed to be not one, but all mankind's epitome. Stiff in opinions, always in the wrong, was everything by starts and nothing long. But in the course of one revolving moon was chemist, fiddler, statesman, and buffoon. Then all for women, painting, rhyming, drinking, besides 10,000 freaks that died in thinking. Blessed madman, who could every hour employ with something new to wish or to enjoy. Railing and praising were his usual themes, and both to show his judgment in extremes, so over-violent or over-civil, that every man with him was God or devil. Of the many miscellaneous poems of Dryden, the curious reader will get an idea of his sustained narrative power from the Annus Mirabilis. The best expression of Dryden's literary genius, however, is found in Alexander's Feast, which is his most enduring ode and one of the best in our language. Prose and criticism. As a prose writer, Dryden had a very marked influence on our literature in shortening his sentences, and especially in writing naturally without depending on literary ornamentation to give effect to what he is saying. If we compare his prose with that of Milton or Browne or Jeremy Taylor, we note that Dryden cares less for style than any of the others, but takes more pains to state his thought clearly and concisely, as men speak when they wish to be understood. The classical school, which followed the Restoration, looked to Dryden as a leader, and to him we owe largely that tendency to exactness of expression which marks our subsequent prose writing. With his prose, Dryden rapidly developed his critical ability and became the foremost critic. Note: by a critic we mean simply one who examines the literary work of various ages, separates the good from the bad, and gives the reasons for his classification. It is noticeable that critical writings increase in an age like that of the Restoration, when great creative works are wanting. End of note. Of his age. His criticisms, instead of being published as independent works, were generally used as prefaces or introductions to his poetry. The best known of these criticisms are the Preface to the Fables, of Heroic Plays, Discourse on Satire, and especially the Essay of Dramatic Poesy, 1668, which attempts to lay a foundation for all literary criticism. Dryden's influence on literature. Dryden's place among authors is due partly to his great influence on the succeeding age of classicism. Briefly, this influence may be summed up by noting the three new elements which he brought into our literature. These are: 1, the establishment of the heroic couplet as the fashion for satiric, didactic, and descriptive poetry; 2, his development of a direct, serviceable prose style, such as we still cultivate; and 3, his development of the art of literary criticism in his essays and in the numerous prefaces to his poems. This is certainly a large work for one man to accomplish, and Dryden is worthy of honor, though comparatively little of what he wrote is now found on our bookshelves. End of section 27. Section 28 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 continued. Samuel Butler, 1612–1680. In marked contrast with Dryden, who devoted his life to literature and won his success by hard work, is Samuel Butler, who jumped into fame by a single careless work, which represents not any serious intent or effort, but the pastime of an idle hour. We are to remember that, though the Royalists had triumphed in the Restoration, the Puritan spirit was not dead, nor even sleeping, and that the Puritan held steadfastly to his own principles. Against these principles of justice, truth, and liberty there was no argument, since they expressed the manhood of England. But many of the Puritan practices were open to ridicule, and the Royalists, in revenge for their defeat, began to use ridicule without mercy. During the early years of the Restoration, doggerel verses, ridiculing Puritanism, and burlesque, that is, a ridiculous representation of serious subjects, or a serious representation of ridiculous subjects, were the most popular form of literature with London society. Of all this burlesque and doggerel, the most famous is Butler's Hudibras, a work to which we can trace many of the prejudices that still prevail against Puritanism. Of Butler himself we know little. He is one of the most obscure figures in our literature. During the days of Cromwell's protectorate he was in the employ of Sir Samuel Luke, a crabbed and extreme type of Puritan nobleman, and here he collected his material and probably wrote the first part of his burlesque, which, of course, he did not dare to publish until after the Restoration. Hudibras. Hudibras is plainly modeled upon the Don Quixote of Cervantes. It describes the adventures of a fanatical justice of the peace, Sir Hudibras, and of his squire Ralpho, in their endeavor to put down all innocent pleasures. In Hudibras and Ralpho, the two extreme types of the Puritan party, Presbyterians and Independents, are mercilessly ridiculed. When the poem first appeared in public in 1663, after circulating secretly for years in manuscript, it became at once enormously popular. The king carried a copy in his pocket, and courtiers vied with each other in quoting its most scurrilous passages. A second and third part, continuing the adventures of Hudibras, were published in 1664 and 1668. At best, the work is a wretched doggerel, but it was clever enough and strikingly original, and since it expressed the royalist spirit towards the Puritans, it speedily found its place in a literature which reflects every phase of human life. A few odd lines are given here to show the character of the work, and to introduce the reader to the best known burlesque in our language. He was in logic a great critic, profoundly skilled in analytic. He could distinguish and divide a hair 'twixt south and southwest side, on either which he would dispute, confute, change hands, and still confute. He'd undertake to prove by force of argument a man's no horse. He'd run in debt by disputation, and pay with ratiocination, for he was of that stubborn crew of errant saints whom all men grant to be the true church militant, such as do build their faith upon the holy text of pike and gun, decide all controversies by infallible artillery, and prove their doctrine orthodox by apostolic blows and knocks, compound for sins they are inclined to, by damning those they have no mind to. Hobbes and Locke. Thomas Hobbes (1588 1679) is one of the writers that puzzle the historian with a doubt as to whether or not he should be included in the story of literature. The one book for which he is famous is called Leviathan, or The Matter, Form, and Power of a Commonwealth (1651). It is partly political, partly a philosophical book, combining two central ideas which challenge and startle the attention, namely, that self-interest is the only guiding power of humanity, and that blind submission to rulers is the only true basis of government. Note: two other principles of this book should be noted. One, that all power originates in the people, and two, that the object of all government is the common good. Here evidently is a democratic doctrine which abolishes the divine right of kings, but Hobbes immediately destroys democracy by another doctrine, that the power given by the people to the ruler could not be taken away. Hence the Royalists could use the book to justify the despotism of the Stuarts on the ground that the people had chosen them. This part of the book is in direct opposition to Milton's defense of the English people. End of note. In a word, Hobbes reduced human nature to its purely animal aspects, and then asserted confidently that there was nothing more to study. Certainly, therefore, as a reflection of the underlying spirit of Charles and his followers, it has no equal in any purely literary work of the time. John Locke (1632–1704) is famous as the author of a single great philosophical work, the Essay Concerning Human Understanding (1690). This is a study of the nature of the human mind and of the origin of ideas, which, far more than the work of Bacon and Hobbes, is the basis upon which English philosophy has since been built. Aside from their subjects, both works are models of the new prose, direct, simple, convincing, for which Dryden and the Royal Society labored. They are known to every student of philosophy, but are seldom included in a work of literature. Note. Locke's treatises on government should also be mentioned, for they are of profound interest to American students of history and political science. It was from Locke that the framers of the Declaration of Independence and of the Constitution drew many of their ideas, and even some of their most striking phrases. All men are endowed with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The origin and basis of government is in the consent of the governed. These and many more familiar and striking expressions are from Locke. It is interesting to note that he was appointed to draft a constitution for the new province of Carolina, but his work was rejected, probably because it was too democratic for the age in which he lived. Evelyn and Pepys. These two men, John Evelyn (1620–1706) and Samuel Pepys (1633–1703), are famous as the writers of diaries, in which they jotted down the daily occurrences of their own lives, without any thought that the world would ever see or be interested in what they had written. Evelyn was the author of Silva, the first book on trees and forestry in English, and Terra, which is the first attempt at a scientific study of agriculture. But the world has lost sight of these two good books, while it cherishes his diary, which extends over the greater part of his life and gives us vivid pictures of society in his time, and especially of the frightful corruption of the royal court. Pepys' diary. Pepys began life in a small way as a clerk in a government office, but soon rose by his diligence and industry to be Secretary of the Admiralty. Here he was brought into contact with every grade of society, from the king's ministers to the poor sailors of the fleet. Being inquisitive as a blue jay, he investigated the rumors and gossip of the court as well as the small affairs of his neighbors, and wrote them all down in his diary with evident interest. But because he chattered most freely and told his little book a great many secrets which were not well for the world to know, he concealed everything in shorthand, and here again he was like the blue jay, which carries off and hides every bright trinket it discovers. The diary covers the years from 1660 to 1669, and gossips about everything, from his own position and duties at the office, his dress, the kitchen, and cook and children, to the great political intrigues of office and the scandals of high society. No other such minute picture of the daily life of an age has been written. Yet for a century and a half it remained entirely unknown, and not until 1825 was Pepys' shorthand deciphered and published. Since then it has been widely read, and is still one of the most interesting examples of diary writing that we possess. Following are a few extracts. Note. A few slight changes and omissions from the original text, as given in Wheatley's edition of Pepys, London, 1892, 9 volumes, are not indicated in these brief quotations. End of note. Covering only a few days in April 1663, from which one may infer the minute and interesting character of the work that this clerk, politician, president of the Royal Society, and general busybody wrote to please himself. April 1st. I went to the Temple to my cousin Roger Pepys, to see and talk with him a little, who tells me that, with much ado, the Parliament do agree to throw down popery. But he says it is with so much spite and passion, and an endeavor of bringing all nonconformists into the same condition, that he is afeard matters will not go so well as he could wish. To my office all the afternoon. Lord, how Sir J. Minns, like a mad coxcomb, did swear and stamp, swearing that Commissioner Pett hath still the old heart against the king that ever he had, and all the damnable reproaches in the world, at which I was ashamed, but said little. but upon the whole I find him still a fool, led by the nose with stories told by Sir W. Batten, whether with or without reason, so vexed in my mind to see things ordered so unlike gentlemen, or men of reason, I went home and to bed. Third, to Whitehall and to chapel, which being most monstrous full, I could not go into my pew, but sat among the choir. Dr. Cretan, the Scotchman, preached a most admirable, good, learned, honest, and most severe sermon, yet comical. He railed bitterly ever and anon against John Calvin and his brood, the Presbyterians, and against the present term, now in use, of tender consciences. He ripped up Hugh Peters, calling him an execrable skellum, his preaching and stirring up the maids of the city to bring in their bodkins and thimbles. Thence, going out of Whitehall, I met Captain Grove, who did give me a letter directed to myself from himself. I discerned money to be in it, and took it, knowing, as I found it to be, the proceed of the place I have got him, the taking up of vessels for Tangier. But I did not open it till I came home to my office, and there I broke it open, not looking into it till all the money was out, that I might say I saw no money in the paper, if ever I should be questioned about it. There was a piece of gold, and £4 in silver. Fourth, to my office. Home to dinner, whither by and by comes Roger Pepys, etc. Very merry at before and after dinner, and the more for that my dinner was great, and most neatly dressed by our own only maid. We had fricassee of rabbits and chickens, a leg of mutton, boiled, 3 carps in a dish, a great dish of a side of lamb, a dish of roasted pigeons, a dish of 4 lobsters, 3 tarts, a lamprey pie, a most rare pie, a dish of anchovies, good wine of several sorts, and all things mighty noble, and to my great content. Fifth, Lord's Day. Up and spent the morning, till the barber came, in reading in my chamber part of Osborne's advice to his son, which I shall not ever enough admire for sense and language, and being by and by trimmed, to church, myself, wife, Ashwell, etc. Home, and while dinner was prepared, to my office to read over my vows with great affection, and to very good purpose. Then to church again, where a simple bawling young Scot preached. 19th, Easter Day. Up, and this day put on my clothes neat coloured suit, which with new stockings of the colour, with belt and new gilt-handled sword, is very handsome. To church alone, and after dinner to church again, where the young Scotchman preaching, I slept all the while. After supper fell in discourse of dancing, and I find that Ashwell hath a very fine carriage, which makes my wife almost ashamed of herself to see herself so outdone. But tomorrow she begins to learn to dance for a month or 2, so to prayers and to bed. Will being gone, with my leave, to his father's this day, for a day or 2, to take physique these holy days. 23rd, St. George's Day and Coronation. The king and court being at Windsor, at the installing of the King of Denmark by proxy, and the Duke of Monmouth. Spent the evening with my father. At cards till late, and being at supper, my boy being sent for some mustard to a neat's tongue, the rogue stayed half an hour in the streets, it seems at a bonfire, at which I was very angry, and resolved to beat him tomorrow. 24th, up betimes, and with my salt eel went down into the parlour, and there got my boy, and did beat him till I was fain to take breath 2 or 3 times. Yet for all I am afeard it will make the boy never the better. He is grown so hardened in his tricks, which I am sorry for, he being capable of making a brave man, and is a boy that I and my wife love very well. Summary of the Restoration period. The chief thing to note in England during the Restoration is the tremendous social reaction from the restraints of Puritanism, which suggests the wide swing of a pendulum from one extreme to the other. For a generation many natural pleasures had been suppressed. Now the theaters were reopened, bull and bear baiting revived, and sports, music, dancing, a wild delight in the pleasures and vanities of this world, replaced that absorption in otherworldliness which characterized the extreme of Puritanism. In literature the change is no less marked. From the Elizabethan drama, playwrights turned to coarse, evil scenes which presently disgusted the people and were driven from the stage. From romance, writers turned to realism. From Italian influence, with its exuberance of imagination, they turned to France, and learned to repress the emotions, to follow the head rather than the heart, and to write in a clear, concise, formal style according to set rules. Poets turned from the noble blank verse of Shakespeare and Milton, from the variety and melody which had characterized English poetry since Chaucer's day, to the monotonous heroic couplet with its mechanical perfection. The greatest writer of the age is John Dryden, who established the heroic couplet as the prevailing verse form in English poetry, and who developed a new and serviceable prose style suited to the practical needs of the age. The popular ridicule of Puritanism in burlesque and doggerel is best exemplified in Butler's Hudibras. The realistic tendency, the study of facts and of men as they are, is shown in the work of the Royal Society, in the philosophy of Hobbes and Locke, and in the diaries of Evelyn and Pepys, with their minute pictures of social life. The age was one of transition from the exuberance and vigor of Renaissance literature to the formality and polish of the Augustan age. In strong contrast with the preceding ages, comparatively little of Restoration literature is familiar to modern readers. Suggestive questions. 1. What marked change in social conditions followed the Restoration? How are these changes reflected in literature? 2. What are the chief characteristics of Restoration literature? Why is this period called the Age of French Influence? What new tendencies were introduced? What effect did the Royal Society and the study of science have upon English prose? What is meant by realism? By formalism? 3. What is meant by the heroic couplet? Explain why it became the prevailing form of English poetry. What are its good qualities and its defects? Name some well-known poems which are written in couplets. How do Dryden's couplets compare with Chaucer's? Can you explain the difference? 4. Give a brief account of Dryden's life. What are his chief poetical works? For what new object did he use poetry? Is satire a poetical subject? Why is a poetical satire more effective than a satire in prose? What was Dryden's contribution to English prose? What influence did he exert on our literature? 5. What is Butler's Hudibras? Explain its popularity. Read a passage and comment upon it, first as satire, second as a description of the Puritans. Is Hudibras poetry? Why? 6. Name the philosophers and political economists of this period. Can you explain why Hobbes should call his work Leviathan? What important American documents show the influence of Locke? 7. Tell briefly the story of Pepys and his diary. What light does the latter throw on the life of the age? Is the diary a work of literature? Why? Chronology. Last half of the 17th century. History. 1649. Execution of Charles I. 1649 to 1660. Commonwealth. 1660. Restoration of Charles II. 1665 1666. Plague and Fire of London. War with Holland. 1667. Dutch fleet in the Thames. 1680. Rise of Whigs and Tories. 1685. James II. Monmouth's Rebellion. 1688. English Revolution. William of Orange called to throne. 1689. Bill of Rights. Toleration Act. Literature. 1651. Hobbes' Leviathan. 1660 1669, Pepys' Diary. 1662, Royal Society founded. 1663, Butler's Hudibras. 1667, Milton's Paradise Lost, Dryden's Annus Mirabilis. 1663 1694, Dryden's Dramas. 1671, Paradise Regained. 1678, Pilgrim's Progress published. 1681, Dryden's Absalom and Achitophel. 1687, Newton's Principia proves the law of gravitation. 1690, Locke's Human Understanding. 1698, Jeremy Collier attacks stage. 1700, Death of Dryden. End of Section 28. End of Chapter 8. Section 29 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, 18th Century Literature, 1700 1800. Part 1. Augustan or Classic Age. History of the period. The Revolution of 1688, which banished the last of the Stuart kings and called William of Orange to the throne, marks the end of the long struggle for political freedom in England. Thereafter the Englishman spent his tremendous energy, which his forebears had largely spent in fighting for freedom, in endless political discussions and in efforts to improve his government. In order to bring about reforms, votes were now necessary, and to get votes the people of England must be approached with ideas, facts, arguments, information. So the newspaper was born. Note: the first daily newspaper, the Daily Courant, appeared in London in 1702. End of note. And literature in its widest sense, including the book, the newspaper, and the magazine, became the chief instrument of a nation's progress. Social development. The first half of the 18th century is remarkable for the rapid social development in England. Hitherto men had been more or less governed by the narrow, isolated standards of the Middle Ages, and when they differed they fell speedily to blows. Now, for the first time, they set themselves to the task of learning the art of living together while still holding different opinions. In a single generation nearly 2,000 public coffee houses, each a center of sociability, sprang up in London alone, and the number of private clubs is quite as astonishing. Note: see Leakey's England, the 18th Century. End of note. This new social life had a marked effect in polishing men's words and manners. The typical Londoner of Queen Anne's day was still rude and a little vulgar in his tastes. The city was still very filthy, the streets unlighted, and infested at night by bands of rowdies and Mohawks. But outwardly men sought to refine their manners according to prevailing standards, and to be elegant, to have good form, was a man's first duty, whether he entered society or wrote literature. One can hardly read a book or poem of the age without feeling this superficial elegance. Government still had its opposing Tory and Whig parties, and the church was divided into Catholics, Anglicans, and Dissenters. But the growing social life offset many antagonisms, producing at least the outward impression of peace and unity. Nearly every writer of the age busied himself with religion as well as with party politics. The scientist Newton as sincerely as the churchman Barrow, the philosophical Locke no less earnestly than the evangelical Wesley. But nearly all tempered their zeal with moderation and argued from reason and Scripture, or used delicate satire upon their opponents instead of denouncing them as followers of Satan. There were exceptions, of course, but the general tendency of the age was toward toleration. Man had found himself in the long struggle for personal liberty. Now he turned to the task of discovering his neighbor, of finding in Whig and Tory, in Catholic and Protestant, in Anglican and Dissenter, the same general human characteristics that he found in himself. This good work was helped, moreover, by the spread of education and by the growth of the national spirit following the victories of Marlborough on the Continent. In the midst of heated argument it needed only a word, Gibraltar, Blenheim, Ramillies, Malplaquet, or a poem of victory written in a garret. Note: Addison's Campaign, 1704, written to celebrate the Battle of Blenheim. End of note. To tell a patriotic people that under their many differences they were all alike Englishmen. In the latter half of the century the political and social progress is almost bewildering. The modern form of cabinet government responsible to Parliament and the people had been established under George I, and in 1757 the cynical and corrupt practices of Walpole, premier of the first Tory cabinet, were replaced by the more enlightened policies of Pitt. Schools were established, clubs and coffeehouses increased, books and magazines multiplied until the press was the greatest visible power in England. The modern great dailies, the Chronicle, Post, and Times, began their career of public education. Religiously, all the churches of England felt the quickening power of that tremendous spiritual revival known as Methodism, under the preaching of Wesley and Whitefield. Outside her own borders, three great men, Clive in India, Wolfe on the plains of Abraham, Cook in Australia and the islands of the Pacific, were unfurling the banner of St. George over the untold wealth of new lands and spreading the world-wide empire of the Anglo-Saxons. An age of prose. Literary characteristics. In every preceding age we have noted especially the poetical works which constitute, according to Matthew Arnold, the glory of English literature. Now, for the first time, we must chronicle the triumph of English prose. A multitude of practical interests arising from the new social and political conditions demanded expression, not simply in books, but more especially in pamphlets, magazines, and newspapers. Poetry was inadequate for such a task. Hence the development of prose, of the unfettered word, as Dante calls it, a development which astonishes us by its rapidity and excellence. The graceful elegance of Addison's essays, the terse vigor of Swift's satires, the artistic finish of Fielding's novels, the sonorous eloquence of Gibbon's history and of Burke's orations, these have no parallel in the poetry of the age. Indeed, poetry itself became prosaic in this respect, that it was used not for creative works of imagination, but for essays, for satire, for criticism, for exactly the same practical ends as was prose. The poetry of the first half of the century, as typified in the work of Pope, is polished and witty enough, but artificial. It lacks fire, fine feeling, enthusiasm, the glow of the Elizabethan age, and the moral earnestness of Puritanism. In a word, it interests us as a study of life rather than delights or inspires us by its appeal to the imagination. The variety and excellence of prose works, and the development of a serviceable prose style, which had been begun by Dryden, until it served to express clearly every human interest and emotion, these are the chief literary glories of the 18th century. Satire. In the literature of the preceding age we noted two marked tendencies: the tendency to realism in subject matter, and the tendency to polish and refinement of expression. Both these tendencies were continued in the Augustan age, and are seen clearly in the poetry of Pope, who brought the couplet to perfection, and in the prose of Addison. The third tendency is shown in the prevalence of satire resulting from the unfortunate union of politics with literature. We have already noted the power of the press in this age, and the perpetual strife of political parties. Nearly every writer of the first half of the century was used and rewarded by Whigs or Tories for satirizing their enemies and for advancing their special political interests. Pope was a marked exception, but he nevertheless followed the prose writers in using satire too largely in his poetry. Now, satire, that is, a literary work which searches out the faults of men or institutions in order to hold them up to ridicule, is at best a destructive kind of criticism. A satirist is like a laborer who clears away the ruins and rubbish of an old house before the architect and builders begin on a new and beautiful structure. The work may sometimes be necessary, but it rarely arouses our enthusiasm. While the satires of Pope, Swift, and Addison are doubtless the best in our language, we hardly place them with our great literature, which is always constructive in spirit, and we have the feeling that all these men were capable of better things than they ever wrote. The Classic Age. The period we are studying is known to us by various names. It is often called the Age of Queen Anne, but unlike Elizabeth, this meekly stupid queen had practically no influence upon our literature. The name Classic Age is more often heard, but in using it we should remember clearly these three different ways in which the word classic is applied to literature. 1. The term classic refers in general to writers of the highest rank in any nation. As used in our literature, it was first applied to the works of the great Greek and Roman writers, like Homer and Virgil, and any English book which followed the simple and noble method of these writers was said to have a classic style. Later the term was enlarged to cover the great literary works of other ancient nations, so that the Bible and the Avestas, as well as the Iliad and the Aeneid, are called classics. 2. Every national literature has at least one period in which an unusual number of great writers are producing books, and this is called the classic period of a nation's literature. Thus, the reign of Augustus is the classic or golden age of Rome, the generation of Dante is the classic age of Italian literature, the age of Louis XIV is the French classic age, and the age of Queen Anne is often called the classic age of England. 3. The word classic acquired an entirely different meaning in the period we are studying, and we shall better understand this by reference to the preceding ages. The Elizabethan writers were led by patriotism, by enthusiasm, and in general by romantic emotions. They wrote in a natural style without regard to rules. And though they exaggerated and used too many words, their works are delightful because of their vigor and freshness and fine feeling. In the following age, patriotism had largely disappeared from politics, and enthusiasm from literature. Poets no longer wrote naturally, but artificially, with strange and fantastic verse forms to give effect, since fine feeling was wanting. And this is the general character of the poetry of the Puritan Age. Note: great writers in every age, men like Shakespeare and Milton, make their own style. They are therefore not included in this summary. Among the minor writers also there are exceptions to the rule, and fine feeling is often manifest in the poetry of Donne, Herbert, Vaughan, and Herrick. End of note. Gradually our writers rebelled against the exaggerations of both the natural and the fantastic style. They demanded that poetry should follow exact rules, and in this they were influenced by French writers, especially by Boileau and Rapin, who insisted on precise methods of writing poetry and who professed to have discovered their rules in the classics of Horace and Aristotle. In our study of the Elizabethan drama, we noted the good influence of the classic movement in insisting upon that beauty of form and definiteness of expression which characterized the dramas of Greece and Rome. And in the work of Dryden and his followers we see a revival of classicism in the effort to make English literature conform to rules established by the great writers of other nations. At first the results were excellent, especially in prose. But as the creative vigor of the Elizabethans was lacking in this age, writing by rule soon developed a kind of elegant formalism, which suggests the elaborate social code of the time. Just as a gentleman might not act naturally, but must follow exact rules in doffing his hat, or addressing a lady, or entering a room, or wearing a wig, or offering his snuff-box to a friend, so our writers lost individuality and became formal and artificial. The general tendency of literature was to look at life critically, to emphasize intellect rather than imagination, the form rather than the content of a sentence. Writers strove to repress all emotion and enthusiasm, and to use only precise and elegant methods of expression. This is what is often meant by the classicism of the ages of Pope and Johnson. It refers to the critical intellectual spirit of many writers, to the fine polish of their heroic couplets or the elegance of their prose, and not to any resemblance which their work bears to true classic literature. In a word, the classic movement had become pseudo-classic, i.e., a false or sham classicism, and the latter term is now often used to designate a considerable part of 18th century literature. Note: we have endeavored here simply to show the meaning of terms in general use in our literature, but it must be remembered that it is impossible to classify or to give a descriptive name to the writers of any period or century. While classic or pseudo-classic may apply to a part of 18th century literature, every age has both its romantic and its classic movements. In this period the revolt against classicism is shown in the revival of romantic poetry under Gray, Collins, Burns, and Thomson, and in the beginning of the English novel under Defoe, Richardson, and Fielding. These poets and novelists, who have little or no connection with classicism, belong chronologically to the period we are studying. They are reserved for special treatment in the sections following. End of note. To avoid this critical difficulty, we have adopted the term Augustan Age, a name chosen by the writers themselves, who saw in Pope, Addison, Swift, Johnson, and Burke the modern parallels to Horace, Virgil, Cicero, and all that brilliant company who made Roman literature famous in the days of Augustus. Alexander Pope, 1688 1744. Pope is in many respects a unique figure. In the first place, he was for a generation the poet of a great nation. To be sure, poetry was limited in the early 18th century. There were few lyrics, little or no love poetry, no epics, no dramas or songs of nature worth considering. But in the narrow field of satiric and didactic verse, Pope was the undisputed master. His influence completely dominated the poetry of his age, and many foreign writers, as well as the majority of English poets, looked to him as their model. Second, he was a remarkably clear and adequate reflection of the spirit of the age in which he lived. There is hardly an ideal, a belief, a doubt, a fashion, a whim of Queen Anne's time that is not neatly expressed in his poetry. Third, he was the only important writer of that age who gave his whole life to letters. Swift was a clergyman and politician. Addison was Secretary of State. Other writers depended on patrons or politics or pensions for fame and a livelihood. But Pope was independent and had no profession but literature. And fourth, by the sheer force of his ambition he won his place, and held it, in spite of religious prejudice and in the face of physical and temperamental obstacles that would have discouraged a stronger man. For Pope was deformed and sickly, dwarfish in soul and body. He knew little of the world of nature or of the world of the human heart. He was lacking apparently in noble feeling, and instinctively chose a lie when the truth had manifestly more advantages. Yet this jealous, peevish, waspish little man became the most famous poet of his age and the acknowledged leader of English literature. We record the fact with wonder and admiration, but we do not attempt to explain it. Life. Pope was born in London in 1688, the year of the Revolution. His parents were both Catholics, who presently removed from London and settled in Binfield, near Windsor, where the poet's childhood was passed. Partly because of an unfortunate prejudice against Catholics in the public schools, partly because of his own weakness and deformity, Pope received very little school education, but browsed for himself among English books and picked up a smattering of the classics. Very early he began to write poetry, and records the fact with his usual vanity. As yet a child, nor yet a fool to fame, I lisped in numbers, for the numbers came. Being debarred by his religion from many desirable employments, he resolved to make literature his life work, and in this he resembled Dryden, who, he tells us, was his only master, though much of his work seems to depend on Boileau, the French poet and critic. Note: Pope's satires, for instance, are strongly suggested in Boileau. His Rape of the Lock is much like the mock heroic Le Lutrin, and the essay on criticism, which made him famous, is an English edition and improvement of L'Art Poétique. The last was, in turn, a combination of the Ars Poetica of Horace and of many well-known rules of the classicists. End of note. When only 16 years old, he had written his Pastorals. A few years later appeared his Essay on Criticism, which made him famous. With the publication of The Rape of the Lock in 1712, Pope's name was known and honored all over England, and this dwarf of 24 years, by the sheer force of his own ambition, had jumped to the foremost place in English letters. It was soon after this that Voltaire called him the best poet of England and at present of all the world, which is about as near the truth as Voltaire generally gets in his numerous universal judgments. For the next 12 years Pope was busy with poetry, especially with his translations of Homer, and his work was so successful financially that he bought a villa at Twickenham on the Thames and remained happily independent of wealthy patrons for a livelihood. Led by his success, Pope returned to London, and for a time endeavored to live the gay and dissolute life which was supposed to be suitable for a literary genius. But he was utterly unfitted for it, mentally and physically, and soon retired to Twickenham. There he gave himself up to poetry, manufactured a little garden, more artificial than his verses, and cultivated his friendship with Martha Blount, with whom for many years he spent a good part of each day, and who remained faithful to him to the end of his life. At Twickenham he wrote his Moral Epistles, poetical satires modeled after Horace, and revenged himself upon all his critics in the bitter abuse of the Dunciad. He died in 1744 and was buried at Twickenham, his religion preventing him from the honor, which was certainly his due, of a resting place in Westminster Abbey. Works of Pope. For convenience, we may separate Pope's work into three groups, corresponding to the early, middle, and later period of his life. In the first he wrote his Pastorals, Windsor Forest, Messiah, Essay on Criticism, Eloise to Abelard, and The Rape of the Lock. In the second, his translations of Homer. In the third, the Dunciad and the Epistles, the latter containing the famous Essay on Man and the Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, which is in truth his Apologia, and in which alone we see Pope's life from his own viewpoint. Essay on Criticism. The Essay on Criticism sums up the art of poetry as taught first by Horace, then by Boileau and the 18th century classicists. Though written in heroic couplets, we hardly consider this as a poem, but rather as a storehouse of critical maxims. For fools rush in where angels fear to tread. To err is human, to forgive divine. A little learning is a dangerous thing. These lines, and many more like them from the same source, have found their way into our common speech, and are used without thinking of the author whenever we need an apt quotation. Rape of the Lock. The Rape of the Lock is a masterpiece of its kind, and comes nearer to being a creation than anything else that Pope has written. The occasion of the famous poem was trivial enough. A fop at the court of Queen Anne, one Lord Petre, snipped a lock of hair from the abundant curls of a pretty maid of honor named Arabella Fermor. The young lady resented it, and the two families were plunged into a quarrel which was the talk of London. Pope, being appealed to, seized the occasion to construct not a ballad, as the Cavaliers would have done, nor an epigram, as French poets love to do, but a long poem in which all the mannerisms of society are pictured in minutest detail and satirized with the most delicate wit. The first edition, consisting of 2 cantos, was published in 1712, and it is amazing now to read of the trivial character of London court life at the time when English soldiers were battling for a great continent in the French and Indian Wars. Its instant success caused Pope to lengthen the poem by 3 more cantos, and in order to make a more perfect burlesque of an epic poem he introduces gnomes, sprites, sylphs, and salamanders. Note, these are the 4 kinds of spirits inhabiting the 4 elements, according to the Rosicrucians, a fantastic sect of spiritualists of that age. In the dedication of the poem, Pope says he took the idea from a French book called Le Conte de Gabalis. End of note. Instead of the gods of the great epics with which his readers were familiar. The poem is modeled after 2 foreign satires: Boileau's Le Lutrin, Reading Desk, a satire on the French clergy who raised a huge quarrel over the location of a lectern, and La Secchia Rapita, Stolen Bucket, a famous Italian satire on the petty causes of the endless Italian wars. Pope, however, went far ahead of his masters in style and in delicacy of handling a mock heroic theme, and during his lifetime The Rape of the Lock was considered as the greatest poem of its kind in all literature. The poem is still well worth reading, for as an expression of the artificial life of the age, of its cards, parties, toilettes, lapdogs, tea drinking, snuff taking, and idle vanities, it is as perfect in its way as Tamburlaine, which reflects the boundless ambition of the Elizabethans. Pope's translations. The fame of Pope's Iliad, which was financially the most successful of his books, was due to the fact that he interpreted Homer in the elegant, artificial language of his own age. Not only do his words follow literary fashions, but even the Homeric characters lose their strength and become fashionable men of the court. So the criticism of the scholar Bentley was most appropriate when he said, "It is a pretty poem, Mr. Pope, but you must not call it Homer." Pope translated the entire Iliad and half of the Odyssey, and the latter work was finished by 2 Cambridge scholars, Elijah Fenton and William Broome, who imitated the mechanical couplet so perfectly that it is difficult to distinguish their work from that of the great poet of the age. A single selection is given to show how, in the nobler passages, even Pope may faintly suggest the elemental grandeur of Homer. The troops exulting set in order round, and beaming fires illumined all the ground. As when the moon, refulgent lamp of night, o'er heaven's clear azure spreads her sacred light, when not a breath disturbs the deep serene, and not a cloud o'ercasts the solemn scene. Around her throne the vivid planets roll, and stars unnumbered gild the glowing whole. O'er the dark trees a yellower verdure shed, and tip with silver every mountain's head. Essay on Man. The Essay is the best known and the most quoted of all Pope's works. Except in form, it is not poetry, and when one considers it as an essay and reduces it to plain prose, it is found to consist of numerous literary ornaments without any very solid structure of thought to rest upon. The purpose of the essay is, in Pope's words, to vindicate the ways of God to man. And as there are no unanswered problems in Pope's philosophy, the vindication is perfectly accomplished in 4 poetical epistles concerning man's relations to the universe, to himself, to society, and to happiness. The final result is summed up in a few well-known lines. All nature is but art, unknown to thee; all chance, direction, which thou canst not see; all discord, harmony, not understood; all partial evil, universal good; and spite of pride, in erring reason's spite, one truth is clear, whatever is right. Like the essay on criticism, the poem abounds in quotable lines, such as the following, which make the entire work well worth reading. Hope springs eternal in the human breast; man never is, but always, to be blessed. Know then thyself, presume not God to scan. The proper study of mankind is man. The same ambition can destroy or save, and makes a patriot as it makes a knave. Honor and shame from no condition rise. Act well your part, there all the honor lies. Vice is a monster of so frightful mien as to be hated needs but to be seen. Yet, seen too oft, familiar with her face, we first endure, then pity, then embrace. Behold the child, by nature's kindly law, pleased with a rattle, tickled with a straw. Some livelier plaything gives his youth delight, a little louder, but as empty quite. Scarfs, garters, gold amuse his riper stage, and beads and prayer books are the toys of age. Pleased with this bauble still, as that before, till tired he sleeps, and life's poor play is o'er. Note: compare this with Shakespeare's All the World's a Stage, in As You Like It, Act II, Scene 7. End of note. Miscellaneous works. The Dunciad, i.e., the Iliad of the Dunces, began originally as a controversy concerning Shakespeare, but turned out to be a coarse and revengeful satire upon all the literary men of the age who had aroused Pope's anger by their criticism or lack of appreciation of his genius. Though brilliantly written and immensely popular at one time, its present effect on the reader is to arouse a sense of pity that a man of such acknowledged power and position should abuse both by devoting his talents to personal spite and petty quarrels. Among the rest of his numerous works, the reader will find Pope's estimate of himself best set forth in his Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, and it will be well to close our study of this strange mixture of vanity and greatness with the universal prayer, which shows at least that Pope had considered and judged himself, and that all further judgment is consequently superfluous. End of section 29. Section 30 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Jonathan Swift (1667 1745). In each of Marlowe's tragedies we have the picture of a man dominated by a single passion, the lust of power for its own sake. In each we see that a powerful man without self-control is like a dangerous instrument in the hands of a child, and the tragedy ends in the destruction of the man by the ungoverned power which he possesses. The life of Swift is just such a living tragedy. He had the power of gaining wealth, like the hero of the Jew of Malta. Yet he used it scornfully, and in sad irony left what remained to him of a large property to found a hospital for lunatics. By hard work he won enormous literary power, and used it to satirize our common humanity. He wrested political power from the hands of the Tories, and used it to insult the very men who had helped him, and who held his fate in their hands. By his dominant personality he exercised a curious power over women, and used it brutally to make them feel their inferiority. Being loved supremely by two good women, he brought sorrow and death to both, and endless misery to himself. So his power brought always tragedy in its wake. It is only when we remember his life of struggle and disappointment and bitterness that we can appreciate the personal quality in his satire, and perhaps find some sympathy for this greatest genius of all the Augustan writers. Life. Swift was born in Dublin, of English parents, in 1667. His father died before he was born. His mother was poor, and Swift, though proud as Lucifer, was compelled to accept aid from relatives who gave it grudgingly. At the Kilkenny School, and especially at Dublin University, he detested the curriculum, reading only what appealed to his own nature; but since a degree was necessary to his success, he was compelled to accept it as a favor from the examiners, whom he despised in his heart. After graduation, the only position open to him was with a distant relative, Sir William Temple, who gave him the position of private secretary, largely on account of the unwelcome relationship. Temple was a statesman and an excellent diplomatist, but he thought himself to be a great writer as well, and he entered into a literary controversy concerning the relative merits of the classics and modern literature. Swift's first notable work, The Battle of the Books, written at this time but not published, is a keen satire upon both parties in the controversy. The first touch of bitterness shows itself here, for Swift was in a galling position for a man of his pride, knowing his intellectual superiority to the man who employed him, and yet being looked upon as a servant and eating at the servants' table. Thus he spent 10 of the best years of his life in the pretty Moor Park, Surrey, growing more bitter each year, and steadily cursing his fate. Nevertheless, he read and studied widely, and after his position with Temple grew unbearable, quarreled with his patron, took orders, and entered the Church of England. Some years later we find him settled in the little church of Laracor, Ireland, a country which he disliked intensely, but whither he went because no other living was open to him. In Ireland, faithful to his church duties, Swift labored to better the condition of the unhappy people around him. Never before had the poor of his parishes been so well cared for, but Swift chafed under his yoke, growing more and more irritated as he saw small men advance to large positions, while he remained unnoticed in a little country church, largely because he was too proud and too blunt with those who might have advanced him. While at Laracor, he finished his Tale of a Tub, a satire on the various churches of the day, which was published in London with The Battle of the Books in 1704. The work brought him into notice as the most powerful satirist of the age, and he soon gave up his church to enter the strife of political politics. The cheap pamphlet was then the most powerful political weapon known, and as Swift had no equal at pamphlet writing, he soon became a veritable dictator. For several years, especially from 1710 to 1713, Swift was one of the most important figures in London. The Whigs feared the lash of his satire; the Tories feared to lose his support. He was courted, flattered, cajoled on every side; but the use he made of his new power is sad to contemplate. An unbearable arrogance took possession of him. Lords, statesmen, even ladies, were compelled to sue for his favor and to apologize for every fancied slight to his egoism. It is at this time that he writes in his Journal to Stella: Mr. Secretary told me the Duke of Buckingham had been talking much about me and desired my acquaintance. I answered it could not be, for he had not yet made sufficient advances. Then Shrewsbury said he thought the Duke was not used to making advances. I said I could not help that, for I always expected advances in proportion to men's quality, and more from a duke than any other man. Writing to the Duchess of Queensberry, he says, I am glad you know your duty, for it has been a known and established rule above 20 years in England that the first advances have been constantly made me by all ladies who aspire to my acquaintance, and the greater their quality, the greater were their advances. When the Tories went out of power, Swift's position became uncertain. He expected, and had probably been promised, a bishopric in England, with a seat among the peers of the realm; but the Tories offered him instead the place of Dean of St. Patrick's Cathedral in Dublin. It was galling to a man of his proud spirit. But after his merciless satire on religion in The Tale of a Tub, any ecclesiastical position in England was rendered impossible. Dublin was the best he could get, and he accepted it bitterly, once more cursing the fate which he had brought upon himself. With his return to Ireland begins the last act in the tragedy of his life. His best known literary work, Gulliver's Travels, was done here, but the bitterness of life grew slowly to insanity, and a frightful personal sorrow, of which he never spoke, reached its climax in the death of Esther Johnson, a beautiful young woman who had loved Swift ever since the two had met in Temple's household, and to whom he had written his Journal to Stella. During the last years of his life, a brain disease, of which he had shown frequent symptoms, fastened its terrible hold upon Swift, and he became by turns an idiot and a madman. He died in 1745, and when his will was opened, it was found that he had left all his property to found St. Patrick's Asylum for lunatics and incurables. It stands today as the most suggestive monument of his peculiar genius. The works of Swift. From Swift's life one can readily foresee the kind of literature he will produce. Taken together, his works are a monstrous satire on humanity, and the spirit of that satire is shown clearly in a little incident of his first days in London. There was in the city at that time a certain astrologer named Partridge, who duped the public by calculating nativities from the stars and selling a yearly almanac predicting future events. Swift, who hated all shams, wrote, with a great show of learning, his famous Bickerstaff Almanac, containing predictions for the year 1708, as determined by the unerring stars. As Swift rarely signed his name to any literary work, letting it stand or fall on its own merits, his burlesque appeared over the pseudonym of Isaac Bickerstaff, a name afterwards made famous by Steele in The Tatler. Among the predictions was the following: My first prediction is but a trifle, yet I will mention it to show how ignorant these sottish pretenders to astrology are in their own concerns. It relates to Partridge, the almanac maker. I have consulted the star of his nativity by my own rules, and find he will infallibly die upon the 29th of March next, about 11 at night, of a raging fever. Therefore I advise him to consider of it, and settle his affairs in time." On March 30th, the day after the prediction was to be fulfilled, there appeared in the newspapers a letter from a revenue officer giving the details of Partridge's death, with the doings of the bailiff and the coffin maker, and on the following morning appeared an elaborate "Elegy of Mr. Partridge." When poor Partridge, who suddenly found himself without customers, published a denial of the burial, Swift answered with an elaborate "Vindication of Isaac Bickerstaff," in which he proved by astrological rules that Partridge was dead, and that the man now in his place was an impostor, trying to cheat the heirs out of their inheritance. Character of Swift's satire. This ferocious joke is suggestive of all Swift's satires. Against any case of hypocrisy or injustice he sets up a remedy of precisely the same kind, only more atrocious, and defends his plan with such seriousness that the satire overwhelms the reader with a sense of monstrous falsity. Thus his solemn "argument to prove that the abolishing of Christianity may be attended with some inconveniences" is such a frightful satire upon the abuses of Christianity by its professed followers that it is impossible for us to say whether Swift intended to point out needed reforms or to satisfy his conscience. Note: it is only fair to point out that Swift wrote this and two other pamphlets on religion at a time when he knew that they would damage, if not destroy, his own prospects of political advancement. End of note. Or to perpetrate a joke on the church, as he had done on poor Partridge. So also with his modest proposal concerning the children of Ireland, which sets up the proposition that poor Irish farmers ought to raise children as dainties, to be eaten like roast pigs on the tables of prosperous Englishmen. In this most characteristic work it is impossible to find Swift or his motive. The injustice under which Ireland suffered, her perversity in raising large families to certain poverty, and the indifference of English politicians to her suffering and protests are all mercilessly portrayed. But why? That is still the unanswered problem of Swift's life and writings. Tale of a Tub. Swift's two greatest satires are his Tale of a Tub and Gulliver's Travels. The Tale began as a grim exposure of the alleged weaknesses of three principal forms of religious belief, Catholic, Lutheran, and Calvinist, as opposed to the Anglican; but it ended in a satire upon all science and philosophy. Swift explains his whimsical title by the custom of mariners in throwing out a tub to a whale in order to occupy the monster's attention and divert it from an attack upon the ship, which only proves how little Swift knew of whales or sailors. But let that pass. His book is a tub thrown out to the enemies of church and state to keep them occupied from further attacks or criticism, and the substance of the argument is that all churches, and indeed all religion and science and statesmanship, are arrant hypocrisy. The best known part of the book is the allegory of the old man who died and left a coat, which is Christian truth, to each of his three sons, Peter, Martin, and Jack, with minute directions for its care and use. These three names stand for Catholics, Lutherans, and Calvinists, and the way in which the sons evade their father's will and change the fashion of their garment is part of the bitter satire upon all religious sects. Though it professes to defend the Anglican Church, that institution fares perhaps worse than the others, for nothing is left to her but a thin cloak of custom under which to hide her alleged hypocrisy. Gulliver's Travels. In Gulliver's Travels the satire grows more unbearable. Strangely enough, this book, upon which Swift's literary fame generally rests, was not written from any literary motive, but rather as an outlet for the author's own bitterness against fate and human society. It is still read with pleasure, as Robinson Crusoe is read, for the interesting adventures of the hero, and fortunately those who read it generally overlook its degrading influence and motive. Gulliver's Travels records the pretended 4 voyages of one Lemuel Gulliver, and his adventures in 4 astounding countries. The first book tells of his voyage and shipwreck in Lilliput, where the inhabitants are about as tall as one's thumb, and all their acts and motives are on the same dwarfish scale. In the petty quarrels of these dwarfs we are supposed to see the littleness of humanity. The statesmen who obtain place and favor by cutting monkey capers on the tightrope before their sovereign, and the 2 great parties, the Little Indians and Big Indians, who plunge the country into civil war over the momentous question of whether an egg should be broken on its big or its little end, are satires on the politics of Swift's own day and generation. The style is simple and convincing. The surprising situations and adventures are as absorbing as those of Defoe's masterpiece, and altogether it is the most interesting of Swift's satires. On the second voyage, Gulliver is abandoned in Brobdingnag, where the inhabitants are giants and everything is done upon an enormous scale. The meanness of humanity seems all the more detestable in view of the greatness of these superior beings. When Gulliver tells about his own people, their ambitions and wars and conquests, the giants can only wonder that such great venom could exist in such little insects. In the third voyage, Gulliver continues his adventures in Laputa, and this is a satire upon all the scientists and philosophers. Laputa is a flying island held up in the air by a lodestone, and all the professors of the famous academy at Lagado are of the same airy constitution. The philosopher who worked 8 years to extract sunshine from cucumbers is typical of Swift's satiric treatment of all scientific problems. It is in this voyage that we hear of the Struldbrugs, a ghastly race of men who are doomed to live upon earth after losing hope and desire for life. The picture is all the more terrible in view of the last years of Swift's own life, in which he was compelled to live on, a burden to himself and his friends. In these 3 voyages the evident purpose is to strip off the veil of habit and custom with which men deceive themselves and show the crude vices of humanity as Swift fancies he sees them. In the 4th voyage the merciless satire is carried out to its logical conclusion. This brings us to the land of the Houyhnhnms, in which horses, superior and intelligent creatures, are the ruling animals. All our interest, however, is centered on the Yahoos, a frightful race having the form and appearance of men, but living in unspeakable degradation. Miscellaneous works. The Journal to Stella, written chiefly in the years 1710-1713 for the benefit of Esther Johnson, is interesting to us for 2 reasons. It is, first, an excellent commentary on contemporary characters and political events by one of the most powerful and original minds of the age; and second, in its love passages and purely personal descriptions it gives us the best picture we possess of Swift himself at the summit of his power and influence. As we read now its words of tenderness for the woman who loved him and who brought almost the only ray of sunlight into his life, we can only wonder and be silent. Entirely different are his Drapier's Letters, a model of political harangue and of popular argument, which roused an unthinking English public and did much benefit to Ireland by preventing the politicians' plan of debasing the Irish coinage. Swift's poems, though vigorous and original, like Defoe's of the same period, are generally satirical, often coarse, and seldom rise above doggerel. Unlike his friend Addison, Swift saw in the growing polish and decency of society only a mask for hypocrisy, and he often used his verse to shock the newborn modesty by pointing out some native ugliness which his diseased mind discovered under every beautiful exterior. Character of Swift's prose. That Swift is the most original writer of his time and one of the greatest masters of English prose is undeniable. Directness, vigor, simplicity mark every page. Among writers of that age he stands almost alone in his disdain of literary effects. Keeping his object steadily before him, he drives straight on to the end with a convincing power that has never been surpassed in our language. Even in his most grotesque creations, the reader never loses the sense of reality, of being present as an eyewitness of the most impossible events, so powerful and convincing is Swift's prose. Defoe had the same power, but in writing Robinson Crusoe, for instance, his task was comparatively easy, since his hero and his adventures were both natural, while Swift gives reality to pygmies, giants, and the most impossible situations as easily as if he were writing of facts. Notwithstanding these excellent qualities, the ordinary reader will do well to confine himself to Gulliver's Travels and a book of well-chosen selections. For it must be confessed, the bulk of Swift's work is not wholesome reading. It is too terribly satiric and destructive. It emphasizes the faults and failings of humanity, and so runs counter to the general course of our literature, which from Cynewulf to Tennyson follows the ideal, as Merlin followed the gleam. See Tennyson's Merlin and the Gleam. And is not satisfied till the hidden beauty of man's soul and the divine purpose of his struggle are manifest. End of Section 30. Section 31 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Joseph Addison, 1672 1719. In the pleasant art of living with one's fellows, Addison is easily a master. It is due to his perfect expression of that art, of that new social life which, as we have noted, was characteristic of the age of Anne, that Addison occupies such a large place in the history of literature. Of less power and originality than Swift, he nevertheless wields and deserves to wield a more lasting influence. Swift is the storm roaring against the ice and frost of the late spring of English life. Addison is the sunshine which melts the ice and dries the mud and makes the earth thrill with light and hope. Like Swift, he despised shams, but unlike him, he never lost faith in humanity, and in all his satires there is a gentle kindliness which makes one think better of his fellow men, even while he laughs at their little vanities. Addison's influence. Two things Addison did for our literature which are of inestimable value. First, he overcame a certain corrupt tendency bequeathed by Restoration literature. It was the apparent aim of the low drama, and even of much of the poetry of that age, to make virtue ridiculous and vice attractive. Addison set himself squarely against this unworthy tendency. To strip off the mask of vice, to show its ugliness and deformity, but to reveal virtue in its own native loveliness. That was Addison's purpose, and he succeeded so well that never since his day has our English literature seriously followed after false gods. As Macaulay says, so effectually did he retort on vice the mockery which had recently been directed against virtue, that since his time the open violation of decency has always been considered amongst us a sure mark of a fool. And second, prompted and aided by the more original genius of his friend Steele, Addison seized upon the new social life of the clubs and made it the subject of endless pleasant essays upon types of men and manners. The Tatler and the Spectator are the beginning of the modern essay, and their studies of human character, as exemplified by Sir Roger de Coverley, are a preparation for the modern novel. Life. Addison's life, like his writings, is in marked contrast to that of Swift. He was born in Millston, Wiltshire, in 1672. His father was a scholarly English clergyman, and all his life Addison followed naturally the quiet and cultured ways to which he was early accustomed. At the famous Charterhouse School in London, and in his university life at Oxford, he excelled in character and scholarship, and became known as a writer of graceful verses. He had some intention at one time of entering the church, but was easily persuaded by his friends to take up the government service instead. Unlike Swift, who abused his political superiors, Addison took the more tactful way of winning the friendship of men in large places. His lines to Dryden won that literary leader's instant favor, and one of his Latin poems, The Peace of Ryswick, 1697, with its kindly appreciation of King William's statesmen, brought him into favorable political notice. It brought him also a pension of £300 a year, with a suggestion that he travel abroad and cultivate the art of diplomacy, which he promptly did to his own great advantage. From a literary viewpoint, the most interesting work of Addison's early life is his Account of the Greatest English Poets, 1693, written while he was a fellow of Oxford University. One rubs his eyes to find Dryden lavishly praised, Spenser excused or patronized, while Shakespeare is not even mentioned. But Addison was writing under Boileau's classic rules, and the poet, like the age, was perhaps too artificial to appreciate natural genius. While he was traveling abroad, the death of William and the loss of power by the Whigs suddenly stopped Addison's pension. Necessity brought him home, and for a time he lived in poverty and obscurity. Then occurred the Battle of Blenheim, and in the effort to find a poet to celebrate the event, Addison was brought to the Tories' attention. His poem, The Campaign, celebrating the victory, took the country by storm. Instead of making the hero slay his thousands and 10,000s like the old epic heroes, Addison had some sense of what is required in a modern general, and so made Marlborough direct the battle from the outside, comparing him to an angel riding on the whirlwind. "'Twas then great Marlborough's mighty soul was proved, that in the shock of charging hosts unmoved, amidst confusion, horror, and despair, examined all the dreadful scenes of war, in peaceful thought the field of death surveyed, to fainting squadrons sent in timely aid, inspired repulsed battalions to engage, and taught the doubtful battle where to rage. So when an angel by divine command with rising tempest shakes a guilty land, such as of late o'er pale Britannia's past, calm and serene he drives the furious blast, and pleased th' Almighty's orders to perform, rides in the whirlwind and directs the storm." That one doubtful simile made Addison's fortune. Never before or since was a poet's mechanical work so well rewarded. It was called the finest thing ever written, and from that day Addison rose steadily in political favor and office. He became in turn Under-Secretary, Member of Parliament, Secretary for Ireland, and finally Secretary of State. Probably no other literary man, aided by his pen alone, ever rose so rapidly and so high in office. The rest of Addison's life was divided between political duties and literature. His essays for the Tatler and Spectator, which we still cherish, were written between 1709 and 1714. but he won more literary fame by his classic tragedy, Cato, which we have almost forgotten. In 1716 he married a widow, the Countess of Warwick, and went to live at her home, the famous Holland House. His married life lasted only 3 years, and was probably not a happy one. Certainly he never wrote of women except with gentle satire, and he became more and more a clubman, spending most of his time in the clubs and coffeehouses of London. Up to this time his life had been singularly peaceful, but his last years were shadowed by quarrels, first with Pope, then with Swift, and finally with his lifelong friend Steele. The first quarrel was on literary grounds, and was largely the result of Pope's jealousy. The latter's venomous caricature of Addison as Atticus shows how he took his petty revenge on a great and good man who had been his friend. The other quarrels with Swift, and especially with his old friend Steele, were the unfortunate result of political differences, and show how impossible it is to mingle literary ideals with party politics. He died serenely in 1719. A brief description from Thackeray's English Humorists is his best epitaph. A life prosperous and beautiful, a calm death, an immense fame and affection afterwards for his happy and spotless name. The Essays. Works of Addison. The most enduring of Addison's works are his famous Essays, collected from the Tatler and Spectator. We have spoken of him as a master of the art of gentle living, and these essays are a perpetual inducement to others to know and to practice the same fine art. To an age of fundamental coarseness and artificiality he came with a wholesome message of refinement and simplicity, much as Ruskin and Arnold spoke to a later age of materialism. Only Addison's success was greater than theirs because of his greater knowledge of life and his greater faith in men. He attacks all the little vanities and all the big vices of his time, not in Swift's terrible way, which makes us feel hopeless of humanity, but with a kindly ridicule and gentle humor which takes speedy improvement for granted. To read Swift's brutal letters to a young lady, and then to read Addison's dissection of a beau's head, and his dissection of a coquette's heart, is to know at once the secret of the latter's more enduring influence. 3 other results of these delightful essays are worthy of attention. First, they are the best picture we possess of the new social life of England, with its many new interests. Second, they advance the art of literary criticism to a much higher stage than it had ever before reached, and however much we differ from their judgment and their interpretation of such a man as Milton, they certainly led Englishmen to a better knowledge and appreciation of their own literature. And finally, in Ned Softly, the literary dabbler, Will Wimble, the poor relation, Sir Andrew Freeport, the merchant, Will Honeycomb, the fop, and Sir Roger, the country gentleman, they give us characters that live forever as part of that goodly company which extends from Chaucer's country parson to Kipling's Mulvaney. Addison and Steele not only introduced the modern essay, but in such characters as these they herald the dawn of the modern novel. Of all his essays, the best known and loved are those which introduce us to Sir Roger de Coverley, the genial dictator of life and manners in the quiet English country. Addison's style. In style these essays are remarkable as showing the growing perfection of the English language. Johnson says, "Whoever wishes to attain an English style familiar but not coarse, and elegant but not ostentatious, must give his days and nights to the volumes of Addison." And again he says, "Give nights and days, sir, to the study of Addison, if you mean to be a good writer, or, what is more worth, an honest man." That was good criticism for its day, and even at the present time critics are agreed that Addison's essays are well worth reading, once for their own sake, and many times for their influence in shaping a clear and graceful style of writing. Poems. Addison's poems, which were enormously popular in his day, are now seldom read. His Cato, with its classic unities and lack of dramatic power, must be regarded as a failure, if we study it as tragedy, but it offers an excellent example of the rhetoric and fine sentiment which were then considered the essentials of good writing. The best scene from this tragedy is the fifth act, where Cato soliloquizes with Plato's Immortality of the Soul open in his hand, and a drawn sword on the table before him. It must be so, Plato, thou reason'st well. Else whence this pleasing hope, this fond desire, this longing after immortality? Or whence this secret dread and inward horror of falling into naught? Why shrinks the soul back on herself and startles at destruction? 'Tis the divinity that stirs within us. 'Tis heaven itself that points out an hereafter, and intimates eternity to man. Many readers make frequent use of one portion of Addison's poetry without knowing to whom they are indebted. His devout nature found expression in many hymns, a few of which are still used and loved in our churches. Many a congregation thrills, as Thackeray did, to the splendid sweep of his God in Nature, beginning "The spacious firmament on high." Almost as well known and loved are his Traveller's Hymn and his Continued Help, beginning "When all thy mercies, O my God." The latter hymn, written in a storm at sea off the Italian coast, when the captain and crew were demoralized by terror, shows that poetry, especially a good hymn that one can sing in the same spirit as one would say his prayers, is sometimes the most practical and helpful thing in the world. Richard Steele, 1672–1729. Steele was in almost every respect the antithesis of his friend and fellow worker. A rollicking, good-hearted, emotional, lovable Irishman. At the Charterhouse School and at Oxford he shared everything with Addison, asking nothing but love in return. Unlike Addison, he studied but little and left the university to enter the Horse Guards. He was in turn soldier, captain, poet, playwright, essayist, member of Parliament, manager of a theater, publisher of a newspaper, and 20 other things, all of which he began joyously and then abandoned, sometimes against his will, as when he was expelled from Parliament, and again because some other interest of the moment had more attraction. His poems and plays are now little known, but the reader who searches them out will find one or two suggestive things about Steele himself. For instance, he loves children, and he is one of the few writers of his time who show a sincere and unswerving respect for womanhood. Even more than Addison, he ridicules vice and makes virtue lovely. He is the originator of the Tatler, and joins with Addison in creating the Spectator, the two periodicals which in the short space of less than 4 years did more to influence subsequent literature than all other magazines of the century combined. Moreover, he is the original genius of Sir Roger and of many other characters and essays for which Addison usually receives the whole credit. It is often impossible in the Tatler essays to separate the work of the two men, but the majority of critics hold that the more original parts, the characters, the thought, the overflowing kindliness, are largely Steele's creation, while to Addison fell the work of polishing and perfecting the essays, and of adding that touch of humor which made them the most welcome literary visitors that England had ever received. The Tatler and the Spectator. On account of his talent in writing political pamphlets, Steele was awarded the position of official gazetteer. While in this position, and writing for several small newspapers, the idea occurred to Steele to publish a paper which should contain not only the political news, but also the gossip of the clubs and coffee houses, with some light essays on the life and manners of the age. The immediate result, for Steele never let an idea remain idle, was the famous Tatler, the first number of which appeared April 12, 1709. It was a small folio sheet appearing on post days 3 times a week, and it sold for a penny a copy. That it had a serious purpose is evident from this dedication to the first volume of collected Tatler essays. The general purpose of this paper is to expose the false arts of life, to pull off the disguises of cunning, vanity, and affectation, and to recommend a general simplicity in our dress, our discourse, and our behavior. The success of this unheard of combination of news, gossip, and essay was instantaneous. Not a club or a coffee house in London could afford to be without it, and over its pages began the first general interest in contemporary English life as expressed in literature. Steele at first wrote the entire paper, and signed his essays with the name of Isaac Bickerstaff, which had been made famous by Swift a few years before. Addison is said to have soon recognized one of his own remarks to Steele, and the secret of the authorship was out. From that time Addison was a regular contributor, and occasionally other writers added essays on the new social life of England. Note: of the Tatler essays, Addison contributed 42. 36 others were written in collaboration with Steele, while at least 180 are the works of Steele alone. End of note. Steele lost his position as gazetteer, and the Tatler was discontinued after less than 2 years' life, but not till it won an astonishing popularity and made ready its way for its successor. 2 months later, on March 1, 1711, appeared the first number of The Spectator. In the new magazine, politics and news as such were ignored. It was a literary magazine, pure and simple, and its entire contents consisted of a single light essay. It was considered a crazy venture at the time, but its instant success proved that men were eager for some literary expression of the new social ideals. The following whimsical letter to the editor may serve to indicate the part played by the Spectator in the daily life of London. Mr. Spectator, your paper is a part of my tea equipage, and my servant knows my humor so well that in calling for my breakfast this morning, it being past my usual hour, she answered, the Spectator was not yet come in, but the tea kettle boiled, and she expected it every moment. It is in the incomparable Spectator papers that Addison shows himself most worthy to be remembered. He contributed the majority of its essays, and in its first number appears this description of the Spectator, by which name Addison is now generally known. There is no place of general resort wherein I do not often make my appearance. Sometimes I am seen thrusting my head into a round of politician at Will's (in brackets, coffee house), and listening with great attention to the narratives that are made in those little circular audiences. Sometimes I smoke a pipe at Child's, and whilst I seem attentive to nothing but the postman, overhear the conversation of every table in the room. I appear on Sunday nights at St. James, and sometimes join the little committee of politics in the inner room, as one who comes to hear and improve. My face is likewise very well known at the Grecian, the Cocoa Tree, and in the theaters of both Drury Lane and the Haymarket. I have been taken for a merchant upon the Exchange for above these 10 years, and sometimes pass for a Jew in the assembly of stock jobbers at Jonathan's. Thus I live in the world rather as a spectator of mankind than as one of the species, which is the character I intend to preserve in this paper. The large place which these two little magazines hold in our literature seems most disproportionate to their short span of days. In the short space of 4 years in which Addison and Steele worked together, the light essay was established as one of the most important forms of modern literature, and the literary magazine won its place as the expression of the social life of a nation. End of Section 31. Section 32 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9 continued. Samuel Johnson, 1709 1784. The reader of Boswell's Johnson, after listening to endless grumblings and watching the clumsy actions of the hero, often finds himself wondering why he should end his reading with a profound respect for this old bear, who is the object of Boswell's groveling attention. Here is a man who was certainly not the greatest writer of his age, perhaps not even a great writer at all, but who was nevertheless the dictator of English letters, and who still looms across the centuries of a magnificent literature as its most striking and original figure. Here, moreover, is a huge, fat, awkward man of vulgar manners and appearance, who monopolizes conversation, argues violently, abuses everybody, clubs down opposition. Madam, speaking to his cultivated hostess at table, talk no more nonsense. Sir, turning to a distinguished guest, I perceive you are a vile Whig. While talking, he makes curious animal sounds, sometimes giving a half whistle, sometimes clucking like a hen; and when he has concluded a violent dispute, and laid his opponents low by dogmatism or ridicule, he leans back to blow out his breath like a whale, and gulp down numberless cups of hot tea. Yet this curious dictator of an elegant age was a veritable lion, much sought after by society, and around him in his own poor house gathered the foremost artists, scholars, actors, and literary men of London, all honoring the man, loving him, and listening to his dogmatism as the Greeks listened to the voice of their oracle. What is the secret of this astounding spectacle? If the reader turns naturally to Johnson's works for an explanation, he will be disappointed. Reading his verses, we find nothing to delight or inspire us, but rather gloom and pessimism, with a few moral observations in rhymed couplets. But scarce observed the knowing and the bold fall in the general massacre of gold, wide-wasting pest, that rages unconfined and crowds with crimes the records of mankind. For gold his sword the hireling ruffian draws, for gold the hireling judge distorts the laws. Wealth heaped on wealth nor truth nor safety buys, the dangers gather as the treasures rise. That is excellent common sense, but it is not poetry. And it is not necessary to hunt through Johnson's bulky volumes for the information, since any moralist can give us offhand the same doctrine. As for his Rambler essays, once so successful, though we marvel at the big words, the carefully balanced sentences, the classical allusions, one might as well try to get interested in an old-fashioned 3-hour sermon. We read a few pages listlessly, yawn, and go to bed. Since the man's work fails to account for his leadership and influence, we examine his personality, and here everything is interesting. Because of a few oft-quoted passages from Boswell's biography, Johnson appears to us as an eccentric bear, who amuses us by his growlings and clumsy antics. But there is another Johnson, a brave, patient, kindly, religious soul, who, as Goldsmith said, had nothing of the bear but his skin. A man who battled like a hero against poverty and pain and melancholy and the awful fear of death, and who overcame them manfully. That trouble passed away, so will this, sang the sorrowing Deor in the first old Anglo-Saxon lyric. And that expresses the great and suffering spirit of Johnson, who in the face of enormous obstacles never lost faith in God or in himself. Though he was a reactionary in politics, upholding the arbitrary power of kings and opposing the growing liberty of the people, Yet his political theories, like his manners, were no deeper than his skin, for in all London there was none more kind to the wretched, and none more ready to extend an open hand to every struggling man and woman who crossed his path. When he passed poor homeless Arabs sleeping in the streets, he would slip a coin into their hands in order that they might have a happy awakening, for he himself well knew what it meant to be hungry. Such was Johnson, a mass of genuine manhood, as Carlyle called him, and as such men loved and honored him. Note: a very lovable side of Johnson's nature is shown by his doing penance in the public marketplace for his unfilial conduct as a boy. See in Hawthorne's Our Old Home the article on Lichfield and Johnson. His sterling manhood is recalled in his famous letter to Lord Chesterfield, refusing the latter's patronage for the dictionary. The student should read this incident entire in Boswell's Life of Johnson. End of note. Life of Johnson. Johnson was born in Lichfield, Stratfordshire, in 1709. He was the son of a small bookseller, a poor man, but intelligent and fond of literature, as booksellers invariably were in the good days when every town had its bookshop. From his childhood Johnson had to struggle against physical deformity and disease, and the consequent disinclination to hard work. He prepared for the university partly in the schools, but largely by omnivorous reading in his father's shop. And when he entered Oxford he had read more classical authors than had most of the graduates. Before finishing his course he had to leave the university on account of his poverty, and at once he began his long struggle as a hack writer to earn his living. At 25 years he married a woman old enough to be his mother. A genuine love match, he called it, and with her dowry of £800 they started a private school together, which was a dismal failure. Then, without money or influential friends, he left his home and wife in Lichfield and tramped to London, accompanied only by David Garrick, afterwards the famous actor, who had been one of his pupils. Here, led by old associations, Johnson made himself known to the booksellers, and now and then earned a penny by writing prefaces, reviews, and translations. It was a dog's life, indeed, that he led there with his literary brethren. Many of the writers of the day, who are ridiculed in Pope's heartless Dunciad, having no wealthy patrons to support them, lived largely in the streets and taverns, sleeping on an ash-heap or under a wharf like rats, glad of a crust and happy over a single meal which enabled them to work for a while without the reminder of hunger. A few favored ones lived in wretched lodgings in Grub Street, which has since become a synonym for the fortunes of struggling writers. Note: in Johnson's dictionary we find this definition: Grub Street, the name of a street in London much inhabited by writers of small histories, dictionaries, and temporary poems, whence any mean production is called Grub Street. End of note. Often, Johnson tells us, he walked the streets all night long in dreary weather, when it was too cold to sleep, without food or shelter. But he wrote steadily for the booksellers and for the Gentleman's Magazine, and presently he became known in London and received enough work to earn a bare living. The works which occasioned this small success were his poem London and his Life of the Poet Savage, a wretched life at best, which were perhaps better left without a biographer. But his success was genuine, though small, and presently the booksellers of London are coming to him to ask him to write a dictionary of the English language. It was an enormous work, taking nearly 8 years of his time, and long before he had finished it he had eaten up the money which he received for his labor. In the leisure intervals of this work he wrote The Vanity of Human Wishes and other poems, and finished his classic tragedy of Irene. Led by the great success of The Spectator, Johnson started two magazines, The Rambler (1750–1752) and The Idler (1758–1760). Later the Rambler essays were published in book form and ran rapidly through 10 editions. But the financial returns were small, and Johnson spent a large part of his earnings in charity. When his mother died in 1759, Johnson, although one of the best known men in London, had no money, and hurriedly finished Rasselas, his only romance, in order, it is said, to pay for his mother's burial. It was not till 1762, when Johnson was 53 years old, that his literary labors were rewarded in the usual way by royalty, and he received from George III a yearly pension of £300. Then began a little sunshine in his life. With Joshua Reynolds, the artist, he founded the famous Literary Club, of which Burke, Pitt, Fox, Gibbon, Goldsmith, and indeed all the great literary men and politicians of the time were members. This is the period of Johnson's famous Conversations, which were caught in minutest detail by Boswell and given to the world. His idea of conversation, as shown in 100 places in Boswell, is to overcome your adversary at any cost, to knock him down by arguments, or, when these fail, by personal ridicule, to dogmatize on every possible question, pronounce a few oracles, and then desist with an air of victory. Concerning the philosopher Hume's view of death, he says, "Sir, if he really thinks so, his perceptions are disturbed, he is mad. If he does not think so, he lies." Exit opposition. There is nothing more to be said. Curiously enough, it is often the palpable blunders of these monologues that now attract us, as if we were enjoying a good joke at the dictator's expense. Once a lady asked him, "Dr. Johnson, why did you define pastern as the knee of a horse?" "Ignorance, madam, pure ignorance," thundered the great authority. When 70 years of age, Johnson was visited by several booksellers of the city, who were about to bring out a new edition of the English poets, and who wanted Johnson, as the leading literary man of London, to write the prefaces to the several volumes. The result was his Lives of the Poets, as it is now known, and this is his last literary work. He died in his poor Fleet Street house in 1784, and was buried among England's honored poets in Westminster Abbey. The English Dictionary. Johnson's works. "A book," says Dr. Johnson, "should help us either to enjoy life or to endure it. Judged by this standard, one is puzzled what to recommend among Johnson's numerous books. The two things which belong among the things worthy to be remembered are his dictionary and his Lives of the Poets, though both these are valuable not as literature but rather as a study of literature. The dictionary, as the first ambitious attempt at an English lexicon, is extremely valuable, notwithstanding the fact that his derivations are often faulty, and that he frequently exercises his humor or prejudice in his curious definitions. In defining oats, for example, as a grain given in England to horses and in Scotland to the people, he indulges his prejudice against the Scotch, whom he never understood, just as in his definition of pension he takes occasion to rap the writers who had flattered their patrons since the days of Elizabeth, though he afterwards accepted a comfortable pension for himself. With characteristic honesty, he refused to alter his definition in subsequent editions of the dictionary. Lives of the Poets. The Lives of the Poets are the simplest and most readable of his literary works. For 10 years before beginning these biographies, he had given himself up to conversation, and the ponderous style of his Rambler essays here gives way to lighter and more natural expression. As criticisms, they are often misleading, giving praise to artificial poets like Cowley and Pope, and doing scant justice or abundant injustice to nobler poets like Gray and Milton. and they are not to be compared with those found in Thomas Warton's History of English Poetry, which was published in the same generation. As biographies, however, they are excellent reading, and we owe to them some of our best known pictures of the early English poets. Poems and Essays. Of Johnson's poems the reader will have enough if he glances over The Vanity of Human Wishes. His only story, Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia, is a matter of rhetoric rather than of romance, but is interesting still to the reader who wants to hear Johnson's personal views on society, philosophy, and religion. Any one of his essays, like that on Reading or The Pernicious Effects of Reverie, will be enough to acquaint the reader with the Johnsonese style, which was once much admired and copied by orators, but which happily has been replaced by a more natural way of speaking. Most of his works, it must be confessed, are rather tiresome. It is not to his books, but rather to the picture of the man himself, as given by Boswell, that Johnson owes his great place in our literature. Boswell's Life of Johnson. In James Boswell, 1740 1795, we have another extraordinary figure. A shallow little Scotch barrister who trots about like a dog at the heels of his big master, frantic at a caress and groveling at a cuff, and abundantly contented if only he can be near him and record his oracles. All his life long, Boswell's one ambition seems to have been to shine in the reflected glory of great men, and his chief task to record their sayings and doings. When he came to London at 22 years of age, Johnson, then at the beginning of his great fame, was to this insatiable little glory seeker like a silver doctor to a hungry trout. He sought an introduction as a man seeks gold, haunted every place where Johnson declaimed, until in Davies' bookstore the supreme opportunity came. This is his record of the great event. "I was much agitated," says Boswell, "and recollecting his prejudice against the Scotch, of which I had heard much, I said to Davies, 'Don't tell him where I come from.' 'From Scotland,' cries Davies roguishly. 'Mr. Johnson,' said I do indeed come from Scotland, and I cannot help it.' 'That, sir,' cried Johnson, 'I find is what a very great many of your countrymen cannot help.' This stroke stunned me a good deal, and when we had sat down I felt myself not a little embarrassed, and apprehensive of what might come next. Then for several years, with a persistency that no rebuffs could abate, and with a thick skin that no amount of ridicule could render sensitive, he follows Johnson, forces his way into the literary club, where he is not welcome, in order to be near his idol, carries him off on a visit to the Hebrides, talks with him on every possible occasion, and when he is not invited to a feast, waits outside the house or tavern in order to walk home with his master in the thick fog of the early morning. And the moment the oracle is out of sight and in bed, Boswell patters home to record in detail all that he has seen and heard. It is to his minute record that we owe our only perfect picture of a great man, all his vanity as well as his greatness, his prejudices, superstitions, and even the details of his personal appearance. There is the gigantic body, the huge face seamed with the scars of disease, the brown coat, the black worsted stockings, the gray wig with the scorched foretop, the dirty hands, the nails bitten and pared to the quick. We see the eyes and mouth moving with convulsive twitches. We see the heavy form rolling, we hear it puffing, and then comes up the "Why, sir," and the "What then, sir?" and the "No, sir," and the "You don't see your way through the question, sir." Note from Macaulay's review of Boswell's Life of Johnson. End of note. To Boswell's record we are indebted also for our knowledge of those famous conversations, those wordy knock-down battles, which made Johnson famous in his time and which still move us to wonder. Here is a specimen conversation taken almost at random from 100 such in Boswell's incomparable biography. After listening to Johnson's prejudice against Scotland and his dogmatic utterances on Voltaire, Robertson, and 20 others, an unfortunate theorist brings up a recent essay on the possible future life of brutes, quoting some possible authority from the sacred scriptures. Johnson, who did not like to hear anything concerning a future state which was not authorized by the regular canons of orthodoxy, discouraged this talk, and being offended at its continuation, he watched an opportunity to give the gentleman a blow of reprehension. So when the poor speculatist, with a serious, metaphysical, pensive face, addressed him, "But really, sir, when we see a very sensible dog, we don't know what to think of him," Johnson, rolling with joy at the thought which beamed in his eye, turned quickly round and replied, "True, sir, and when we see a very foolish fellow, we don't know what to think of him." He then rose up, strided to the fire, and stood for some time laughing and exulting. Then the oracle proceeds to talk of scorpions and natural history, denying facts and demanding proofs which nobody could possibly furnish. He seemed pleased to talk of natural philosophy. "That woodcocks," said he, "fly over the northern countries is proved, because they have been observed at sea. Swallows certainly sleep all the winter. A number of them conglobulate together by flying round, and then all in a heap throw themselves under water and lie in the bed of a river." He told us one of his first essays was a Latin poem upon the glowworm. I'm sorry I did not ask where it was to be found. Then follows an astonishing array of subjects and opinions. He catalogues libraries, settles affairs in China, pronounces judgment on men who marry women superior to themselves, flouts popular liberty, hammers Swift unmercifully, and adds a few miscellaneous oracles, most of which are about as reliable as his knowledge of the hibernation of swallows. When I called upon Dr. Johnson next morning, I found him highly satisfied with his colloquial prowess the preceding evening. "Well," said he, "we had a good talk." "Yes, sir," says I. "You tossed and gored several persons." Far from resenting this curious mental dictatorship, his auditors never seem to weary. They hang upon his words, praise him, flatter him, repeat his judgments all over London the next day, and return in the evening hungry for more. Whenever the conversation begins to flag, Boswell is like a woman with a parrot, or like a man with a dancing bear. He must excite the creature, make him talk or dance for the edification of the company. He sidles obsequiously towards his hero, and with utter irrelevancy propounds a question of theology, a social theory, a fashion of dress or marriage, a philosophical conundrum. "Do you think, sir, that natural affections are born with us?" Or, "Sir, if you were shut up in a castle and a newborn babe with you, what would you do?" Then follow more Johnsonian laws, judgments, oracles. The insatiable audience clusters around him and applauds, while Boswell listens with shining face, and presently goes home to write the wonder down. It is an astonishing spectacle. One does not know whether to laugh or grieve over it. But we know the man and the audience almost as well as if we had been there, and that, unconsciously, is the superb art of this matchless biographer. When Johnson died, the opportunity came for which Boswell had been watching and waiting some 20 years. He would shine in the world now, not by reflection, but by his own luminosity. He gathered together his endless notes and records and began to write his biography. But he did not hurry. Several biographies of Johnson appeared in the 4 years after his death without disturbing Boswell's perfect complacency. After 7 years' labor, he gave the world his Life of Johnson. It is an immortal work. Praise is superfluous. It must be read to be appreciated. Like the Greek sculptors, the little slave produced a more enduring work than the great master. The man who reads it will know Johnson as he knows no other man who dwells across the border, and he will lack sensitiveness indeed if he lay down the work without a greater love and appreciation of all good literature. End of Section 32. Section 33 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Later Augustan writers. With Johnson, who succeeded Dryden and Pope in the chief place of English letters, the classic movement had largely spent its force, and the latter half of the 18th century gives us an imposing array of writers who differ so widely that it is almost impossible to classify them. In general, three schools of writers are noticeable. First, the classicists, who under Johnson's lead insisted upon elegance and regularity of style. Second, the romantic poets like Collins, Gray, Thomson, and Burns, who revolted from Pope's artificial couplets and wrote of nature and the human heart. Note: many of the writers show a mingling of the classic and the romantic tendencies. Thus Goldsmith followed Johnson and opposed the Romanticists, but his Deserted Village is romantic in spirit, though its classic couplets are almost as mechanical as Pope's. So Burke's orations are elegantly classic in style, but are illumined by bursts of emotion and romantic feeling. End of note. Third, the early novelists, like Defoe and Fielding, who introduced a new type of literature. The romantic poets and the novelists are reserved for special chapters. And of the other writers, Berkeley and Hume in philosophy, Robertson, Hume, and Gibbon in history, Chesterfield and Lady Montagu in letter writing, Adam Smith in economics, Pitt, Burke, Fox, and a score of lesser writers in politics, we select only two, Burke and Gibbon, whose works are most typical of the Augustan, i.e., the elegant, classic style of prose writing. Edmund Burke, 1729–1797. To read all of Burke's collected works and so to understand him thoroughly is something of a task. Few are equal to it. On the other hand, to read selections here and there, as most of us do, is to get a wrong idea of the man and to join either in fulsome praise of his brilliant oratory or in honest confession that his periods are ponderous and his ideas often buried under Johnsonian verbiage. Such are the contrasts to be found on successive pages of Burke's 12 volumes, which cover the enormous range of the political and economic thought of the age, and which mingle fact and fancy, philosophy, statistics, and brilliant flights of the imagination to a degree never before seen in English literature. For Burke belongs in spirit to the new Romantic school, while in style he is a model for the formal classicists. We can only glance at the life of this marvelous Irishman, and then consider his place in our literature. Life. Burke was born in Dublin, the son of an Irish barrister, in 1729. After his university course in Trinity College, he came to London to study law, but soon gave up the idea to follow literature, which in turn led him to politics. He had the soul, the imagination of a poet, and the law was only a clog to his progress. His two first works, A Vindication of Natural Society and The Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and the Beautiful, brought him political as well as literary recognition, and several small offices were in turn given to him. When 36 years old he was elected to Parliament as member from Wendover, and for the next 30 years he was the foremost figure in the House of Commons and the most eloquent orator which that body has ever known. Pure and incorruptible in his politics as in his personal life, no more learned or devoted servant of the Commonwealth ever pleaded for justice and human liberty. He was at the summit of his influence at the time when the colonies were struggling for independence, and the fact that he championed their cause in one of his greatest speeches, on Conciliation with America, gives him an added interest in the eyes of American readers. His championship of America is all the more remarkable from the fact that in other matters Burke was far from liberal. He set himself squarely against the teachings of the Romantic writers, who were enthusiastic over the French Revolution. He denounced the principles of the revolutionists, broke with the liberal Whig party to join the Tories, and was largely instrumental in bringing on the terrible war with France which resulted in the downfall of Napoleon. It is good to remember that in all the strife and bitterness of party politics Burke held steadily to the noblest personal ideas of truth and honesty, and that in all his work, whether opposing the slave trade, or pleading for justice for America, or protecting the poor natives of India from the greed of corporations, or setting himself against the popular sympathy for France in her desperate struggle, he aimed solely at the welfare of humanity. When he retired on a pension in 1794, he had won, and he deserved, the gratitude and affection of the whole nation. Works. There are three distinctly marked periods in Burke's career, and these correspond closely to the years in which he was busied with the affairs of America, India, and France successively. The first period was one of prophecy. He had studied the history and temper of the American colonies, and he warned England of the disaster which must follow her persistence in ignoring the American demands, and especially the American spirit. His great speeches on American taxation and on Conciliation with America were delivered in 1774 and 1775, preceding the Declaration of Independence. In this period Burke's labors seemed all in vain. He lost his cause, and England her greatest colony. The second period is one of denunciation rather than of prophecy. England had won India, but when Burke studied the methods of her victory and understood the soulless way in which millions of poor natives were made to serve the interests of an English monopoly, his soul rose in revolt, and again he was the champion of an oppressed people. His two greatest speeches of this period are The Nabob of Arcot's Debts and his tremendous Impeachment of Warren Hastings. Again, he apparently lost his cause, though he was still fighting on the side of right. Hastings was acquitted, and the spoliation of India went on. But the seeds of reform were sown, and grew and bore fruit long after Burke's labors were ended. The third period is, curiously enough, one of reaction. Whether because the horrors of the French Revolution had frightened him with the danger of popular liberty, or because his own advance in office and power had made him side unconsciously with the upper classes, is unknown. That he was as sincere and noble now as in all his previous life is not questioned. He broke with the liberal Whigs and joined forces with the reactionary Tories. He opposed the Romantic writers, who were on fire with enthusiasm over the French Revolution, and thundered against the dangers which the revolutionary spirit must breed, forgetting that it was a revolution which had made modern England possible. Here, where we must judge him to have been mistaken in his cause, he succeeded for the first time. It was due largely to Burke's influence that the growing sympathy for the French people was checked in England, and war was declared, which ended in the frightful victories of Trafalgar and Waterloo. Burke's best-known work of this period is his Reflections on the French Revolution, which he polished and revised again and again before it was finally printed. This ambitious literary essay, though it met with remarkable success, is a disappointment to the reader. Though of Celtic blood, Burke did not understand the French, or the principles for which the common people were fighting in their own way. Note: a much more interesting work is Thomas Paine's Rights of Man, which was written in answer to Burke's essay, and which had enormous influence in England and America. End of note. and his denunciations and apostrophes to France suggest a preacher without humor hammering away at sinners who are not present in his congregation. The essay has few illuminating ideas, but a great deal of Johnsonian rhetoric, which make its periods tiresome, notwithstanding our admiration for the brilliancy of its author. More significant is one of Burke's first essays, a philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful, which is sometimes read in order to show the contrast in style with Addison's Spectator essays on the pleasures of the imagination. Burke's orations. Burke's best-known speeches, On Conciliation with America, American Taxation, and The Impeachment of Warren Hastings, are still much studied in our schools as models of English prose, and this fact tends to give them an exaggerated literary importance. Viewed purely as literature, they have faults enough, and the first of these, so characteristic of the classic age, is that they abound in fine rhetoric but lack simplicity. Note: in the same year, 1775, in which Burke's magnificent conciliation oration was delivered, Patrick Henry made a remarkable little speech before a gathering of delegates in Virginia. Both men were pleading the same cause of justice, and were actuated by the same high ideals. A very interesting contrast, however, may be drawn between the methods and the effects of Henry's speech and of Burke's more brilliant oration. Burke makes us wonder at his learning, his brilliancy, his eloquence, but he does not move us to action. Patrick Henry calls us, and we spring to follow him. That suggests the essential difference between the two orators. End of note. In a strict sense, these eloquent speeches are not literature to delight the reader and to suggest ideas, but studies in rhetoric and in mental concentration. All this, however, is on the surface. A careful study of any of these three famous speeches reveals certain admirable qualities which account for the important place they are given in the study of English. First, as showing the stateliness and the rhetorical power of our language, these speeches are almost unrivaled. Second, though Burke speaks in prose, he is essentially a poet whose imagery, like that of Milton's prose works, is more remarkable than that of many of our writers of verse. He speaks in figures, images, symbols, and the musical cadence of his sentences reflects the influence of his wide reading of poetry. Not only in figurative expression, but much more in spirit, he belongs with the poets of the Revival. At times his language is pseudo-classic, reflecting the influence of Johnson and his school. But his thought is always romantic. He is governed by ideal rather than by practical interests, and a profound sympathy for humanity is perhaps his most marked characteristic. Third, the supreme object of these orations, so different from the majority of political speeches, is not to win approval or to gain votes, but to establish the truth. Like our own Lincoln, Burke had a superb faith in the compelling power of the truth, a faith in men also, who, if the history of our race means anything, will not willingly follow a lie. The methods of these two great leaders are strikingly similar in this respect, that each repeats his idea in many ways, presenting the truth from different viewpoints, so that it will appeal to men of widely different experiences. Otherwise, the two men are in marked contrast. The uneducated Lincoln speaks in simple, homely words, draws his illustrations from the farm, and often adds a humorous story so apt and telling that his hearers can never forget the point of his argument. The scholarly Burke speaks in ornate, majestic periods, and searches all history and all literature for his illustrations. His wealth of imagery and allusions, together with his rare combination of poetic and logical reasoning, make these orations remarkable, entirely apart from their subject and purpose. Fourth, and perhaps most significant of the man and his work, Burke takes his stand squarely on the principle of justice. He has studied history, and he finds that to establish justice between man and between nation and nation has been the supreme object of every reformer since the world began. No small or merely temporary success attracts him. Only the truth will suffice for an argument, and nothing less than justice will ever settle a question permanently. Such is his platform, simple as the golden rule, unshakable as the moral law. Hence, though he apparently fails of his immediate desire in each of these three orations, the principle for which he contends cannot fail. As a modern writer says of Lincoln, the full, rich flood of his life through the nation's pulse is yet beating. And his words are still potent in shaping the course of English politics in the way of justice. Edward Gibbon, 1737–1794. To understand Burke or Johnson, one must read a multitude of books and be wary in his judgment. But with Gibbon the task is comparatively easy, for one has only to consider two books, his Memoirs and the first volume of his History, to understand the author. In his Memoirs we have an interesting reflection of Gibbon's own personality, a man who looks with satisfaction on the material side of things, who seeks always the easiest path for himself and avoids life's difficulties and responsibilities. "I sighed as a lover, but I obeyed as a son," he says, when, to save his inheritance, he gave up the woman he loved and came home to enjoy the paternal loaves and fishes. That is suggestive of the man's whole life. His History, on the other hand, is a remarkable work. It was the first in our language to be written on scientific principles and with a solid base of fact, and the style is the very climax of that classicism which had ruled England for an entire century. Its combination of historical fact and literary style makes The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire the one thing of Gibbon's life that is worthy to be remembered. Gibbon's History. For many years Gibbon had meditated, like Milton, upon an immortal work, and had tried several historical subjects, only to give them up idly. In his journal he tells us how his vague resolutions were brought to a focus. It was at Rome, on the 15th of October, 1764, as I sat musing amidst the ruins of the Capitol, while the barefooted friars were singing vespers in the Temple of Jupiter, that the idea of writing the decline and fall of the city first started to my mind. 12 years later, in 1776, Gibbon published the first volume of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, and the enormous success of the work encouraged him to go on with the other 5 volumes, which were published at intervals during the next 12 years. The history begins with the reign of Trajan in A.D. 98, and builds a straight Roman road through the confused histories of 13 centuries, ending with the fall of the Byzantine Empire in 1453. The scope of the history is enormous. It includes not only the decline of the Roman Empire, but such movements as the descent of the northern barbarians, the spread of Christianity, the reorganization of the European nations, the establishment of the great Eastern Empire, the rise of Mohammedanism, and the splendor of the Crusades. On the one hand, it lacks philosophical insight, being satisfied with facts without comprehending the causes, and as Gibbon seems lacking in ability to understand spiritual and religious movements, it is utterly inadequate in its treatment of the tremendous influence of Christianity. On the other hand, Gibbon's scholarship leaves little to criticize. He read enormously, sifted his facts out of multitudes of books and records, and then marshaled them in the imposing array with which we have grown familiar. Moreover, he is singularly just and discriminating in the use of all documents and authorities at his command. Hence, he has given us the first history in English that has borne successfully the test of modern research and scholarship. The style of the work is as imposing as his great subject. Indeed, with almost any other subject, the sonorous roll of his majestic sentences would be out of place. While it deserves all the adjectives that have been applied to it by enthusiastic admirers, finished, elegant, splendid, rounded, massive, sonorous, copious, elaborate, ornate, exhaustive, it must be confessed, though one whispers the confession, that the style sometimes obscures our interest in the narrative. As he sifted his facts from a multitude of sources, so he often hides them again in endless periods, and one must often sift them out again in order to be quite sure of even the simple facts. Another drawback is that Gibbon is hopelessly worldly in his point of view. He loves pageants and crowds rather than individuals, and he is lacking in enthusiasm and in spiritual insight. The result is so frankly material at times that one wonders if he is not reading of forces or machines rather than of human beings. A little reading of his history here and there is an excellent thing, leaving one impressed with the elegant classical style and the scholarship, but a continued reading is very apt to leave us longing for simplicity, for naturalness, and above all for the glow of enthusiasm which makes the dead heroes live once more in the written pages. This judgment, however, must not obscure the fact that the book had a remarkably large sale, and that this of itself is an evidence that multitudes of readers found it not only erudite, but readable and interesting. End of section 33. Section 34 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9 continued. Part 2. The Revival of Romantic Poetry. The old order changeth, yielding place to new, and God fulfills himself in many ways, lest one good custom should corrupt the world. Tennyson's The Passing of Arthur. The meaning of Romanticism. While Dryden, Pope, and Johnson were successively the dictators of English letters, and while under their leadership the heroic couplet became the fashion of poetry, and literature in general became satiric or critical in spirit and formal in expression, a new romantic movement quietly made its appearance. Thomson's The Seasons, 1730, was the first noteworthy poem of the Romantic Revival. And the poems and the poets increased steadily in number and importance till, in the age of Wordsworth and Scott, the spirit of Romanticism dominated our literature more completely than Classicism had ever done. This romantic movement, which Victor Hugo calls liberalism in literature, is simply the expression of life as seen by imagination rather than by prosaic common sense, which was the central doctrine of English philosophy in the 18th century. It has 6 prominent characteristics which distinguish it from the so-called classic literature which we have just studied. 1. The Romantic movement was marked, and is always marked, by a strong reaction and protest against the bondage of rule and custom, which in science and theology, as well as in literature, generally tend to fetter the free human spirit. 2. Romanticism returned to nature and to plain humanity for its material, and so is in marked contrast to Classicism, which had confined itself largely to the clubs and drawing rooms and to the social and political life of London. Thomson's Seasons, whatever its defects, was a revelation of the natural wealth and beauty which for nearly a century had been hardly noticed by the great writers of England. 3. It brought again the dream of a golden age. Note: the Romantic Revival is marked by renewed interest in medieval ideals and literature, and to this interest is due the success of Walpole's romance, The Castle of Otranto, and of Chatterton's forgeries known as the Rowley Papers. End of note. In which the stern realities of life were forgotten, and the ideals of youth were established as the only permanent realities. "For the dreamer lives forever, but the toiler dies in a day," expresses perhaps only the wild fancy of a modern poet; but when we think of it seriously, the dreams and ideals of a people are cherished possessions long after their stone monuments have crumbled away and their battles are forgotten. The Romantic movement emphasized these eternal ideals of youth and appealed to the human heart as the classic elegance of Dryden and Pope could never do. 4. Romanticism was marked by intense human sympathy and by a consequent understanding of the human heart. Not to intellect or to science does the heart unlock its treasures, but rather to the touch of a sympathetic nature. And things that are hidden from the wise and prudent are revealed unto children. Pope had no appreciable humanity. Swift's work is a frightful satire. Addison delighted polite society, but had no message for plain people; while even Johnson, with all his kindness, had no feeling for men in the mass, but supported Robert Walpole in his policy of letting evils alone until forced by a revolution to take notice of humanity's appeal. With the Romantic Revival all this was changed. While Howard was working heroically for prison reform, and Wilberforce for the liberation of the slaves, Gray wrote his short and simple Annals of the Poor, and Goldsmith his Deserted Village, and Cowper sang, "My ear is pained, my soul is sick with every day's report of wrong and outrage with which earth is filled. There is no flesh in man's obdurate heart. It does not feel for man." Note from The Task, Book II. This sympathy for the poor and this cry against oppression grew stronger and stronger till it culminated in Bobby Burns, who, more than any other writer in any language, is the poet of the unlettered human heart. 5. The Romantic movement was the expression of individual genius rather than of established rules. In consequence, the literature of the Revival is as varied as the characters and moods of the different writers. When we read Pope, for instance, we have a general impression of sameness, as if all his polished poems were made in the same machine. But in the work of the best romanticists there is endless variety. To read them is like passing through a new village, meeting a score of different human types, and finding in each one something to love or to remember. Nature and the heart of man are as new as if we had never studied them. Hence, in reading the romanticists who went to these sources for their material, we are seldom wearied, but often surprised, and the surprise is like that of the sunrise or the sea, which always offers some new beauty and stirs us deeply, as if we had never seen it before. 6. The Romantic movement, while it followed its own genius, was not altogether unguided. Strictly speaking, there is no new movement, either in history or in literature. Each grows out of some good thing which has preceded it, and looks back with reverence to past masters. Spenser, Shakespeare, and Milton were the inspiration of the Romantic Revival, and we can hardly read a poem of the early Romanticists without finding a suggestion of the influence of one of these great leaders. Note: see, for instance, Phelps, beginning of the Romantic movement, for a list of Spenserian imitators from 1700 to 1775. End of note. There are various other characteristics of Romanticism, but these 6, the protest against the bondage of rules, the return to nature and the human heart, the interest in old sagas and medieval romances as suggestive of a heroic age, the sympathy for the toilers of the world, the emphasis upon the individual genius, and the return to Milton and the Elizabethans instead of to Pope and Dryden for literary models, are the most noticeable and the most interesting. Remembering them, we shall better appreciate the work of the following writers, who in varying degree illustrate the revival of romantic poetry in the 18th century. Thomas Gray, 1716 1771. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day, the lowing herd wind slowly o'er the lea, the plowman homeward plods his weary way, and leaves the world to darkness and to me. Now fades the glimmering landscape on the sight, and all the air a solemn stillness holds, save where the beetle wheels his droning flight, and drowsy tinklings lull the distant folds. So begins the best known poem in the English language, a poem full of the gentle melancholy which marks all early romantic poetry. It should be read entire, as a perfect model of its kind. Not even Milton's Il Penseroso, which it strongly suggests, excels it in beauty and suggestiveness. Life of Gray. The author of the famous Elegy is the most scholarly and well-balanced of all the early romantic poets. In his youth he was a weakling, and only one of 12 children who survived infancy, and his unhappy childhood, the tyranny of his father, and the separation from his loved mother, gave to his whole life the stamp of melancholy which is noticeable in all his poems. At the famous Eton school, and again at Cambridge, he seems to have followed his own scholarly tastes rather than the curriculum, and was shocked, like Gibbon, at the general idleness and aimlessness of university life. One happy result of his school life was his friendship for Horace Walpole, who took him abroad for a 3 years' tour of the Continent. No better index of the essential difference between the classical and the new romantic school can be imagined than that which is revealed in the letters of Gray and Addison as they record their impressions of foreign travel. Thus, when Addison crossed the Alps, some 25 years before, in good weather he wrote, "A very troublesome journey. You cannot imagine how I am pleased with the sight of a plain." Gray crossed the Alps in the beginning of winter, "wrapped in muffs, hoods, and masks of beaver, fur boots, and bearskins," but wrote ecstatically, "Not a precipice, not a torrent, not a cliff, but is pregnant with religion and poetry." On his return to England, Gray lived for a short time at Stoke Poges, where he wrote his Ode on Eton, and probably sketched his Elegy, which, however, was not finished till 1750, 8 years later. During the latter years of his shy and scholarly life he was professor of modern history and languages at Cambridge, without any troublesome work of lecturing to students. Here he gave himself up to study and to poetry, varying his work by prowlings among the manuscripts of the new British Museum, and by his Lilliputian travels in England and Scotland. He died in his rooms at Pembroke College in 1771, and was buried in the little churchyard of Stoke Poges. Works of Gray. Gray's letters, published in 1775, are excellent reading, and his journal is still a model of natural description. But it is to a single small volume of poems that he owes his fame and his place in literature. These poems divide themselves naturally into 3 periods, in which we may trace the progress of Gray's emancipation from the classic rules which had so long governed English literature. In the first period he wrote several minor poems, of which the best are his Hymn to Adversity and the odes To Spring and On a Distant Prospect of Eton College. These early poems reveal 2 suggestive things. First, the appearance of that melancholy which characterizes all the poetry of the period; and second, the study of nature, not for its own beauty or truth, but rather as a suitable background for the play of human emotions. The second period shows the same tendencies more strongly developed. The Elegy written in a country churchyard, 1750, the most perfect poem of the age, belongs to this period. To read Milton's Il Penseroso and Gray's Elegy is to see the beginning and the perfection of that literature of melancholy which largely occupied English poets for more than a century. Two other well-known poems of this second period are the Pindaric Odes, The Progress of Poesy, and The Bard. The first is strongly suggestive of Dryden's Alexander's Feast, but shows Milton's influence in a greater melody and variety of expression. The Bard is in every way more romantic and original. An old minstrel, the last of the Welsh singers, halts King Edward and his army in a wild mountain pass, and with fine poetic frenzy prophesies the terror and desolation which must ever follow the tyrant. From its first line, "Ruin seize thee, ruthless king," to the end, when the old bard plunges from his lofty crag and disappears in the river's flood, the poem thrills with the fire of an ancient and noble race of men. It breaks absolutely with the classical school and proclaims a literary declaration of independence. In the third period, Gray turns momentarily from his Welsh material and reveals a new field of romantic interest in two Norse poems, The Fatal Sisters and The Descent of Odin (1761). Gray translated his material from the Latin, and though these two poems lack much of the elemental strength and grandeur of the Norse sagas, they are remarkable for calling attention to the unused wealth of literary material that was hidden in Northern mythology. To Gray and to Percy, who published his Northern Antiquities in 1770, is due in large measure the profound interest in the Old Norse sagas which has continued to our own day. Taken together, Gray's works form a most interesting commentary on the varied life of the 18th century. He was a scholar, familiar with all the intellectual interests of his age, and his work has much of the precision and polish of the classical school, but he shares also the reawakened interest in nature, in common man, and in medieval culture, and his work is generally romantic both in style and in spirit. The same conflict between the classic and romantic schools and the triumph of Romanticism is shown clearly in the most versatile of Gray's contemporaries, Oliver Goldsmith. End of Section 34. Section 35 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Oliver Goldsmith, 1728-1774. Because The Deserted Village is one of the most familiar poems in our language, Goldsmith is generally given a high place among the poets of the Romantic dawn. But The Village, when we read it carefully, turns out to be a rhymed essay in the style of Pope's famous Essay on Man. It owes its popularity to the sympathetic memories which it awakens, rather than to its poetic excellence. It is as a prose writer that Goldsmith excels. He is an essayist, with Addison's fine polish, but with more sympathy for human life. He is a dramatist, one of the very few who have ever written a comedy that can keep its popularity unchanged while a century rolls over its head. But greater, perhaps, than the poet and essayist and dramatist is Goldsmith the novelist, who set himself to the important work of purifying the early novel of its brutal and indecent tendencies, and who has given us in The Vicar of Wakefield one of the most enduring characters in English fiction. In his manner, especially in his poetry, Goldsmith was too much influenced by his friend Johnson and the classicists. But in his matter, in his sympathy for nature and human life, he belongs unmistakably to the new Romantic school. Altogether, he is the most versatile, the most charming, the most inconsistent, and the most lovable genius of all the literary men who made famous the age of Johnson. Life. Goldsmith's career is that of an irresponsible, unbalanced genius, which would make one despair if the man himself did not remain so lovable in all his inconsistencies. He was born in the village of Pallas, Ireland, the son of a poor Irish curate, whose noble character is portrayed in Dr. Primrose of The Vicar of Wakefield and in the country parson of The Deserted Village. After an unsatisfactory course in various schools, where he was regarded as hopelessly stupid, Goldsmith entered Trinity College, Dublin, as a sizar, i.e., a student who pays with labor for his tuition. By his escapades he was brought into disfavor with the authorities, but that troubled him little. He was also wretchedly poor, which troubled him less; for when he earned a few shillings by writing ballads for street singers, his money went oftener to idle beggars than to the paying of his honest debts. After 3 years of university life, he ran away in dime novel fashion, and nearly starved to death before he was found and brought back in disgrace. Then he worked a little and obtained his degree in 1749. Strange that such an idle and irresponsible youth should have been urged by his family to take holy orders, but such was the fact. For 2 years more Goldsmith labored with theology, only to be rejected when he presented himself as a candidate for the ministry. He tried teaching and failed. Then his fancy turned to America, and provided with money and a good horse, he started off for Cork, where he was to embark for the New World. He loafed along the pleasant Irish ways, missed his ship, and presently turned up cheerfully amongst his relatives, minus all his money, and riding a sorry nag called Fiddleback, for which he had traded his own on the way. Note. Such is Goldsmith's version of a somewhat suspicious adventure whose details are unknown. End of note. He borrowed £50 more and started for London to study law, but speedily lost his money at cards, and again appeared, amiable and irresponsible as ever, among his despairing relatives. The next year they sent him to Edinburgh to study medicine. Here for a couple of years he became popular as a singer of songs and a teller of tales, to whom medicine was only a troublesome affliction. Suddenly the wanderlust seized him, and he started abroad, ostensibly to complete his medical education, but in reality to wander like a cheerful beggar over Europe, singing and playing his flute for food and lodging. He may have studied a little at Leyden and at Padua, but that was only incidental. After a year or more of vagabondage, he returned to London with an alleged medical degree, said to have been obtained at Louvain or Padua. The next few years are a pitiful struggle to make a living as tutor, apothecary's assistant, comedian, usher in a country school, and finally as a physician in Southwark. Gradually he drifted into literature, and lived from hand to mouth by doing hack work for the London booksellers. Some of his essays and his Citizen of the World (1760–1761) brought him to the attention of Johnson, who looked him up, was attracted first by his poverty and then by his genius, and presently declared him to be one of the first men we now have as an author. Johnson's friendship proved invaluable, and presently Goldsmith found himself a member of the exclusive literary club. He promptly justified Johnson's confidence by publishing The Traveller (1764), which was hailed as one of the finest poems of the century. Money now came to him liberally, with orders from the booksellers. He took new quarters in Fleet Street and furnished them gorgeously, but he had an inordinate vanity for bright-colored clothes, and faster than he earned money he spent it on velvet cloaks and in indiscriminate charity. For a time he resumed his practice as a physician, but his fine clothes did not bring patients as he expected, and presently he turned to writing again to pay his debts to the booksellers. He produced several superficial and grossly inaccurate school books, like his Animated Nature and his Histories of England, Greece, and Rome, which brought him bread and more fine clothes, and his Vicar of Wakefield, The Deserted Village, and She Stoops to Conquer, which brought him undying fame. After meeting with Johnson, Goldsmith became the object of Boswell's magpie curiosity, and to Boswell's Life of Johnson we are indebted for many of the details of Goldsmith's life, his homeliness, his awkward ways, his drolleries and absurdities, which made him alternately the butt and the wit of the famous literary club. Boswell disliked Goldsmith, and so draws an unflattering portrait. But even this does not disguise the contagious good humor which made men love him. When in his 47th year he fell sick of a fever, and with childish confidence turned to a quack medicine to cure himself. He died in 1774, and Johnson placed a tablet with a sonorous Latin epitaph in Westminster Abbey, though Goldsmith was buried elsewhere. "Let not his frailties be remembered. He was a very great man," said Johnson; and the literary world, which, like that old dictator, is kind enough at heart, though often rough in its methods, is glad to accept and record the verdict. Works of Goldsmith. Of Goldsmith's early essays and his later school histories little need be said. They have settled into their own place, far out of sight of the ordinary reader. Perhaps the most interesting of these is a series of letters for the Public Ledger, afterwards published as The Citizen of the World, written from the viewpoint of an alleged Chinese traveler, and giving the latter's comments on English civilization. Note: Goldsmith's idea, which was borrowed from Walpole, reappears in the pseudo Letters from a Chinese Official, which recently attracted considerable attention. End of note. The following 5 works are those upon which Goldsmith's fame chiefly rests. The Traveller, 1764, made Goldsmith's reputation among his contemporaries, but is now seldom read except by students who would understand how Goldsmith was at one time dominated by Johnson and his pseudo-classic ideals. It is a long poem in rhymed couplets, giving a survey and criticism of the social life of various countries in Europe, and reflects many of Goldsmith's own wanderings and impressions. The Deserted Village. The Deserted Village, 1770, though written in the same mechanical style, is so permeated with honest human sympathy, and voices so perfectly the revolt of the individual man against institutions, that a multitude of common people heard it gladly without consulting the critics as to whether they should call it good poetry. Notwithstanding its faults, to which Matthew Arnold has called sufficient attention, it has become one of our best known poems, though we cannot help wishing that the monotony of its couplets had been broken by some of the Irish folk songs and ballads that charmed street audiences in Dublin, and that brought Goldsmith a welcome from the French peasants wherever he stopped to sing. In The Village Parson and The Schoolmaster, Goldsmith has increased Chaucer's list by 2 lovable characters that will endure as long as the English language. The criticism that the picture of prosperous, sweet Auburn never applied to any village in Ireland is just, no doubt, but it is outside the question. Goldsmith was a hopeless dreamer, bound to see everything as he saw his debts and his gay clothes, in a purely idealistic way. The Good-Natured Man and She Stoops to Conquer are Goldsmith's 2 comedies. The former, a comedy of character, though it has some laughable scenes and one laughable character, Croker, met with failure on the stage, and has never been revived with any success. The latter, a comedy of intrigue, is one of the few plays that has never lost its popularity. Its lively, bustling scenes and its pleasantly absurd characters, Marlowe, the Hardcastles, and Tony Lumpkin, still hold the attention of modern theater-goers, and nearly every amateur dramatic club sooner or later places She Stoops to Conquer on its list of attractions. The Vicar of Wakefield. The Vicar of Wakefield is Goldsmith's only novel, and the first in any language that gives to home life an enduring romantic interest. However much we admire the beginnings of the English novel, to which we shall presently refer, we are nevertheless shocked by its frequent brutalities and indecencies. Goldsmith, like Steele, had the Irish reverence for pure womanhood, and this reverence made him shun as a pest the vulgarity and coarseness in which contemporary novelists like Smollett and Sterne seemed to delight. He did for the novel what Addison and Steele had done for the satire and the essay. He refined and elevated it, making it worthy of the old Anglo-Saxon ideals which are our best literary heritage. Briefly, The Vicar of Wakefield is a story of a simple English clergyman, Dr. Primrose, and his family, who pass from happiness through great tribulation. Misfortunes, which are said never to come singly, appear in this case in flocks; but through poverty, sorrow, imprisonment, and the unspeakable loss of his daughters, the vicar's faith in God and man emerges triumphant. To the very end he is like one of the old martyrs who sings Alleluia while the lions roar about him and his children in the arena. Goldsmith's optimism, it must be confessed, is here stretched to the breaking point. The reader is sometimes offered fine Johnsonian phrases where he would naturally expect homely and vigorous language, and he is continually haunted by the suspicion that even in this best of all possible worlds the vicar's clouds of affliction were somewhat too easily converted into showers of blessing. Yet he is forced to read on, and at the end he confesses gladly that Goldsmith has succeeded in making a most interesting story out of material that, in other hands, would have developed either a burlesque or a brutal tragedy. Laying aside all romantic passion, intrigue, and adventure, upon which other novelists depended, Goldsmith in this simple story of common life has accomplished three noteworthy results. He has made human fatherhood almost a divine thing. He has glorified the moral sentiments which cluster about the family life as the center of civilization. And he has given us in Dr. Primrose a striking and enduring figure which seems more like a personal acquaintance than a character in a book. William Cowper, 1731–1800. In Cowper we have another interesting poet who, like Gray and Goldsmith, shows the struggle between romantic and classic ideals. In his first volume of poems, Cowper is more hampered by literary fashions than was Goldsmith in his Traveller and his Deserted Village. In his second period, however, Cowper uses blank verse freely, and his delight in nature and in homely characters, like the teamster and the mail carrier of The Task, shows that his classicism is being rapidly thawed out by romantic feeling. In his later work, especially his immortal John Gilpin, Cowper flings fashions aside, gives Pegasus the reins, takes to the open road, and so proves himself a worthy predecessor of Burns, who is the most spontaneous and the most interesting of all the early romanticists. Life. Cowper's life is a pathetic story of a shy and timid genius who found the world of men too rough and who withdrew to nature like a wounded animal. He was born at Great Berkhamsted, Hertfordshire, in 1731, the son of an English clergyman. He was a delicate, sensitive child whose early life was saddened by the death of his mother and by his neglect at home. At 6 years he was sent away to a boys' school, where he was terrified by young barbarians who made his life miserable. There was one atrocious bully into whose face Cowper would never look. He recognized his enemy by his shoe buckles and shivered at his approach. The fierce invectives of his Tirocinium, or A Review of Schools, 1784, shows how these school experiences had affected his mind and health. For 12 years he studied law, but at the approach of a public examination for an office he was so terrified that he attempted suicide. The experience unsettled his reason, and the next 12 months were spent in an asylum at St. Albans. The death of his father in 1756 had brought the poet a small patrimony, which placed him above the necessity of struggling like Goldsmith for his daily bread. Upon his recovery he boarded for years at the house of the Unwins, cultured people who recognized the genius hidden in this shy and melancholy, yet quaintly humorous man. Mrs. Unwin, in particular, cared for him as a son, and whatever happiness he experienced in his poor life was the result of the devotion of this good woman, who is the Mary of all his poems. A second attack of insanity was brought on by Cowper's morbid interest in religion, influenced perhaps by the untempered zeal of one John Newton, a curate, with whom Cowper worked in a small parish of Olney, and with whom he compiled the famous Olney hymns. The rest of his life, between intervals of melancholia or insanity, was spent in gardening, in the care of his numerous pets, and in writing his poems, his translation of Homer, and his charming letters. His two best-known poems were suggested by a lively and cultivated widow, Lady Austen, who told him the story of John Gilpin and called for a ballad on the subject. She also urged him to write a long poem in blank verse, and when he demanded a subject, she whimsically suggested the sofa, which was a new article of furniture at that time. Cowper immediately wrote The Sofa, and, influenced by the poetic possibilities that lie in unexpected places, he added to this poem from time to time, and called his completed work The Task. This was published in 1785, and the author was instantly recognized as one of the chief poets of his age. The last years of his life were a long battle with insanity, until death mercifully ended the struggle in 1800. His last poem, The Castaway, is a cry of despair, in which, under guise of a man washed overboard in a storm, he describes himself perishing in the sight of friends who are powerless to help. Cowper's works. Cowper's first volume of poems, containing The Progress of Error, Truth, Table Talk, etc., is interesting chiefly as showing how the poet was bound by the classic rules of his age. These poems are dreary on the whole, but a certain gentleness, and especially a vein of pure humor, occasionally rewards the reader. For Cowper was a humorist, and only the constant shadow of insanity kept him from becoming famous in that line alone. The Task, written in blank verse and published in 1785, is Cowper's longest poem. Used as we are to the natural poetry of Wordsworth and Tennyson, it is hard for us to appreciate the striking originality of this work. Much of it is conventional and wooden, to be sure, like much of Wordsworth's poetry. But when, after reading the rhymed essays and the artificial couplets of Johnson's age, we turn suddenly to Cowper's description of homely scenes, of woods and brooks, of plowmen and teamsters, and the letter carrier on his rounds, we realize that we are at the dawn of a better day in poetry. He comes, the herald of a noisy world, with spattered boots, strapped waist, and frozen locks. News from all nations lumbering at his back. True to his charge, the close-packed load behind, yet careless what he brings, his one concern is to conduct it to the destined end, and having dropped the expected bag, pass on. He whistles as he goes, light-hearted wretch, cold and yet cheerful, messenger of grief perhaps to thousands, and of joy to some. To him indifferent whether grief or joy. Houses in ashes, and the fall of stocks, births, deaths, and marriages, epistles wet with tears that trickle down the writer's cheeks fast as the periods from his fluent quill, or charged with amorous sighs of absent swains or nymphs responsive, equally affect his horse and him, unconscious of them all. Miscellaneous works. Cowper's most laborious work, the translation of Homer in blank verse, was published in 1791. Its stately Milton-like movement and its better rendering of the Greek make this translation far superior to Pope's artificial couplets. It is also better in many respects than Chapman's more famous and more fanciful rendering. But for some reason it was not successful, and has never received the recognition which it deserves. Entirely different in spirit are the poet's numerous hymns, which were published in the Olney collection in 1779, and which are still used in our churches. It is only necessary to mention a few first lines. God moves in a mysterious way. Oh, for a closer walk with God! Sometimes a light surprises, to show how his gentle and devout spirit has left its impress upon thousands who now hardly know his name. With Cowper's charming Letters, published in 1803, we reach the end of his important works, and the student who enjoys reading letters will find that these rank among the best of their kind. It is not, however, for his ambitious works that Cowper is remembered, but rather for his minor poems, which have found their own way into so many homes. Among these, the one that brings quickest response from hearts that understand is his little poem, On the Receipt of My Mother's Picture, beginning with the striking line, "Oh, that those lips had language." Another, called Alexander Selkirk, beginning, "I am monarch of all I survey," suggests how Selkirk's experiences as a castaway, which gave Defoe his inspiration for Robinson Crusoe, affected the poet's timid nature and imagination. Last and most famous of all is his immortal John Gilpin. Cowper was in a terrible fit of melancholy when Lady Austen told him the story, which proved to be better than medicine, for all night long chuckles and suppressed laughter were heard in the poet's bedroom. Next morning at breakfast he recited the ballad that had afforded its author so much delight in the making. The student should read it, even if he reads nothing else by Cowper, and he will be lacking in humor or appreciation if he is not ready to echo heartily the last stanza. Now let us sing, Long live the King, and Gilpin, long live he! And when he next doth ride abroad, may I be there to see. End of Section 35.